Yes, welcome back to Football Heritage TV. It is Friday night, 10 past 10. Emma Raducanu has been knocked out of Wimbledon. Carl Walker, the Carl Walker, has signed for Burnley. Brighton are signing great players like Max Keepers or however we say his name. Chelsea apparently have bid for Mohamed Kudus. And Tottenham have signed a 19 or 20-year-old from Leeds. Now, guys and girls, I've got the Queen, Ellie Madders. She used to be Queen Ellie Hoiberg. Ellie, how are you?
I'm all right. I changed my name because of you, Savva, so I thought I'd pay you praise to come on your show. And
it was. I just felt it was getting a bit embarrassing for you, still talking about Højbjerg, after all these years,
Yeah, true. But I still love him, and I still watch him. I'm not going to.
Would you still have him back?
Yeah, I'm not going to dump my man, am I?
Well, you have. You've dumped your man for Madison.
We've
also got. We've got King Chris. Chris CC. How you doing, mate? You okay? You well?
Yeah, I'm all good, mate. How you doing?
I'm good. You're here to talk about all of Spurs' first team signings that we've made in the last week.
I'm an expert on Leeds youth teams, so I'll be fine.
Yeah. Is that two from Leeds youth team now, isn't it? Boast and was it McFadden?
McFadden, yeah.
McFadden and Boast. We're living the dream. We're living the dream, guys. Welcome to you both. Everybody in the chat, welcome. I hope you are well. Let's keep it football. And for any of you who do care about Wimbledon, yes, Raducanu is out. Burnley have agreed a deal with Man City to sign Carl Walker for £5 million. Tottenham Hotspur. Chris, I'll start with you. Chris, apparently, you know that word, Spurs had a bid about 3 days ago for Mohamed Kudus. Since then, it's been like radio silent. It was like me back in the early 2000s messaging women and getting no responses. What's happened with Kudus? Is he joining or what's going on?
I mean, we never know, do we? I mean, we just hang off everything that's said on Twitter and the internet in general, don't we? Because we never know anything officially. So you've got to go with what the general ITKs tell you, which could be absolutely anything. Let's be honest. Did we put a bid in? Did we not put a bid in? Who knows? So you can only go off the facts, and the facts are we've done absolutely nothing apart from sign a few more kids, right? So, but when you do,
yes.
Look, if you're going to believe the rumours, then you believe the rumours that Chelsea are now in for Kudus. And if both things are true, I think we probably know how that story ends.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, Ellie, isn't it? It's as Spurs fans, I know we're all old enough to know better, but we kind of go into each summer transfer window with this renewed hope that this one will be different. They never are they, Ellie? They're never different.
No, they're never different, and it's so sickening. It's very frustrating because you get lots of different things said about each player that we're after, and then another team comes in, and before we know it, we don't know what's going on, right? And it's so confusing. It's like every single transfer window, we never ever go for it, like go for it and make ourselves a really good solid 11, right?
Yeah.
And add to the 11, and add to the squad so that we've got a fighting chance, because we're fighting a losing battle otherwise, because all these top teams, Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea, Arsenal, they've all strengthened, right? And we're like asleep. We're like the snails of the Premiership. It's sickening, it really is. I sometimes I don't watch anything. I'm on WhatsApp and just watching you, Savva, usually.
Ellie, I mean, look at it. Ellie, look at it. Ellie, look at this. How could anyone not want to watch this? Look.
All those girls who turned you down.
they're still turning me down to this day, Ellie. Don't worry about that. They're still turning me down. But Ellie, isn't it worrying though that like for years we've heard like I mean, look, I'm going back 5, 10, 15, however many years we need to go back. There was, when we first get into Champions League, we'll make a move. When we get into the new stadium, we'll make a move. When we've been in the stadium for a few years and made revenue, we'll make a move. All of those things now are done. Like there's no reason for us to not make a move. But yet Ali Gold is bringing out statements saying, "Oh my God, we're not cash rich, we're asset rich." What are we waiting for? Is it ever going to change?
I don't think it's ever going to change under this regime. They just don't do it. No, they've never done it. And we'll always get one player that's like we didn't expect to get. Like last season, it was Madders. Go back a few years now. You've got Van der Vaart, who just came out of the blue, right? And
you're going back to 2010.
Yeah, because we've had no other statement signings since then. They've all been. Basuma sort of was a nice signing, but it hasn't really turned out like that. And there's nobody else has come in who you can really get excited about. Yeah. Right? And we've always had fantastic players at Spurs, like your Ginola, Gaza, Hoddle. Go back to the 80s, Hoddle. Then you got Klinsmann who came in, and then Van der Vaart, and then nothing. We're scraping the barrel, and I
don't want to be an apologist for Levy because I am ultimately. I think we need new owners, but I think we do forget a little bit. Like I'm not painting out that we're ever really great in the transfer market, but I know he turned out to be a McDonald's guzzling loser. But when we signed Ndombele, everyone was excited about that, right? It was full of, do you remember, like, he bossed the Man City midfield single-handedly in Europe and all that kind of stuff. So, and that was a big signing. So we have done some here and there. Romero was a relatively big signing. But unfortunately, no one remembers Ndombele as a big signing because he was so crap. But he was at the time.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, guys? Because whenever we seem to buy a bigger player, i.e. with the big fees, we really do struggle, don't we? Like, if you look at our big signings, off the top of my head, I reckon our biggest ever signings are what? Solanke, Richarlison and Ndombele. I reckon they're the top three, if I'm not wrong.
In terms of money?
In terms of money, it's those three, right? Is there anyone else, Chris?
No, I've literally just pulled it up, mate. So, those are the top three. And then Brennan Johnson in fourth. And then Romero in fourth.
It's embarrassing, really, isn't it? Like, when you look at it like that. But I mean, you see tonight, like, don't get me wrong. So Spurs are linked earlier with De Winter. And again, I've watched some videos. You know when you have to watch videos because he looks good. He looks like a decent player. But this is where we're at, right? We've had look, we've got Mr. Box Office coming in hot. So if any of you have never streamed with Box Office before, get ready because in a minute he'll be talking to me about backups, something about soca dance. Is it soca dancing? Is that it, Alex?
Well, bro, man, let me just get warmed up for goodness sake, man. Bloody hell!
Hang on, Alex. You look like you've had a trim. You look like you've had a trim, like you should be out rather than in. No.
Just appreciate that I'm actually here, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh,
you know,
okay, sure.
Appreciate I'm here. You know
Savva, he's squeezing you in between doing all the benching at the gym.
You know, it's a Friday night. It's a nice day outside. You know what I mean? Anyway, no. Thank you for inviting me, Savva. I'll give you that. Don't get used to me being nice, though. You know what I mean?
I won't.
Because the thing is,
nice.
But yeah, as you were. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. Look, before we move on, let's just quickly say big up to Mark, who has become a new YouTube member. Big up, Mark. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. And look out for the new channel member shows once a week. They're different times, different days, purely because some people can make time, some people can't, and you just got to play with them. So big up, Mark. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much, my friend. Philly has become a YouTube member. I thought you already were, but welcome. Thank you very much. Thanks for becoming a member. Philly 2109. Big up to you, my man. I'm guessing you were born on the 21st of September. Big up to you, my friend. If you weren't, then I don't have a clue what your numbers are about. Big up to you. Big up to Keith West, who is probably cousins with Adam West, a.k.a. Batman, if I remember rightly. If my memory serves me right. I am Adam West. Adam W.E.
I don't know. John West, the guy who made lots of tuna.
Yeah, either Batman or Tuna, one of the two. That is brilliant. Or nothing to do. Or Kanye. Kanye's cousin. I mean, there's a lot of famous Wests, isn't there? There's a lot of famous Wests.
There's the two Wests who were the murderers as well. Don't you forget
there's Fred and Rose. Okay, Keith, are you related to Fred and Rose? John West. Big up, Keith. Welcome to the show. Welcome to YouTube, FHTV. Right. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much. Big up to, I've got to be careful with this one, Cat Funt. If you say that the wrong way around, it is curtains. Big up to you, Cat Funt. So big up, Savva and chat. Big up to you, my man. Thank you very much. You've been very generous lately. Thank you very much. I hope you are well. And if your parents christened you Cat Funt, big up to your parents. That is amazing. Big up to Atavatron Wembley one. Big up to you. He said, evening, everyone. Levy and Enoch, the enemy within. I'll tell you, that sounds like a Hollywood blockbuster waiting to happen, doesn't it? Levy and Enoch, the enemy within, starring Tom Hardy and Brad Pitt. Let's go for it. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. You're a legend. Thank you. And Destiny 5, my man Destiny, who said, how many Haribos has Alex benched today? Alex, how much were you benching today at the gym? What were you benching?
I didn't do anything at the gym today. Didn't do anything at the gym today. Day off today.
You've not been to the gym?
Not to be no, I've done 4 days. Done 4 days.
Oh, you don't do Friday?
I don't do Friday. No. 3 days. 3 days so far. 3 days.
I like it. Me too.
Friday
I don't do
Saturday, isn't it?
Friday, Saturday. I'll be honest, Ellie, I don't go to the gym in any day that ends in Y. So, listen, we're doing that. Big up, Destiny. Thank you very much. And listen, if you want to see Alex, we'll try and get it out of him before the end of the day which gym he goes to, so we can all turn up there one day for a good laugh. Alex, hope you're well. Big up to Andy Lester, who is starting a super sticker train. Fun fact, if you all stick in a $1.99 super sticker, I'll make £1,000 in 1 minute. Big up to you all. Keep going. Go for it. Go for it. Knock yourselves out. Big up to you, Andy. Really appreciate that, my man. Good evening to each and every one of you who is in the chat. Smash the like button. So far, 542 of you in here and 116 likes. Very much Richarlison and Solanke conversion rates. Let's try and get it more Harry Kane, Erling Haaland. Let's do that. Guys, I'll be honest, I went into this transfer window thinking a bit, I don't know, I know I'm deluded, I know, idiot, dickhead, whatever, feeling like this is it, we're going to do it. And nothing's changing, is it? I mean, Kudus apparently is talking to Chelsea, and the moment that happens, like Chris said, it feels like it's game over. Nothing's changing, Alex, Mr. Box Office. Nothing is changing at Tottenham, is it?
This is what I'm trying to explain. When I did, this is why I don't do. That's why I don't do go in the chats, because I'm better off on screen and making it box office for you. Because what I was trying to explain,
I preferred you in the chat, if I'm honest.
But anyway, I love it.
But what I was explaining was when whatever his name is, Levy Nomitz, which people have a go at me calling myself Mr. Box Office, but then we got Levy Nomitz. Make sense of what you will. So he said that about an option, Johnson. Well, again, you know, like I said, I need people to compete in the squad. That's what I mean. I'm not looking for world-class players here. right? But what I'm saying is, what we were complaining about last season, we said that we had players that couldn't compete for their places. When we had injuries, we were struggling in certain areas, right? We had to put Archie Gray in defence, and people were picking him out, saying, why we've got him in defence for? We didn't like Davis, who was okay last season. Yes, he struggled, but, you know, in certain games, he actually did a good job for us, right? Yes, I don't want him at Tottenham, no, right? Because I've already made my apologies to David Harris, the Irish Hotspur, who bottles the debates every single day with me. So, you know what I mean? So, you know, and I had to...
Hang on, let me just quickly message Dave 1 second.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool, because I've told him to his face anyway. I've told him to his face anyway. He loves it anyway.
Hang on, I'm just going to message David Harris. Hang on, how we doing?
Good.
Hello, mate.
Tell him I'll give you some flowers as well with that.
What shall I say? Hello, mate. Box office is on my show. Box office is on my show and says you're too scared to debate him. He's on my show and says you are too scared to debate him.
Yeah, and then he'll say lots of stuff to me anyway.
Chickens after it.
Yeah, great. And give me a smile emoji as well from me. Look at this. Look at this smile, Savva. Look at this smile, Savva. Do a photo of me right now and
here we go.
Yeah, so here we go. Look at this. Look at this. See? Smile. Yeah. See, here you go. See, said it to him as well. But anyway, moving on. Back to what I was going to say. Right? Yeah, I am shameless. Yes, I am shameless. Yes, I am. And behave yourselves in the chat, yeah? Because you want to behave yourself, you know, be nice to me. You know what I mean? But anyway, moving on. But the point is, though, yeah, I just need, like I said, I'm sorry, I need people to stop debating. You know, I need people to compete. Sorry, I wasn't making myself sense. I need people to compete because we had the problems how many seasons now when we've had injuries to players, and then we get players in their positions, and they're not doing well at all, and then we're struggling with them as well. So, and then we're complaining, saying, "Oh, this player's not good enough. Oh, this player's not good enough." But you said he was a good option, though. You know what I mean? And now in a Champions League squad that is only allowed 25 players now, 17 foreign players. You know, some of them have to be 3 or no, I think it's 4 or I can't remember. Homegrown players, club trained. There's only a limited amount of spaces now. So this is what I'm trying to say at the moment. You need a competitive squad that are people going to compete. Now, okay, you've got Johnson that can score goals, but I'm sorry, but unfortunately, if you're not doing anything else, right, and you're struggling, you're not really any use to the squad. You see what I'm saying? And you're taking up a space. You know what I mean? And this is where my concern is. We're keeping Solomon at the moment. What is he going to do? You know what I mean? We're keeping Jill at the moment. Certain players that, for me, at the moment, are they competing to compete for our places at the moment? Is Romero going to be scared of Danzo at the moment? I don't know. Is he going to be scared of, forgot the guy that we've got at the moment? I'm not sure. Right? Van der Ven, is he going to be challenged next season? Is Adoji going to be challenged next season? Is Poro going to be challenged next season? You know, it's about competing for places. So then they're saying, I need to get better. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm looking at the moment, because that's where we're going to be better. And the last thing I will say, because he said something really cheeky, that Connor, saying, "Oh, well, I don't want to get to your level." Well, no, actually, I want to be a better level. That's what I mean by a better level. You know what I mean? You know, because you know when you get players that are competing, that's how you get better. You get better out the squad, and then you can actually get up the league. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you don't understand what I'm trying to say,
Alex. Is your issue that people use the word backup? Is that the issue?
Yes, because we know what's going to happen during the season, because it happens every single season. Every single season. Oh, this player ain't good enough, and we have a huge debate on it. Right? It's going to be big thumbnail saying, "Oh, he's not good enough." You know what I mean? And it's every single season. We did it with Winks. We've done it with Mora. We've done it with Bergwijn. We've done it with half of amount of players now, and I'm getting sick of it now. You know what I mean? And we just don't learn. We do not learn. And it's like, well, we're happy to have him in the squad because he's cover. Okay, so don't complain. Don't moan at Daniel Levy. I don't want to hear any moaning about Daniel Levy then. If you're going to say about cover with these players, I do not want to hear it because you're happy with that player in the squad.
Let me ask. I mean, Chris, Ellie, I'll be honest. I kind of, I can hear myself in an echo, by the way, in somebody's phone or laptop, whatever. But I hear what Alex is saying, but is he being unrealistic? Like, are we really going to get 22, 23 players that all compete? Are we a club that are there yet? I mean, we're struggling to get a proper good 11, let alone players that compete in the background, aren't we?
I mean, we haven't had that sort of squad for a long time. We're miles away from it as well. I mean, but I think more to the point, though, correct me, Alex, as I'm sure you will if I misrepresent you, but I assume you'd be relatively happy if we made a small number of purchases, but they were actually of the right quality, right? They come in, if they come into the first team as first choice players, then the ones who are currently there become your squad, right? So,
yeah,
you know, but we need to do that. But at the moment, we're not doing anything, though, are we? We're not really buying. We're only buying youngsters, so we're not actually buying squad level players, and we're not buying first team level players either. So how on earth are we going to progress? So when Levy says he wants to win the league, I've no problem with that as a statement. I think realistically, everybody knows we're not going to bridge that gap in one season. But if we're going to bridge it in 3 or 4, you've got to make cumulative improvements and close the gap bit by bit to Newcastle, Villa, then Liverpool, Arsenal, all that. And at the moment, I don't see that we're closing the gap to any of them at all in any way. So I will say, just on Levy, he has bought naively for me, and I know I'm probably going to look stupid in a few weeks. Saying that has bought one last bit of patience from me, because I think he's not a stupid man. I don't believe it was just an error of saying it. He must know the consequences of saying it. So I'm expecting to see what evidence he's going to back that up with, and I'm expecting that to be this month or at the worst next month. So I've got a little bit more patience, but I'm fully expect that I'll look like an idiot at the end of the transfer window and we won't have done anything.
An example of it is Newcastle, right? When I look at Newcastle in their strike force right now, okay, they've got Isak, but they're in I think the left flank and right flank, they had somebody, I forgot his name now. It's just completely escaped me. They had Gordon
on
and
the
Barnes.
left flank, Anthony Gordon.
And Anthony Gordon, and there's somebody else as well. But really,
you're thinking of Jacob Murphy.
Jacob Murphy, that was it. And he really shown himself a lot last season, right? And he got players think, with his form, he increased the competition between Gordon and Harvey Barnes. And Harvey Barnes wasn't obviously playing well at the time. I don't think he was really getting into the team. I think he was injured or something like that. But that gets him thinking, oh, I'm worried about my place at the moment. I'm going to get into the team if I don't push it. And that pushed the competition a little bit. So I'm not looking for someone that's top. For example, back in the day, remember when we had Cranchar back in the day, right?
Yeah.
Under Harry Redknapp and Nico, yeah. And he was Harry Redknapp's favourite, wasn't he? And that was at the time when Gareth and then Cranchar got injured, and Gareth Bell had that opportunity, right? And he completely burst on the scene straight away after that, because he had a really bad, start, really bad start, where and that's what I mean. Someone that comes in and says, you know what, I'm gonna show you. You know what I mean? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna, that's competing for your place. You know what I mean? It's just
for that to happen, though, Alex. For that to happen, you need a decent manager. We haven't had one. Like Ange last season is playing people out of position, not to their strengths. So I think there's a better chance you might see a bit more of it. Our players' level lift a little bit this season coming. We're obviously miles off competing from the top 4, but I would expect with this squad to be in and around 8th.
Chris, let me ask you and Alex and Ellie chip in on this as well.
Yeah.
We say that, right? Now, I like this example, Alex, because you know what? I don't think Jacob Murphy's a bad footballer. I think he does a good job. He is what he is. I think he's quite happy to rotate. Let me ask you a question, all three of you. If Tottenham right now went out and bought Jacob Murphy, right, to do exactly what you've just said, Alex, what would the Tottenham fans react like? Imagine, guys, right? Tomorrow, Spurs in £30 million raid for Newcastle right winger Jacob Murphy. How would our fans feel, Alex, if we did that?
It would be a bit underwhelming, yes. It's like me looking at Elliot. I feel Elliot's a bit underwhelming in that sense as well for me.
Why is Harvey Elliott underwhelming for you?
I don't know. I just think for me, he's got something about him. Maybe because he has. Maybe I'm putting some disservice to him because he's playing in a very strong Liverpool team. But I feel the same way that I felt about Foden at the time at Man City. But Foden changed my mind the season that he really had a really good season. He's kind of a bit part player at the moment for me. Even though I think he's got some good skill.
Hang on, but Alex, isn't that the problem that we're looking at these people who are bit part players at the biggest clubs in the country, and as Spurs fans, we're going, oh yeah, that means they're not good enough for us.
No, I never said he's not good enough.
No, Alex, I'm not saying you said that, but what I'm saying is people like Harvey Elliott, these people who are bit part players, they're bit part players for the best clubs in the country. We're a team that just finished 17th. Don't these people walk into our team and go, hey, I'm here?
I think they should do. I think they should do. But I think for me, when you come to Tottenham now, you've got to make yourself the man. You see what I'm saying? Like being a bit part player for a club like Liverpool, that's fine. But now you've got to take your main responsibility now and saying, well, now I've got this, and now I've got that experience of being in a top club now. I've got to use that mentality in coming to our club and show what I'm all about to try and lift up the level here. You see what I'm saying? And at the moment, I need to see it with Elliot because unfortunately for me, right, I think a lot of players come from these sort of, and I think it'd be good. It might be a good signing. This is the thing. If he does prove it, I'll put my hands up and say I was wrong. It's a good opportunity, I think, for me, right? But again, I think it's really taking the opportunity and be that man. You know what I mean? Be that person. Say you're the go-to guy. You get what I'm saying? You know?
Yeah.
Because that's where I think at the moment he was very comfortable at Liverpool, right? I think comfortable at Liverpool because you know it wasn't really him to really go to. You know what I mean? Yeah, certain games, yeah. In the teams that really, you know, Liverpool could, you know, put a youngster like that in there, yeah, cool. There wasn't that much pressure on him. But I mean, to be fair to him, for the under-21s, he has performed very well. He's been player of the tournament, yes. But again, under-21s, you know what I mean? So when you're now being big man tournament now, when you're going into, you know, big tournaments like at Tottenham now, in a club that really...
Basically, you're saying, can Harvey Elliott, for example, can he take the form that from England's under-21s as the main man and translate that into the Spurs first team? That's what we're trying to say, right? Welcome to Brian Daigle inside the place, who's got permission. He's got permission. What's the time there, Brian?
It is 20 to 6 in the evening.
Brilliant. Have you had dinner? Have you not had dinner?
No, Ilana was just coming home from work and is about to make a from scratch home fish chips, mushy peas, the works, everything. Right. So I'm kind of on a timer of her cooking. I get to stream while she cooks. It's a new game show. People stream whilst wives cook.
Well, super. Love it. I love it. Nothing sexist about this at all. Brian, Ellie, you haven't talked for a bit either. Let's get you guys involved. So, Mr. Box Office, he doesn't want any more backups. Brian,
yes.
We all know you're a massive fan of Daniel Levy and Enoch. We all know that. What we're seeing right now, Brian, doesn't surprise anyone, right? This is Spurs. This is what we're accustomed to, right?
Yeah.
Are we going too early with our I don't want to use the word hate. Are we going too early with our judgment of Tottenham's hierarchy, or is this literally all the hallmarks of every Spurs window under these owners?
Nothing sums it up more than apparently being the elusive 5 million away from kudos. Does anything say Spurs and transfer window more than 5 million apart from the valuation? Is there anything more Spursy in the transfer market than £5 million as a difference from going for a player you want in kudos and offering 50 million plus 5 in add-ons to then go back and offer 55 million, which is the same thing, and they want to do it over 5 years. West Ham have said they haven't been happy with how Spurs have handled this. Shock horror. Nothing changes. We have a new manager, and I agree with Chris. And as you know, I'm behind Frank all the way. I am behind Frank all the way. But once again, it's another manager that has to deal with the lunacy and incompetence when it comes to football of Daniel Philip Levy. Nothing has changed. Nothing. Remember,
Daniel Philip.
You full named him.
I do, mate. I'm trying to see if I can actually change my middle name because I share the same middle name as him, which is unacceptable. Unacceptable. My parents should have done their research. How dare they?
Do you know what would be better? Instead of changing your middle name, change your end name to Levy and you be Brian Philip Levy.
I couldn't think of anything worse. I could not think of anything worse. No, it's just look at the smiling face. Look at the smiling face.
You say Levy 3 times and Lubo just appears automatically.
Hang on. Hang on. I can hear a horrible echo.
I think it's Ellie. Sorry,
Hello?
Ellie.
I think it's Ellie. Hang on. I think she's come. Ellie?
Yeah.
You're back. Okay, good. We got rid of it. Just quickly, by the way, doesn't Lubo looks like a very clean-shaven, happy Pierluigi Collina? Doesn't he? Look, he looks very clean.
Like Daniel Levy, if I'm honest.
He could be Daniel Levy as well.
And Daniel Levy. Or Scott Munn.
Ellie, wash your mouth out.
Or Scott Munn. You look like all of the people you hate, Lubo. That's brilliant news. It's brilliant. Yeah, do you know what? I hate Brad Pitt, and it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. Lubo, welcome to the show. Alex, let me just recap for you. Brian has not changed his stance on Levy and Enoch.
Nope.
Chris is desperately hanging on to this one thread that we might see something different from Levy and Enoch. Alex is upset that we keep talking about backups. Ellie is still talking about Pierre Højbjerg. And I'm just here for the laugh because I'm a YouTuber. I mean, other than that, I don't think I've missed anything. And other than that, Spurs will probably sign in Kyle Walker-Peters. Burnley are signing Kyle Walker, the real one. Brighton are continuing to sign. Brighton today, by the way, for anyone that's seen, they've already signed Buscagli on a free transfer. And now they've signed Max Kuipers, I believe it's pronounced, for 20 million euros. Lubo, I'm going to say this as polite as I can. We're fucking awful in the transfer market, aren't we? That's as polite as I can be. We are dreadful, aren't we?
I think if he's going to replace players, he's got to check who he wants out. He's got to have a look at them. It's as simple as that. That's what he's doing.
Do you believe that?
It's obvious, isn't it? Yeah,
it's not. No.
I don't think you believe that. I nearly called you Levy, so I was going to call you Levy. Lubo, you don't believe that Thomas Frank doesn't know these players. He knows what he needs, surely, doesn't he?
If you're going to spend 100 million of someone's money, I think you've got to be pretty sure, haven't you? You've got to be responsible. This is separate to the Kudus situation. That's another situation. They've gone in, and I think they've had 2 offers rejected now. Spurs. Yeah, as I said to you earlier, you pick up the phone.
Have we? Is this confirmed, Lubo? Have we had 2 offers?
I've read a report that a second offer was rejected. I don't know how true it is, as I said to you earlier, all they've got to do, they've got to phone up, find out what amount West Ham wants to get the deal done, and just do it. Just do it.
Yeah. Can I just say, I'd say in very quickly, Thomas Frank has come in as a Premier League manager who has seen Tottenham Hotspur 4 years straight. He knows this league. Yeah. He knows these players. He may not know them, how they train, what's their attitudes like, or anything like that. But the first team, he knows them. He knows he wants a right winger. It's very clear to see. We know he wants a number 6. There are whereas I agree with you with the youngsters like Donnelly, Devine, Vuskovic, Phillips, so all these other players, I get it. Fringe players, I get that. But there are first team players that we definitely need. And Frank would have wanted at Brentford to play the same style of football that he'd want at Tottenham Hotspur. So when it comes to right wing, where Kulusevski's out, Johnson will be used more central. And it's obvious we need a right winger by the targets we're going for. It's very clear a right winger is high on the list. And now, obviously, Mbeumo, God knows what's going on there. Semenyo signed a new contract. Kudos faffing about like we always do. And do remember when we won the Europa League and Man U were signing, it was like, don't worry, the window hasn't opened. Then the window has opened. Yeah, oh no, it's only just opened. Let's wait. Then it was wait till July, because then July, the new financial year starts, and then things will start moving. And now we've got a week in, and it's now, well, Frank needs to assess the players.
Yeah, but
it's Levy all goddamn over.
No, I've got to tell you something. I think I blame Levy for not trying to get this Kudus thing sorted out quickly. But in terms of, you couldn't, if we had someone going the other way to Brentford, then the Brentford chairman would turn around and say, hang on, you've been managing Tottenham. What do you mean you know all of our players and you know enough about them to say 6 out and I need 6 in? The guy's got to be professional. You've got to give him a chance to look at the
Are you sticking up for Levy? Is this
I'm not sticking up for Levy. What I'm saying is that Frank...
Has Sean got to you?
No.
Hang on. Do I need to ring up Sean and say, hang on, mate, I think you've got into Lubo.
I tell you, it's Friday night. I'm very chilled. You're not going to wind me up.
Is Sean in that room?
Is Sean? He's got a gun to his head, Ellie. Sean's in the corner.
He's there.
Sorry, but
you will say nice things about Levy. You will say nice things.
Why are we making out Sean's actually that scary? He ain't that scary at all, to be honest with you. I don't even know where we're going like that.
What is going on?
No, flexible thinking. That's what we call it, isn't it? That's what we call it now. Flexible thinking, isn't it? When it's just flip-flopping, isn't it? You know what I mean? But anyway, moving on. As you were. Sorry, that's sad to say it because if you're scared of Sean, Ian, I'm worried about you. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but also, by the way, that's the most deluded thing I've ever heard in my life. By the way, you're saying, "Oh, we can wait and see. Let's wait and see the players that have let us down for so long now." Solomon, we know what we're going to see for Solomon. We know what we're going to see from Kulu. We know what we're going to see from.
Going to see nothing from Kulu. He's injured. Okay,
fair enough. Then sorry for that. Making that judgment. But I don't understand why. It is a bit concerning. It is
Alex, we haven't missed anyone. Alex, we haven't missed anybody. All the players that have gone to the top 4 teams wouldn't have come to Spurs. We're not missing anyone.
That's true.
But regardless whether that is, though, you've got to get ahead sometimes. You know what I mean? I just think it's just really be more creative, really. And I think it's also because of that useless piece of rubbish, Johan Lang, as well, to be honest with you, as well. That's another thing as well that's even more concerning because we already seen that this guy's not good enough persuading players to come into Tottenham. And Postecoglou to bloody persuade players to come to Tottenham, not him.
Alex, we had 3 players signed for us this week.
Oh yeah, but look at the players we signed. Was it Tell, who always was in the door, right? Who should never been in the first. Danzo was already in the door already. It was an obligation to buy. So I mean, that's pathetic.
We got 3.
I'm not going to give him brownie points for that one, right? And I'm not going to give him brownie.
Alex, we've raided Leeds for their best 15-year-olds. It's superb.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, great.
16 years.
Right, is he going to challenge Archie Gray then? Is he going to challenge Archie Gray then? No, he isn't. No, he isn't he?
Don't worry.
You know what I
He's
mean?
seen Archie Gray's boots.
I mean, honestly.
Alex, don't worry about Archie Gray.
We all dream of a team of Archie Grays.
I can see everyone else is smiling out. Look, I'm going to pitch this right now. I'm pitching this right now. I've done this so long now, being a Tottenham fan now, yeah? Because now new people are coming on the scene now, yeah? Talking, the new people coming on the scene now, talking the truth and everything else, yeah? Right? I've got all the pictures of everyone smiling right now. I'm going to see halfway through the season, all of you moaning. Yeah, I can see it right now. Yeah. I'm going to say to you, I told you so. I told you so, Brian. I told you so, Chris.
What have I done?
I told you.
What have I done?
I told you all.
Alex,
I told you all. I'm sorry.
Alex,
I can see it. I can see it.
Alex,
Alex,
do you know
what are
what
you talking about?
What do you think that you told us all that we don't already know?
Because we're all like sitting here, all relaxed, all nice, smiling. Oh yeah, look at this. So let's have a cup of tea now because it's all good.
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to sit here?
Are we all meant to come on and be like that?
And then halfway through the season, I can see it right now. All the videos that are going to come out saying, "Oh, it's a tragedy at Tottenham." Oh, Postecoglou better than Thomas Frank. Oh, he did better than Thomas Frank, didn't he? Yeah, I can see all the videos coming about. All we do, people do this. You know what I mean? In their video thumbnails and all that stuff. I can see it.
Right? Alex, you have to explain to me, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I have no idea.
When we're doing videos this summer, me, who's going to be defending Thomas Frank all season, no matter what, and the way we're playing, and going for Daniel Levy, it's going to be nothing's changed for me. It's going to be Brian Daigle doing what Brian Daigle does, and you're going to tell me that I told myself so about going for Levy.
No, because I can see people, because we're all sitting here saying, "Oh, it's not July yet. It's not July yet. We just need to worry. It's not worrying anything and everything else. Just relax, just chill. We've got Thomas Frank. He can coach all the players. Right, halfway through the season, we're not doing too well. Watch how people will start jumping on Thomas Frank. Watch
Alex,
it. Watch it.
Alex, I feel
I
like
can see it happening.
Alex, I feel like you are completely misconstruing what everyone on this panel thinks. Like, I have this conversation with many YouTubers, right? Like, right now, if I say, "Oh my God, Daniel Levy's at it again," I get told, "I told you nothing would change." I mean, who said anything would change? Do you know what I mean, Alex? So who are you pointing? Alex, man up. I'm going to ask you right now, man up. Are you pointing this at Daigle, Chris, Lubo, the Queen, or me? Who are you pointing your little accusations at?
Okay.
And bear in mind, Alex, I said exactly the opposite of what you just said when I first came on the show. The exact opposite.
Come on, Alex. Who are you going to go at?
I'm having to go at Lubo, because Lubo, I'm sorry, that's a lot of rubbish that you just said, by the way. I don't care if you can have a go at me, but I don't care, right?
Lubo.
Proof of the pudding's in the east, isn't it? We're not buying anyone. We're not linked to anybody. And Frank's got the players coming back tomorrow. So it's hardly rubbish, Alex. It's pretty obvious, to be fair.
Remember, failure isn't an option. The Premier League and Champions League is what we want.
But Brian, we're going to be fine because Daniel said we are. Don't worry.
Oh, he said, okay. It's all. I forgot. He said it. Ah, damn.
He said it. We're going to be okay.
Chris, Chris, do you understand what box office is talking about? By the way, just before you answer that, Chris, David Harris did message me back and said, "Don't worry, Alex. Your schooling is coming again, but he just can't tonight. So don't you worry, Alex. The Irish Hotspur is going to school you. He just can't tonight."
Like Arsenal.
It's just words. It's just words, Savva. It's just words, Savva. You know what I mean? I need evidence. I need evidence for it. Anyway, sorry. As you were, Savva. Sorry to interrupt you. I hear that rubbish every single time for that guy. Anyway.
Is that your new catchphrase? As you were.
As you were. Don't get used to it. As you were. The main event.
Over to you.
Chris.
Back to you.
Chris, Do you have any idea? Like, who is box office aiming? Like, what is it that we've all said tonight that box office thinks that we're in agreement with how Tottenham are being run? Like, I don't like when he's saying mid-season, I'm going to be bringing you all up. What have we said? Who here is happy?
I never understand anything he says, mate. So don't worry about it. only joking, mate. Only joking. But I think
don't joke.
I think what he does though is he's doing what a lot of fans are doing at the moment. Is getting upset about a position that we might well find ourselves in a few months' time, but we're not actually at that position yet. We may well get there, but I do kind of side a bit with Lubo here, which is amazing because I'm also Enoch and Levy out, and no one is more that than Lubo, right? But it is the 4th of July. Let's not lose our minds just yet. If we walk out in that game against PSG and we've made no signings by then, all right, fair enough. I think we start getting pretty upset. But right now, I just don't think it's worth it. Like we've still got plenty of time. It's great to get business done early, but we know we don't do that even when we do any business really. So I'm prepared just to wait and see what happens.
Chris, can I just say, when Ange Postecoglou first walked into Tottenham Hotspur on his first day of training, he had Vicario and James Maddison.
Yeah, I know, but it's rare though, Brian, isn't it? It's rare that we do.
That's the thing. Chris, I know Olivia, you are. Every single time we find something to say, oh yeah, but for this time it's this, or for that time.
I agree. That has driven me up the wall for about the last 15 years. But this summer, I'm also of that.
This summer is the one. This is where it changes. I
don't think it will change, but I'm just willing to hold off a little bit longer this summer only because of what he said. And I don't think he's a stupid man. And I want to see him back that up. I think he probably won't, and I'll look stupid in a few weeks and nothing will have happened, and I'll have gone, yeah, I was an idiot for even contemplating that it might change. I think that's the short price favourite, right? But I'm not going to blow my mind today. I'll give it another 6 weeks before I do that.
Can I ask Chris and Ellie, have either of you applied for the Super Cup?
I have, mate, yeah.
Yeah. Ellie?
The Super Cup, no.
You're not going?
No. I'm not.
I'm not 100% sure I am going, but
she's busy that day at Loftus Road with her husband watching Yang, aren't you, Ellie?
Yeah, that's right. No,
she's busy scouting Yang for the first team.
Can I just defend Alex a bit here, right? Because he's right. I think Alex is speaking a lot of sense, right? Because he's been there, he's done it, he's got the T-shirt, right? He knows how this club works. We all do, but Alex, right? He's coming from it from a different perspective. He's saying, why are we going for backup? We need players that are challenging in the first team and make those first team players think I'm not safe here, so that they up their performance. Right? We never do that. We've always had a really weak bench throughout Enix's history. Right? We haven't had a really strong bench where we think, oh, that player's coming on. That player's coming on. That player's, you know what I mean? Like, so you get excited that one goes off and the other one that's coming on is going to really give that player food for thought. If he comes on and performs.
Ellie, isn't it what Chris said though, that will be created by buying better first team players that push some of the first team into squad players, like. Before we worry about buying players to compete, don't we have to buy a better first team? Like I feel like we've forgotten that the first team, I don't want to say crap, that's not fair, but haven't we forgotten that the first team isn't where we need it to be? We need a midfield. We need wingers. We need a striker. Yeah, so before we talk about competing with the first team, we need the first team, don't we? Isn't that where we're at?
What Alex is saying, though, he don't want the first teamers, whoever they may be, the ones we buy or the ones we've got, or a mismatch of all of them, that they don't get comfortable, right? Because when they get comfortable, they think, oh, that bloke who's sitting on the bench is never going to overtake me, right?
Ellie, that won't happen under quality.
We're not buying anybody at the moment, so it's just like, I don't know where Chris gets his optimism from.
I'm not optimistic. I don't think it will happen. I've just had some sort of, I don't know, just bought a short bit of patience with what he said.
Chris, you know what it is? Take it from someone, take it from people that know, i.e. me and Lubo. It's always good. I go mad in the hope that I have egg on my face and I have to come on these shows and go, do you know what, Daniel? Well done. Well done. That's what I want to see. Well done. You've made me look stupid. I've wanted that to happen ever since I've been on YouTube and beforehand. Yeah. And I'm still yet to do that. So,
right. I agree, but I've got to be consistent with what I've always said. I've always criticised Levy for never, ever coming out and stating we've got any ambition. He's now done that. I think it's a bit unfair that people are criticising him for saying that. And then now going, well, he hasn't backed it up yet. It was only 2 weeks ago. Like, I appreciate if we're going to just judge on the last 24 years, there's no discussion, right? We've never shown that ambition. But he's now on record. Let's see whether there is any change at all. There probably won't be. Let's be honest. But I'm
going to hang himself.
But let's see.
Mate, I'm like you. I'd love to, at the end of the window, go, oh, my God, there's some actual tangible evidence that we've changed our strategy. I don't think it's going to happen. But something different has happened. We're on record now of saying it, and he's got to be judged against it. But I don't think the time to judge it is on the 4th of July. I think it's when the transfer window closes.
Agreed. Chris,
the 6th of July.
Chris, have you booked your hotel for Budapest at the end of the week?
Budapest?
Listen, Daniel said he wants the Champions League.
The Champions League, mate. I'm not that optimistic. I didn't even book it for Bilbao until we were 2-0 up at half time.
Hang on, the way Lubo talks about him, he have you noticed? He never says Levy. He never says Daniel Coy. It's always Daniel. I feel like I reckon you might be a bit closer with Daniel Levy than we all think, Lubo.
Do you reckon?
If I'm going to be the younger version, and Lubo will be the later version.
Well, to be fair, you both not got a lot of hair, so you're both kind of there, like, you know, blah 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 blah. Guys and girls, look, I get what Chris is saying. Look, let's be fair. Daniel Levy, again, I take it with a pinch of salt. What he said, the whole league and Champions League thing. I think what's happened is, and I'll call people out who are on the panel. I don't mind. I'll tell you what. I'll go in on my main man Daigle. I'll go in on him. What people like Brian Daigle are going to do, if I'm not wrong, Brian, is you hear that soundbite, I want to win leagues and Champions Leagues, and we all go, oh, come on, Levy, show us you want to do it, buy the players. But we all know realistically, right? Surely we all do know, Brian, on a serious note, you know, our banter. Yeah. On a serious note, I think we all know that we know it's not happening. We know that to win leagues and Champions Leagues, we are so far away from it. It is unreal. But when he said what he said,
we're not.
When he said what he said, Brian,
Champions League.
No. Hang on. When he said what he said, Brian, hang on, let me ask Brian a question. When he said what he said, Brian, it has allowed half the fan base, on a serious note, to go, right, he said it now, go on, sign me world-class players. Mm-hmm. And now I think that's kind of skewed with a lot of people's brains as to what to expect this window. Is that fair?
So I will say, when I first heard the interview, I laughed and I laughed and I laughed. And when I picked myself off the floor, I then went into Daigle Fury mode and wanted to go on X and go absolutely nuts. And I mean nuts. And then someone got to me before and said, Brian, listen, don't go nuts. He said these words. Let's see what he does when the window shuts. So I was like, you know what? Fair point. Fair point. Like Chris was saying, he's come out with these words. This isn't, we've heard from club sources or Paratici or a Lange or a Frank or
camera saying it. He's there.
Directly on camera. So I was like, you know what? You've got a point. Now, I think we all know by when he said that, he didn't mean this season. He meant long-term strategy. He didn't say that part, which is stupid. For a man that doesn't like to do interviews, you think he'd be prepped ready for the interview. And saying those things, you would like to think he was showing ambition. I don't expect him to go out and sign Mbappe's and all these elite players. but I do expect to see us moving in the right direction by having targets. By that, I would take from it, right, we're going to be serious now. Targets we want, we're going to get them. No more messing around, we'll bring them in, and we're going to act like a big boy club that wants to play in the big boy, wants to sit at the big boy table again. That's what I took from it. But then, like I said, I am getting very annoyed. I am getting very wound up. I am getting more vocal on social media. But I am not going to go absolutely Daigle nuclear until the window shuts. And I will just grab that interview and I will go to town on it because he's a buffoon. He's an absolute buffoon that doesn't know what he's doing.
On that comment, though, on the comment he made, a lot of people have gone, oh, it was a ridiculous comment. He didn't. Oh, but hold on a minute. It wasn't live. This was pre-recorded with him and Finlay. They'll have all watched the edit back with a PR team. And you can't tell me that no one has gone, hold on. You do realise if we put that out, what the fans are going to say, right? This is a group of people who will understand the consequences. So let those consequences play out. You got to back it up, or we know what the consequences will be.
You're right. You're right, Chris.
Is there any truth in the rumour that when he said about we want to win the Premier League and the Champions League, they actually edited out 2061?
He had his fingers crossed behind his back, mate.
He probably thought
anniversary.
The 100th year anniversary after the last.
Lubo, in 2061, how old will you be in 2061? Huh?
104.
104. I hope you're still alive to see it. I hope you're alive. Oh, Lubo and Ellie as a couple of 100-year-olds watching Spurs lift the trophy.
And Levy will still be the chairman as well.
Levy going, right. Love it. But guys, look, on a serious note, it's difficult.
Right? Because... What are you on about?
You what?
I'll be 98. What are you on about? Making me 100.
Sorry, Ellie. Sorry, 98.
Yeah.
Ellie at the young age of 98 watching Spurs lift the trophy. Guys and girls, on a serious note, look, we all know that the whole league, Champions League comment is not going to come to fruition. Is the issue more for everyone here that, first of all, that we haven't got the number of likes that we need? There's 666 people here and only 231 likes, which is absolutely disgusting. But is the bigger issue, had to slip that in, is the bigger issue, guys, that it's not that we're not signing world-class players. I think we all kind of acknowledge on some front that that's not happening. But is it that we're just not signing anyone? Is that more the problem, that we're not even if our targets are a couple of runs below the big clubs, that we're just not even getting them? Is that the problem?
Well, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I don't think it's a problem for me, Savva, because we're going to get players in, because we've proven over the last the way that I've noticed with Johan Lang at the moment, he seems to get players under the radar, right? Because he uses the data model, whatever it is, right? Because he's done it with Danzo, he did it with Timo Werner, whatever you call it. He did it with he's done it with other people as well, right? So I think, and he did it with his latest signing. I forgot his name now. Is it Kato? I think it's Kato.
Yeah. Takai. Yeah, Takai.
Katai. Sorry, if I got that right. So I think the main issue for me at the moment is are we going to get? I think the main issue is that the quality, I think it is, because I think someone said it really well. I heard somebody say something really well. There are going to be winners and losers in this scenario with Thomas Frank. Some players will progress, some players won't. You know what I mean? Because he won't have that much time to improve everyone, upskill everybody with the time frame he's got as well. You know what I mean? Nice song, by the way. But you know, but yeah. So yeah, so I think this is where I think the issue is. I think with people, I think at the moment, I think it's a signing. I think it's not the signings. I think it's the quality issue at the moment. I think it's just And with the signings we've got at the moment,
yeah, Alex, you say that, but there's been no signings at the moment. We can't even judge against the quality of signings when there's no signings to mention, right? Like, we haven't, Alex, this transfer window, we've not signed a single player, have we?
We have signed players.
Yeah, the Japanese boy.
Yeah, but he was right. First of all, Takaya's not even signed yet. Second of all,
no, he hasn't.
Danso and Tell were loans,
correct? No,
from before. So we actually haven't signed. We haven't signed anybody new in this transfer window, Alex. So when we're talking about the problem is the quality, what are we judging it against? We haven't signed anyone.
True, you make a good point there. I just think yeah. So I'll let somebody else speak. So I've said enough.
Okay.
Well, don't talk at once anyway. But yeah,
yeah. Let's welcome in. Let's welcome in. Look, we've got all the Levy fan club in here tonight. Look, all of the Levy fan club, all of them, their hair between them is limited. Levy, who's Levy out more in the chat? Who would you say is Levy out more? Is it Brian, Stel, or Lubo? Who are you going for? Put them in order. Stel, welcome to the show. Good evening. You're obviously a big fan of Daniel Philip Levy, as I found out his middle name tonight. Is the problem right now the fact that we just not signed anyone, no matter what the quality? Is it that we've just not signed anybody in another Champions League transfer window? This should be fun.
So, two things. First of all, it's nice to be back with all you lovely faces. I've been taking a bit of a sabbatical away from the merry-go-round of Spurs YouTube, right? So it's nice to be back on the show for a little bit. So that's the first thing. Second of all, I will say what I think, but can you all just zip your mouths and fight yourselves to jump on me and go all in and just form a queue rather than the pylon that I'm used to, okay? Just
hang on.
Form a queue.
I'm getting a pen so I can make some notes. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Make some notes, right?
Here we go.
I don't understand why the drama, the meltdown. Hi, everyone. Why the drama and meltdown when so many fans wanted a change of manager? They wanted a coach. Let him coach. Let him coach. But people deep down at the back of their heads know, oh, maybe we need more than a coach. We need better players. And if that's the case, then we've got to stop going after the previous manager and every manager before him, because the issue isn't the managers, it's the players, the lack of quality, which for me, it stinks of hypocrisy across Spurs YouTube. Now, Levy has played an absolute blinder, in my opinion. Okay, guys, everyone watching, this is just my opinion. He's played a blinder. Somehow, he's managed.
Before you keep going, can I clip this?
Clip it. Clip whatever you want. Make your money. Make your money off me. Yeah, just give me 10%. 10%. All right? Levy has played a blinder because after years and years and years and years of whenever there's a problem, whenever there's an issue, sack the manager. The one time everyone said this is the last chance saloon, not a chance in hell, the fan base has allowed him to do it again. They've given him the green light and they've said, you know what, Daniel, give us another manager. We'll give you a bit more time yet again. Everything everyone fought for and all these protests that we had and all the YouTube shows that have been going on, after Conte, this was it now. No more. With Mourinho, it was the last chance. With Conte, it was the last roll of the dice. With Ange, it's the last spin of the wheel. Here we are again. This is everything we've seen for 25 years. And somehow he's managed to fool the fan base. I know, I'll change a manager. I'll keep you all sweet. And now you're all wondering why we're not getting transfers, why we're missing out on the big deals, why some of them don't want to come to us, how other clubs are gazumping us. There was never a plan for a big transfer window. This is why Frank's here, everyone. Thomas Frank is here because this owner is going to try and do Poch 2.0 without the quality signings that Poch got in the second season. This chairman thinks that this manager is going to take this group and compete on all fronts. It's for the birds. No managers compete on all fronts. It's either a good league run, maybe a cup. Sorry, it's either a good league run or no cups, or a good cup run and maybe okay in the league. This chairman has done it again, and I can't believe how he's got away with it. I feel like I'm one of the only people that's seen this. And what I'm seeing every week now, guys, and I'll wrap it up because I know everyone's going to wait to come on this.
I'm enjoying this. Go for it. Keep going.
For me, what he's done here is everything he's done over the last 25 years. It's rinse and repeat, and for some reason, fans this time have bought into it. Sucked in my opinion. There's not going to be big signings. We might get one half-decent signing like a Semedo, although he's just signing a new contract. That level type player, and that's going to be it. It's going to be kids, randoms, unknowns, youngsters, and that's what we're going to be ending up with. And Frank will get a good tune out of the team. He'll push them on. Everyone's going to say, what a great job, you see. And then the shit's going to hit the fan. The wheels are going to come flying off, and we're going to go full circle because we're not buying the talent needed to compete with the teams needed. As Levy says, he wants to win the Premier League and the Champions League. Mate, you need more than just a good manager to do that. You need top players. And this board has no intention in doing it. And by bringing in a new manager, they're going to camouflage the real activity, which is don't spend much, put it all on the new manager, give hope to the fans, we go again. That's what I'm seeing happening, guys. That's how I see it right now. And I know 5% of fans will believe me. The other 95% will say, get this guy off. We're sick of him. That's fine. But in 6 months, 9 months, 2 years' time, you wait and see how many people are going to be sitting on my side of the fence. There'll be a hell of a lot more. And guys, take your turn. I'll go quiet and I'll listen to all your replies. I know you lot can't wait.
Who wants to go? I'll
go first. Listen, everyone knows how I feel about this chairman. No ambition, no desire to win anything. Will take the club only up to a certain level where they're making a profit, and it brings the fans in, and they're not prepared to go up a level to try and challenge the top clubs. I've been saying it for years, and I think it's exactly what Stell's just said. What I will say though, Stell, is that this manager, Ange, would have probably taken us into the relegation zone next season. He wouldn't have had the Europa League to fall back on, and his performances against domestically were just dreadful and getting worse and worse and worse. So for me, we're not going to win. We weren't going to win anything this year anyway, whether it was Ange or Frank. We're certainly not going to win the Champions League. And I'm sure still you don't think for 1 minute we would have won the Champions League with Ange. So at the end of the day, it makes no difference. We've won a trophy 2 years out of 25 under Levy. So, it's 8% of the time. So, it's this year will be no different, and nothing will change until we get new owners. So, but I do think we did need, even though it's irrelevant in terms of winning trophies this year, Frank will get us to a much higher position than Ange would have done. And what's the point? What is the point when you see somebody get 60 from 66 games, get 78 points? What's the point of giving him your transfer budget, however big or small that is? It's just a waste of money, isn't it? It's just a waste of time. He had no system. There was no coaching. We were wide open every single week. He won a trophy, bloody miracle, fantastic day in Bilbao. Thank you very much for that, Ange. But he only won it by going against his principles that he's had his whole life. And if you've read his books, he talks about his principles and how he sticks to his principles. Well, Ange, you bloody didn't, did you? You had to wreck your principles. You had to go against everything you've said your entire life to win the Europa League. So, you know, for me, sorry, guy was a bit of a fraud.
Can I just say, and Stel, you know, I say this on WhatsApp groups as well. Whilst I don't disagree with 50% of what Stel says,
yeah,
I don't like the way you merge it all together. That because people didn't want Ange, it means they don't understand what Levy's like. That's where I split it. I don't feel like, because I think Ange was the worst football manager I've ever seen in my life because of the number of games we lost and how tactically crap we were. And because I know that you 100% agree with me still, even though you've changed your opinion lately, you 100% agree with me because of the number of videos you did on this very subject of how tactically fucking dreadful he was, right? The fact that you agree with me on that, just because I wanted the manager change doesn't mean that I've fallen into the trap of Daniel Levy. It doesn't mean that suddenly I've gone, oh, Levy's got one over me. No, he hasn't. I know what Daniel Levy's like in the transfer market. I didn't expect that if Thomas Frank came in suddenly that Thomas Frank's going to be given world-class footballers. I've never said that. My point is, I can't watch Spurs every week playing the way we played under Ange Postecoglou, like Lubo said. I can't watch Spurs being tactically inept every single game. Now, I don't care if you shit out yourself to a final because you've abandoned all of your beliefs and your tactics and your ethos. That's fine, but that just goes to show that your general tactics and ethos were fucking dreadful to begin with, which they were. They were dreadful. He abandoned all of it to put 10 men behind the ball to win these games and win a trophy. Brilliant. You won a trophy. Thank you very much. But that doesn't mean I'm fooled by Levy's. And you keep saying to everyone still, you're all fooled by Levy. I'm not fooled by Levy.
No.
I'm not fooled by Daniel Levy. I don't believe Daniel Levy's going to do anything different this window to what he's done. But what I do know is if we've got Daniel Levy, which we have, and if we operate in the transfer market the way we do, that I want a coach coaching the players better. That's the difference for me. So when we say, oh, it doesn't make a difference what manager we have, it makes a huge fucking difference which manager we have. If we're talking about, well, nothing matters other than winning a trophy, then that means still that you don't give a shit about 46 of the games we start this season. That means you don't care about the 8 Champions League games and the 38 Premier League games. So I agree with 50% of what you say. The other 50%, I think, is just point scoring because you wanted to be so against Daniel Levy that you jumped on the side of Ange Postecoglou at the last second because it gets more points against Levy. You know, I know, Lubo knows, Alex knows, Brian knows, Chris knows, Ellie knows, everyone in the chat knows. Ange Postecoglou was fucking dreadful. Every one of us knows it. You know, everyone on the panel knows, I know that none of the players were progressed. We all know that he did nothing for the youth. We all know that he did nothing for the Mikey Moores, for the Archie Grays, for the Don, for whoever it may be, he did nothing for them. So for me, what we've got to stop doing here is lumping everything into one conversation. Over here is the conversation about the managers on the left. Right? Ange versus Frank. I want Frank all day, every day, and a month of Sundays. Daniel Levy is the other conversation. Well, we can't do anything. He's here. We know what he's going to do. But if we are going to buy these average footballers, if we are going to have these poor windows, I want a coach that can coach these footballers rather than Ange Postecoglou with this wide open, kamikaze, chaotic, 2-man at the back football system. So I just don't quite get it when you say you've all been fooled again. I don't think any of us have been fooled again. We all know Daniel Levy still. We all get him. We just don't want Ange as the manager. So when you put the two together, I feel like that's where you lose your argument on it all. None of us are putting the two together. We understand Levy. We didn't want Ange. Two separate subjects. Isn't that fair?
No. I replied to everything you guys have said.
Why?
I'll tell you why. I made notes. I was taking notes as you guys were speaking. So, first of all, Lubo, I don't think Ange can win the Champions League if he stayed. I don't think any manager at Spurs can win the Champions League under this chairman. And to Rob in the chat, who keeps saying on my channel, I said Ange would win the Champions League. Can you go and clip that video and put it in the comments here so we can all see it? Because it never happened. You won't be able to post that clip. I've just challenged you. Prove me wrong, but you won't. Regarding Ange, I agree. His tactics are woeful, suspect, game management. I totally agree. And you're right. I made about 50 videos on it. But what he did, winning that trophy, whether you want to call it easy, should be winning it, whatever we want to say about it, he did it under this ownership. Sure. And for me, any manager that can win trophies under this ownership deserves a crack at it for next season to see what he can do. Now,
with 26 defeats, he showed what he can do.
Yeah, but he also shows he can win a trophy. So it all comes down to Savva, hold on. Let me finish my point.
Hang on, we're going to debate this now. But this is the problem. You only talk about trophy when the league campaign is everything weekly. So, yes, he showed he could win a trophy because he played god-awful fucking football teams. But in the Premier League, where he played proper football teams, still, he showed he can't win games of football, and he loses more than he wins.
Conte, Pochettino, Mourinho had easy cup games, and they lost them.
Nothing to do with them.
No, but it is because you're using easy games to justify his trophy, and I'm saying Pochettino, Conte, and Mourinho lost very easy cup games when they had a chance to win a trophy.
But they didn't lose 22 Premier League games.
Yeah, what you're doing there is you're trying to point score, like you said I am. You're trying to point score to dismiss his trophy success. Every other manager at this club had an opportunity to win a trophy, and they didn't do it. The league? Because, and this is the point I was trying to make, it comes down to what kind of fan you are. If you're a fan that you want to go every week, see winning football, be entertained, and hope that something comes at the end of it in terms of glory, then you're going to say exactly what you said. And most fans are going to sit with your argument. They're going to say, yeah, I agree with Savva. For me,
you agreed with me for 2 years, by the way. Just so you know, I'm putting it out there to everyone watching. Stell agreed with everything I've said for 2 years. 90 minutes changed his entire opinion. Just so you know,
I said, and I'm going to put out there.
I've never changed my mind. You have, not me. I've never changed my mind.
Correct. I changed my mind because I'm going to put out to everyone watching. I never believed Ange could win a trophy, and all the times I agreed with Savva, I always. Maybe not every show, but often I said, this guy's winning nothing. This guy hasn't got what it takes. This guy's going to get it wrong. This guy's going to get found out.
Hasn't got what it takes. So the league ain't got what it takes.
Okay, but we're talking about trophies, right? Now, you're
talking about trophies.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point, Savva. If you're a fan that focuses on the league and every week, then fans are going to agree with you. And most fans, like I've said, they're going to agree with you. For me, it's all about trophies because I don't believe in a million years anyone's going to manage this club under Levy and win a league title or a Champions League. I just don't think it's possible.
Agreed.
So the best we can hope. So the best I can hope for as a fan, just win me a cup.
Sure.
And on that basis, on that basis, I want a manager that can win a cup and proves it. And Ange did that. Ange did that. The others didn't. And that's why I take my position. This is why I say to myself now.
Hang on, Lubo. Let me and Stell go. Because otherwise everyone's getting. But still, those other managers didn't have to lose 26 games in a year to be able to beat AZ Alkmaar, Frankfurt, the worst Man U we've ever seen, and Bodo Glimt. So when we're going, oh my God, I can't believe what he done. Surely you understand, and the very fact that you've made videos about this very subject.
Yeah.
Still, I'm going to call it out. You made a video in January of 2025. So we're in this calendar year where you said verbatim, give me a Silva, give me a Frank, give me a Silva, give me a Frank, give me an Areola. This team needs coaching. You said that. I'm not making up. You said that. It's on camera. 6 months later, what's Frank won? Whoa, hang on. 6 months earlier, you're saying this is everything this team needed was a coach. 6 months later, You've completely flipped. And you know what? Ange just proved me wrong because he won the cup.
Yeah.
The problem is still, can I tell you the problem I've got with this stance? And everybody, it's only a football opinion. It's not personal, right? The frustrating thing for me is everything you said for 2 years was bang on. Everything you said for 2 years, I was firmly with you. I was there. I 100% agreed with you. He is a shit manager. He is a shit tactician. He hasn't coached anybody. The games are terrible. We did need a coach. Now, 6 months later, you're saying we don't need a coach. And the problem that you've got is you've gone so far to protect your position of Ange that you've gone away from the fact that you know we need a coach. You know we need a coach. Everyone on this panel knows we need a coach. The squad knows we need a coach. But you've belittled him. Every day you've belittled this guy. You've gone to the point of saying, oh, my God, yeah, he was at Bromby. You always win trophies when they don't. But you still said they do when they don't, right?
They have. They've won 3 trophies in the last 15 years.
3 and 15. Sure, that's not always. But you said...
And it's not Frank either. It's not Frank either was the point. And it wasn't Thomas Frank was the point I'm making.
You're sure he was there for like 2.5 years, right? But the point is...
the other years, other managers won trophies when he wasn't there. Sure, that's the point I was making.
Sure, but still...
You're saying sure, but it's fact.
Yeah, as I said sure. But the problem is, if we're going to go by... You're so fixated on a trophy in a moment of time that you're like, if we keep Ange, he's shown he can win trophies. Well, cool. You've said we're not winning the league. You've said we're not winning the Champions League. So what you're saying is still, you're telling the whole world that you don't give a shit about 46 games that we're going to start next season. So you're saying the only 2 games of football you care about as a football fan is the League Cup first game we play and the FA Cup first game we play, right? Now, that's fine. But then that means...
No, Savva, I care about all games. No, I care about all games. I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No,
you can't tell me what I care about.
Very clear you don't.
You can't tell me what I care about. I care about all games.
But I can tell you what you care about because you've said all I care about is cups. So stick to it, right? No.
Stop. No. You take it out of context. No, that's not true. But you're saying things that aren't true. That's not fair.
You have said you don't care about the league.
No. What? Hold
you
on.
said you don't care about the
league. One minute, guys.
You said you want to finish bottom half and win a cup.
1 second.
You said you don't care.
1 second. 1 second here. What I say...
You've been called out here. You've been called out.
Let me finish. What I say and how you interpret it are 2 different things. What I've said is... let me finish. Let me finish.
I will.
What I've said is... Savva, let me finish. What I've said is, I don't care where we finish as long as we win a trophy. Of course, every week I want to see us win. But if we finish mid-table next season or 12th, but we win an FA Cup, I don't care. I've always been that way. I've always said I am one of those fans. The league position means nothing to me as long as you win a trophy. That's what I said. That's the context. So I do care about the league, but I will brush it to one side if we get a trophy at the end of it. That's what I said.
Okay.
Pretty different to what you said, right?
Okay. So let's use this example. So you're happy. I just want to clarify so that I don't get accused of gaslighting, right? In the chat, not you, people in the chat. So you're happy to finish 12th and win an FA Cup, just so I'm clear.
100%, yeah.
Cool. So don't complain at any point in any transfer window if you're happy to finish 12th and win an FA Cup. Because if you finish 12th, this club is not making any money, right? If you finish 12th and win an FA Cup, this club isn't making money. If you finish in the bottom half and don't and win an FA Cup, League Cup, don't complain when the bigger players don't want to join Tottenham Hotspur.
Because we've got the money. We've got the money.
No. Hang on. But we don't. This is the problem.
We spent 300 million under Ange without Champions League football.
Hang on. We don't still. This is the problem. Compared to the bigger clubs, you have to understand this. This is where football fans get so emotionally involved with win me a cup, right? We've won 1 cup in 17 years. We all know this and we can debate Levy and all that in a minute. That's fine. We're not talking about it right now, right? We've won 1 trophy. we finished 17th. And all those fans that sit there now and go, don't care that we finished 17th. Do you not think every player cares that we finished 17th? Do you not think every agent of all those players cares that we finished 17th? Do you not think they look and think, why am I going to join that club when they are happy to finish bottom half? Right? All of these things factor into when we want Daniel Levy to go and buy better players. These things are a factor. They're a factor. So when we're going, right, you said, give Ange, he deserves another crack. Another crack at what? The league, where he lost 34 of 66 league games.
So do you not prioritise trophies then?
It's not about prioritising trophies. I'm not like you.
What do you prioritise then?
I want Spurs to go into every game winning. I'm not one of these fans, and you've worked for.
As a fan, what do you want though, Savva? What do you want? Is it nice football? Is it to win trophies? Is it everything? What do you want?
No, it's not about everything, because what you're trying to do, I get this. You're trying to put.
No, I'm trying to understand you as a fan. No, I'm trying to understand you as a fan, because I've told you as a fan, all I care about is trophies. I've made my bed. I've told the whole world I only care about trophies, nothing else. I will watch football.
I understand that. I understand you still. I understand that you care about only trophies, but this is the point of it all, right? So when I've got people in the chat going, oh, still spitting facts, it's all about trophies. I get it. As a football fan, if you're asking me as a football fan, what do I care about? I only care about trophies, right? But if you're asking me as a football fan, and someone like you, Daigle is exactly the same. Sorry to drag you into this, Brian Daigle, but I'm not going to cuss you. I'm just saying, right? Lugo is the same. If we all want to talk about Daniel Levy's the devil, Daniel Levy doesn't sign these top players, right? Then don't care. Yeah, you have to care if we finish bottom half. You have to, because whether you like it or not, whether I like it, whether you like it, Lubo, Chris, whoever, footballers care. Footballers will look at where you finished. And if you haven't got the big pull, i.e. Man United, you could screw your face up. This is fact. Man United have big pull. They go out there, they can get the big players. They're a massive club with a worldwide
they pay the wages. They pay the wages.
Not just the wages. Still, this is the problem. It's not.
Look at the wages in Buemo and Cunha have just been paid. Look at the wages they've been put on. It's always the wages.
I'm not saying it's not, but still, if you're going to ignore how big Man United are as a brand in the world, that's crazy.
No, I'm pointing out how you're ignoring the wages is the biggest factor.
No. Still, I've just said, I'm not ignoring it. Still, you've got two of these. You just heard me say wages are important.
The point is, you're making a bigger issue out of finishing 17th. We finished 17th once in 20 years. Sure. One bad season, 17th, does not change how players look at us. It doesn't. Savva, we finished 5th last year. Tell me who we signed.
Mate, I agree, but the problem
so league position means nothing, doesn't it?
No. Hang on.
We finished 5th. Nobody wanted to join us. Solanke, woo! Timo Werner, hey!
Hang on, but when you're...
It's not about league position, Savva. It's about us willing to pay the transfer fee and pay the salaries. That's what it's about.
Okay, but when fans like you condone finishing 17th, you've said you condone...
Only if you win a trophy, Savva. Only if you win a trophy.
Right. Either way, listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
17th last year in a trophy. 12th next season in an FA Cup.
Yeah.
Do you truly believe the better footballers out there in the world are looking and going, that's where I want to join? That's where I want to join.
Right.
I want to join a team that finished 17th and then 12th. Do you believe that?
If we continually finish 12th, 13th, 17th, 16th, if we every season finish there, then I agree with you.
You're condoning it. But you're condoning it.
I don't believe that will happen, Savva. I don't believe that's going to happen.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
So that,
right?
Look, for me, I don't think we'd win the FA Cup and finish 14th. I think we finish top 8 and win the FA Cup. So I don't see us finishing 17th, 15th. I'm saying Andrew get us relegated. I don't think he will. I really don't.
I agree with that. Me and you agree on that point.
All right, fair enough.
Me and you agree on that. Hang on. Still, me and you agree on that. I don't think it doesn't matter who the manager is. We're not getting relegated. I completely agree with you on that.
Oh, fair enough.
But you also agree, right? What frustrates me about the change that you've had in your opinion, everyone's allowed to change their opinion. What frustrates me is all year, you never once mentioned oh, Ange's down tools for the cup. You said this is a disgrace. This is abysmal. This is terrible. The coaching's terrible, right? Then we get to the stage where Ange deserves another crack, right?
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you what would change if Ange was still here? And obviously this is mute because he's gone. If Ange was still here, what changes in his coaching and his approach to football that means next year Spurs would have been different than we were the last 2 years under him? What changes?
I don't know. I don't know if he would, Savva. My argument was he deserves a go at it. That was my argument, because he's proven he can win. Because he's proven he can win under this wretched regime where every other manager fails repetitively for 25 years.
He's also proven he can finish the worst ever Premier League season we've ever had when no other manager under this wretched regime did that.
Yeah. And if you care about that, you're going to point that out. But if you care about that he won the trophy more, you're going to point that out like me. Like I said, I'm one of those fans.
Why didn't you say this the day of the final?
Because I never believed Ange would win a trophy, Savva. I said it. I never thought this guy...
Hang on, you didn't believe the day of the final we could win it?
No, the day of the final, yeah. Well, I wasn't on YouTube. I was in Bilbao. I wasn't on YouTube.
No.
I predicted, Savva. I said we were going to lose to Frankfurt away. I predicted we're going to lose to Bodo away when all you lot said to me, no, we're going to beat Bodo. I said, no, we're going out. There's no way we're going to beat Bodo. I said he was going to lose the semi-final and the quarterfinals. I got it wrong. I'm admitting I got it wrong about him in the cup.
Sure, but the problem is you got it wrong then and you've got it wrong now about Ange. You're talking about wanting...
No, he proved me wrong. He proved me wrong. He deserves a crack.
Still, the world has seen you make 1,000 videos for the last 2 years.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Right? I agree.
So let me ask you then, what changed? Like, do you know the video I'm talking about of what you did in, I think it was December or January, right?
I went apeshit the day Werner signed a second time. I went apeshit.
No, not that.
I remember all my videos.
I'm going to tell you the video it is. There's a video where you, after the Wolves game, I think it was after the Wolves 2-2 game. I think we were winning 2-1.
Is that when I interviewed my friend that came over?
You interviewed somebody. And
someone that came over. Yeah.
But you sat there and you said, what, word for word, this team is screaming out for a coach, an Iriola, a Frank, a Silva. Blah, blah. Now, 5 months later, you're trying to tell the world, what's he won? Well, hang on. You didn't say that about any of them in January when we said we needed a coach. What changed?
Ange proved me wrong and won a trophy under this regime.
Sure. Brilliant. I love that you answered that like that. That doesn't change the coaching. So what changed from this team needing a coach?
It does because he changed his methods to win it. He changed his methods to win it, Savva. He ditched Ange.
His methods. You mean he put 10 men behind the ball?
He ditched Ange ball. Lubo said it earlier. He ditched Ange ball. He did. He stopped playing Ange ball. But he proved he could adapt to win a trophy.
No, hang on. Still, this is what gets me. You're a seriously qualified football coach. I know how seriously qualified you are. Yeah. Right? You know there's a difference between adapting how you play and sticking 10 men behind the ball and not trying to attack.
See you later on, guys. Sorry, Sam. I've got to go. Leave you out. Right? Still, good luck with this. I love you dearly, but you know when it comes, I haven't been fooled by Levy. I will never be fooled by Levy. I love Thomas Frank, and I've wanted him for ages. We never get the good players in anyway, regardless if Andrew had been here, Pep had been in. It's always Levy. I'm actually more pissed off than more people are going mad at Levy and are actually giving more heat towards Thomas Frank when it should be all aimed at him up the top. But still, I do love you dearly. You know that. Everyone have a great evening. And as always, Levy out.
So still, this is the point. Big up to Daigle. Please all subscribe to Tottenham on Tour. Hang on, let me put myself there and hang on. Sorry. There we go. So what we're saying is because he put 10 men behind the ball against Frankfurt away and Man United in a final, which, let's be fair, was fucking embarrassing against this awful Man United team that we put 10 men behind the ball and defended for 90 minutes.
When we lost all three of our attacking mids as well, yeah?
Sure, but that doesn't mean you have to put 10 men behind the ball and defend for 90 minutes.
Mate, anyway. Savva, you've said for the whole year, just like I have, without Maddison, there's no creativity.
Sure,
we had no creativity, none.
Sure, but that doesn't mean you have to I never ever once said you have to put 10 men behind the ball for 90 minutes, right?
Well, we can't create. So what's the point? We can't create.
Right. Okay. So we're saying on the basis of this manager putting 10 men behind the ball for 90 minutes against Man United, who battered us in that final, by the way, battered us from pillar to post, right? And we defended our way to win it. Brilliant, great, thank you, love it, we won the trophy. But on the basis of that 90 minutes, that made you change your mind that this entire squad needed a coach. Is that what you're telling me?
It made me change my mind that the one thing you can't teach people, you can't teach it, is to be a winner. You can't coach it. You've either got it or you don't. And this guy proved to me he can win. And that is something you can't coach. I've worked with coaches so damn good, but they're not winners. Chris Ramsey is one of the best coaches you've seen. He developed Kane. He developed Eze. He's an immense coach. I've met him. I've worked with him for a very, very brief period of time. He's immense. Tell him to take over a team and win, he falls apart.
Sure.
Can't get it. Can't do it.
Can I jump in?
See, Pep Guardiola is a great coach and a great manager. He's got both.
Okay. So off the back of that, you're telling me...
Savva, if we hired Glasner, I wouldn't be having this conversation. I wouldn't. If we hired Glasner, I'd say, do you know what? I know he can coach, but he's proven he can win as well. I wouldn't be doing this.
Still, do you know what's disingenuous about this? And this is I'm going to tell you something that you very well know, but mug him off anyway. And I heard you talking about him the other day, and the disrespect was fucking shambolic, my friend. The disrespect for a manager that has done as well as he has at a club as low as Brentford was just shambolic. And you know it, and you know you should be embarrassed of what you did.
No. Right? I said he hasn't won it. I said he's not a winner. I said he's a good coach, but he's not a winner.
Still, he's been at Brentford for 7 years. Let me ask you a question. At what point in that 7 years did you tip Brentford to win anything?
Never.
Right. Why not?
Because it's Brentford.
Right. Because it's Brentford.
Yeah.
So in that very fact that you've just answered that question like that, that's the very same stick you're using to beat him. If you actually look pound for pound,
because I never tipped Crystal Palace to win anything because it's Palace. Yet Glasner won an FA Cup with them.
Sure, but this is Brentford.
So the point is, prove me wrong, and I'll change my mind about you. If Thomas Frank won the Championship, which he didn't, he had 3 chances at it. So if Thomas Frank won a Carabao Cup with Brentford, I would change my mind that he's a winner. I'd say this guy can win.
But I saw that. And all that told me was, and this is the embarrassing thing for me, is I just sat there watching that video going, Stell has not done his homework on any of this. This is the problem. When you're so dead set, because you were so much about Ange and you used Ange.
No, I just want a winner, Savva. I want a winner. If Ange went and Glasner came, I wouldn't be doing this because I'd say Glasner's a winner. Glasner can win.
Sure. But
this isn't about Thomas Frank, guys. This is about I want a winner. This is
massively about Frank.
No. It's about me wanting a winner under Levy and Enoch. I want a winner.
Hang on.
No, I'm not mugging him off. I said Thomas Frank will do a good job. But I don't think he's going to win anything, Savva. I don't think he's going to win anything.
Hang on.
I don't want top 6. I don't want top 6, top 8, any sort of finals. I want a winner.
We're debate, Lubo.
Still, we had Conte and we had Jose.
Yeah.
And they top winners.
Yeah.
Different level to Ange, I'm sure you admit.
Yeah.
Two of the very, very best.
Yeah.
The only club they didn't win at was Tottenham.
Yeah.
So it's irrelevant whether we have a winner or we don't have
it. It is because, hold on, who told Mourinho to pack his bags 5 days before a cup final?
No, I'm just saying to you, it's irrelevant whether we get a winner or not.
So he was on course to winning. He was the winner that is Jose was on course to winning. He was on course to doing it. This is why I want a winner at this club because I've experienced. Guys, Savva, do you know what? Hold on. You did a video. I made a note of this. You did a video 2 years ago called Savva's Daily Thought. Because I had to do some homework recently on everyone's YouTubes, right? Not just you. And on your video, you said, this was 2 years ago, We've been waiting too long for a trophy, and we can't turn our nose up at a Conference League trophy or any trophy.
Yep.
Fast forward 2 years, and wins a trophy, and we're like, get him out. Suddenly it's about 17th.
So, Stel, do you know what? I love what you've tried to do there, but you've absolutely failed miserably. I've not turned my nose.
I'm pointing out how you said something, and then
Stel,
it's not as important anymore now. Whereas back then you said it's it's everything.
No, Stel, you're doing that thing again. No one's turned their nose up at the trophy. I've turned my nose up at how fucking awful a manager this man was. Right?
He won.
The same. Stel, but we don't only play cups. This is the problem.
But we're not going to win the league, Savva. What do you care? We're not going to win it.
Let me talk. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't say we're going to win the league, but what I love is how fans like you go, well, we don't win the league, so the league don't matter. It's fucking nonsense. If that is the case, then why have you bitched and moaned like I have about him for 2 years?
Because I never thought he could win a trophy. I told you.
No. Hang on. I'll tell you why you've bitched and moaned about him like I have, like Lubo has, like Box Office has, like Ellie has, like Chris has. Because you know he's a shit manager. Because you know that the day-to-days, the basics, and still you're a coach. You know more than anyone. He has not coached these players.
I agree.
Let me finish. This football team is not coached in any way, shape, or form. This year was great. We had the Europa League to fall back on, and it was a very easy Europa League. Next year, the year that you said he deserves more chance, this guy's not got the Europa League. Thomas Frank doesn't have the Europa League to fall back on. He's got the Champions League. This guy doesn't get to rotate his players on a Saturday to a Wednesday or whatever days they play. This guy has got to put his best team out in both games. Your guy, the guy that you decided to back at the very last minute so that you could hate Levy more than you do. We all know what you did. Let's be fair. I'll call it out. We all know what you did. You tied your flag to the mast because you knew it would be popular to hate Levy because he sacked a fan.
No. I said Anjin the day after. Absolutely. Nothing to do with Levy. Don't do that. Don't mislead people. That's not true. What happened, Savva. You're trying to spin it now to serve your argument. No. You hated him. I don't change your argument, right?
You hated him.
I never. I know what you're doing now, right? I never backed Ange because I never asked you if you flip-flopped 2 years ago from what you said about trophies being everything.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Do you want me to bring up the video? All right, Savva. My argument. Hold on. No. Let me answer what you said. Let me answer what you said. You listen as well. You listen as well.
One at a time.
Okay. You listen as well.
I said.
Savva, let me answer what you just said. Let me reply to what you said. Right.
I said we can't turn our nose up at trophies. I'm not turning my nose up at trophies. I'm turning my nose up at how fucking shit he is as a manager.
But you never mentioned league positions back then. You didn't give a shit.
But this isn't about a league position. This was about lose nearly.
It is. You keep mentioning 17.
We lose nearly every week. Nearly every week we lose.
Savva, hold on one second. Right. The point I'm making is, I have massive reservations about Ange as a coach. I have got massive
because you suck him off every day.
Let me finish. I have massive reservations. I have massive concerns. I have said this. On We Are Tottenham TV 2 weeks ago. I said it on my channel on Monday and the Monday before. But he has proven to me, and this is a personal thing, that he can win under this wretched regime. For me, it's about winning trophies, nothing else. I don't believe he'll get us relegated. I don't believe we'll finish close to relegation again. I don't.
But still,
but under this manager, hold on, guys. But under this manager, the guy that I bashed for 2 years, he can't do this right. He can't do that right. He's proven, though, he can find a way to lift the trophy. And for me, I put that above anything else. It's why I was so angry that Mourinho got sacked before a cup final. And I repeat to everyone watching this show who isn't listening to what I'm saying, if Glasner got this job, I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying. I would have said, you know what?
What would Glasner do this year that Frank can't?
Glasner won a trophy. Again, he did it at Frankfurt. He did it at Palace.
What would Glasner do this coming season that Frank can't?
I think Glasner's got a much higher chance of winning a domestic cup.
So, okay.
If he can win the FA Cup with Palace, I think he does it with Tottenham.
Sure. Okay. So what we're banking, so you're banking, all of your opinion is banked on the fact that because Glasner's won a trophy, that Tottenham Hotspur could win the League Cup or FA Cup under Glasner.
Well,
Glasner's won. Banking your entire opinion on.
Glasner's won trophies, not trophies.
That's not what I asked. I understand. Still, you know I do my homework. I know everything Glasner's done in his career.
Okay,
that's not
so
what I asked.
Because he's won trophies everywhere he's been, I think he'll do it at Tottenham as well. Yes, I do.
Okay, so this season coming, if Glasner had joined, we would win the FA Cup or League Cup, and we just disregard Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool, Chelsea,
if not Savva, if not this season, next season. This season, next season, yes. I never said. No, hold on, 1 minute.
Frank.
Well, 1 minute. I'm not saying 100%.
Whatever he's been either. Let's be accurate.
I'm not saying he 100% will, but I would have much more confidence in him doing it over Frank.
Why?
Much more. Because he's proven it.
Sure, because he's been at better clubs than Brentford.
And Tottenham's better than Brentford, so he'll do it here.
Yeah, but so I could use the same argument. Tottenham are better than Brentford, so why can't Frank do it here?
Because Frank's never proven it.
Yeah, but still, you're a very intelligent human being with coaching badges. Pound for pound, there isn't a better manager in the country with the resources they've got to the points they've got than Thomas Frank. So why isn't Glasner?
If you care about,
hang on, let me finish. So pound for pound, why has Glasner not got the most points per salary ratio that Frank has? If he's better than Frank, why? Pound for pound.
If you focus on league table, then yes, Frank's better. But if you focus on trophies, he's not. I'm not looking at league table. I keep saying this. You're focusing on league table. I don't care about league table. I care about trophies, Savva.
So what we're going by,
Sorry, 1 second. I'll be back. 1 second. Sorry. I am listening. Sorry.
So what we've gone by here is Glasner's won an FA Cup with Palace, and now all of a sudden that means that everything Frank's achieved. Can I just say this? This is what absolutely drives me mad about this opinion, right? We're just dismissing the league that is every club's bread and butter. We're literally dismissing all the body of work that Frank has done pound for pound with Brentford. Now, I'm going to go back to when you absolutely bashed him for not winning the championship. Do you realise when Frank took over at Brentford, Brentford were one of the favourites to get relegated from the championship? That doesn't get mentioned. What you chose to mention was he didn't even win the championship. Brentford getting promoted was unbelievable. They had hardly any budget, hardly any wages compared to the big clubs in the championship. He got them up. And your problem was he didn't win the championship.
Correct.
Everyone was...
He's not a winner.
But still, they weren't even meant to be getting promoted. They shouldn't have won the championship.
Crystal Palace weren't supposed to win the FA Cup with Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool, and everyone else in the league. They did it.
Okay. So again, what we're doing here is your entire opinion. This is where your credibility is about to be shot to pieces.
No, it's not. Everything you've said, I've thrown it back at you. My credibility is intact.
Yeah, but you've lost massively. If everything...
No, in your eyes. In your eyes, yeah.
Your credibility is all based on Crystal Palace winning an FA Cup.
No, that's an example of how a club that isn't big can win a trophy, just like Leicester and Wigan and Portsmouth did. Harry Redknapp won the FA Cup with Portsmouth. Why? Because he's a winner. He's a winner.
Aaron won and Mark Hughes has won. Do you want them as manager?
They're winners.
This is mad.
They're winners. They're winners.
So, do you want Roberto Martinez as our manager still? Because he won the FA Cup.
By his opinion, he does. Stell wants all these managers. Stell, do you want Steven Gerrard at Spurs?
Right, guys.
Stell wants Steven Gerrard at Spurs.
Hold up. Now you're being silly. I get it. You've got to try and make this sound silly. I want a proven.
You said it. He's a winner.
No. I want a proven winner. Someone that wins one trophy in their life. You can get lucky. Like Di Matteo. Let's be honest. He inherited an amazing Chelsea team. It wasn't that hard for that team to maybe win a trophy because Chelsea were an amazing crop of players. Ange has won trophies everywhere he's gone now.
Because he's been at shit clubs, yeah.
Sure, whatever excuse you want.
It's not an excuse.
Glasner won. Glasner won.
Saying that for
Glasner won. Yeah, and he proved me wrong. I keep saying it to you. This year he proved me wrong. Glasner won in Germany.
You made that.
No, because it happened. Because it happened, Savva. We won it in Bilbao. He did it. Glasner won in Germany.
Shit teams, yes.
And Conte, Poch, all these managers, they couldn't beat the shit teams to win a trophy.
Sure, because at the same time they were losing every week in the Premier League still.
Because they prioritised the league like you wanted, where I want trophies ahead of league table, Savva. This is where we disagree. They did.
So can I tell you something that's disingenuous?
Poch mugged off the domestic cup. He mugged it off.
On the panel.
He mugged it off. Come on.
I'm going to ask everyone in the panel in the chat.
Stop. Please, let me talk, please.
No, Lubo, hang on. When people are having a debate, let them debate.
An interview. Hang on. Well, let me just answer this bit. Still, I've been catching up on Spurs for the last week, right? Ange was talking about getting up the league in February. He was on Match of the Day being interviewed. I want to get us up the league. So all this shit about he mugged it off at the end of Jan, it's crap.
It's bullshit.
He said,
I'll record it and send it to you still. If you want to see it, I'll clip it.
Look at the team. Look at the team he fielded in the last 5 games and stop these lies. He didn't even play his strongest squad. We were on this channel arguing why Man United and Chelsea playing their strongest squads when they've got cup games and we're not. He mugged it off, man.
Hang on. I'm going to ask the question. Stell's going to prove me wrong here. Stell's going to prove me wrong. Stell's going to prove me wrong. Stell, please show me one video, one comment, one post that you've ever done prior to the final where you said he has deprioritized the league to win the Europa League. You know what? I streamed with you nearly every day that year, and not once did you say it. Not once. Let me finish. You championed how bad this guy was. You mocked how bad his league form was. You asked in January for Frank Silva Iriola. Now, hang on. Now that he won the Europa League, everyone can see that you've now suddenly magically had this epiphany that, oh, but everyone can see he mugged off the league. It's bollocks. You've lied. Everyone can see it. You didn't.
Now you're lying. No, you're the liar. Now I'm going to call you out. Now you're a liar. Yeah. I will. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now.
Show me. I don't want to hear it. Show me.
Okay. Go on to your show. Go on to my show. When we lost to Crystal Palace, and
no. I'm talking about not 3 games before a final. I'm talking about. January
you said show you. You said show. Okay. What specific date?
Not January onwards.
Which one is it, Savva? Now you're moving the goalpost because I've got you. I've got you. I've got you.
Stell.
Now you're moving the goalpost.
Stell. Not 2 games before the final. You said he deprioritized from January or February, whatever you said, right?
I said that once he won it.
Yeah. Brilliant. Sunday morning quarterback. Yes.
Because I never thought he'd win it. And when we played Crystal Palace and we lost,
you're able to make an opinion.
All you're doing is seeing it, trying to make me look like an idiot, and I don't get to reply to any of it. When we played Crystal Palace and we lost,
you do look like an idiot because you've lied for 2 years.
That's what you're trying to do, and I'm able to respond to actually make out that what you're saying isn't quite fair. What happened was
it's very fair.
In your eyes, yeah. When we lost to Crystal Palace...
No one can find me proof of you saying it.
As soon as I speak, you jump in. Let me speak.
Sure.
Right. When we lost to Crystal Palace, Savva, and when we lost to Aston Villa away, both of those games, we lost...
before the final. Brilliant.
Was it 2-0 to Villa we lost? Was it 2-0? Whatever, 2-0, yeah. I think, or 2. Right, those 2 games we lost, on your show and on my show, I was saying there's no right or wrong. You either go strong and build momentum for the final, or you rest your players to protect them. For me, this is what I'm talking about. And for me, what I said
you were talking about all season. That's my point.
Let me finish my point. And what I said was, there's no wrong or right. We will find out who's right in the cup final because Man United have gone strong and we haven't. In the final, we will see who's right. and it turned out we were right. And that's what I said, Savva. Now, did I say this? I'm gonna 1 minute, 1 second. Did I say this in February and March? No, I did not. Not even close.
Believe it in February, March, or April.
Because I didn't believe Ange was going to win the trophy. I thought this was bullshit.
Oh my gosh. People aren't silly still. There is a huge difference between you not believing we can win a trophy to suddenly changing your argument that from February or January onwards, he deprioritized the league.
If I didn't think we were going to win the trophy,
I'll let you finish.
Because you're disingenuous.
I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish. Right? Not once, January, February, March, or April, did anyone here still say, we've deprioritized the league. Don't worry, everybody. He's a good coach. If he does this, I want him. What they heard you do was make video, like me, by the way, video after video after video of why he's shit. During that time that you now claim he deprioritized, you made a video saying, we need a coach. If ever we need a coach, we need this guy. So, yeah, it's brilliant that you can turn around and go 2 games before the cup final. 2 games before the cup final, you think he deprioritized. What about the 18 months before still? Did he deprioritize for 18 months to win the Europa League?
No, I never said that.
So what was wrong with him before that then?
He wasn't doing a good job, Savva. I've said that.
He's not done a good job.
He has. He won a trophy.
He lost 26 games last season.
Who gives a shit? He won a trophy and got us back in the Champions League. Who cares?
I don't care. Shit. You did all year.
Yeah, I care about trophies, Savva. I never thought he'd do it.
You gave a shit all year.
Because, do you know what?
We all watched you.
You're not listening at all, bro.
I am.
You're so deep into your argument. You're not listening.
The evidence is there.
I've repeated, and what I've said, I've repeated 5, 10, 20 times. You ignore it.
The evidence proves you wrong.
No, you're not listening. I never believed. No, you're not. Then listen again, and hopefully this time it stinks.
No, we heard that.
I never believed he would win it. I never thought he had it in him.
Doesn't change that he's a shit coach.
No, but it changes that he's a winning manager.
It doesn't make any difference.
Hold on a
I know,
minute.
Lubo, it's hard work. Everyone on YouTube has watched.
You just can't handle that I'm able to change my view because he proved something to me that I never thought was possible. I don't care if no one agrees with me. I don't care if the whole YouTube world hates me. I don't give a shit. My life isn't impacted by this show, my show, YouTube. I come on here with a smile on my face. I just want a manager that wins. I want a winner, and he proved me that he could do it. He proved me he could do it.
Hold on. Right, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Let me say something here. Let me say something, right? Ange Postecoglou has got his coaching badges. He is a coach. He's got his coaching badges, like Frank, like Glasner. He's won everywhere he's gone, right? It doesn't make an excuse that he played that type of football, which I didn't like. I hated the way he played football, and that's why I wanted him out. Not because he won a trophy, not because he... I'm with Stell on the fact that he won us a trophy, right? He won us a trophy. That's the most important thing under this regime, because this regime don't give a shit about winning trophies. They don't.
So, Ellie, what about all those people who pay to go every week?
Play pretty football like Poch did, because Poch did play beautiful football, but he didn't get us over the line.
He also didn't lose 26 games in a year.
He lost a lot of bloody games away in one season. We didn't win.
So we're now gonna bash Poch. We're now bashing Poch.
I'm just saying, don't bash Ange as much as you do, because he won us a trophy. He proved that he's a winner.
And did you enjoy watching Spurs every week?
No, I didn't. That's why I wanted him out.
Ellie?
That's why I wanted him out. I didn't like the football.
So you wanted him out, I want him out, but you're telling me off.
This is the scenario, right? If we played beautiful football like Poch and won...
It's not about beautiful football.
But we didn't.
It's not about beautiful football.
Winning football.
It's about losing 26 games.
I'd love to play beautiful football and be winners as well. But we've never done it.
That's not what this is about.
We've only done it under 3 managers.
This isn't what it's about. What argument is this?
I like watching good football, but I also like winning things, like Stel said.
Ellie,
okay, so did you want Ant to say?
Do you guys agree? Do you guys agree that winning trophies on a regular basis under this ownership is not sustainable? Do you two guys agree that?
Yes, I do.
Do either of you think that if Ange had been here this season, he would have changed his tactics? Number one, and two, he would have won a trophy.
No.
If he got
I think he would have won a domestic cup. Yeah, I do.
Why?
Yeah, if he got to a final, he would have changed his tactics.
Because with his shit tactics and with our squad that
he changed his tactics at Bodo.
Yes, because he didn't play anyone of note. Ellie,
why
he's
didn't
not
he win a domestic cup last season? Then?
He's a coach, though. He's got his coaching badge.
He's a shit coach.
No, he's not a shit coach. He's got shit tactics. That's different. That's different. You can be a very, very good coach. But
it's the same thing, Ellie.
You set up your team like you feel that that's the best chance you've got of winning. Because it's won for him everywhere he's gone. So he was
because
naive.
he's been in the best teams in shit leagues. Yes.
Yeah, he was naive. That doesn't make him a shit coach. It makes him
Ellie, let me ask you. So this is what I love about all of these fans that have flip-flopped. I love this.
I'm not flip-flopping.
Yes, you are.
I'm to stay.
I'm calling it out.
I said all along, no. I said all along, if Andrew's a Europe, he deserves to stay. I said it back in February that.
Sure, cool. Okay.
So it's not flip-flopping. I'm sticking to what I said.
Ellie.
Stop flip-flopping. Don't do that.
So you say he's a good coach. Okay, cool. Let's do this.
No, I said he is a coach.
Okay, so he's a coach, right?
He's coaching badges. He's proven like every other coach.
Let me get my question out, right? So this guy's a coach. He's got his coaching badges. Brilliant. So has every single manager in the 92 league clubs. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean a thing, right? If this guy is a good coach, please tell me, why did we go into every game for 2 years in the Premier League with inverted fullbacks, no defensive midfielder, 2 at the back, wide open, gung-ho, and in both seasons conceded a combined 126 league goals? At what point, Ellie, does your coach, who you think is a coach, look at that and go, I need to address these issues? Why didn't he then?
Bad tactician. The
Same
way
thing.
He sets the team up.
Same thing.
No,
same thing.
You can have your coaching badges, but you could be a bad tactician.
Okay, Ellie.
But that makes him a bad coach.
I'm saying he's a bad tactician.
Same thing. If you're, hang on, Luke, hang on.
If
you're a bad coach, if you're a bad tactician, you're a bad coach, Ellie.
Yeah, but it works for him in other leagues, so he probably thought.
Of course,
naively,
he was Celtic.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You and I could win the league at Celtic.
So, right. You know when something works for you, Savva, you go with it, don't you?
Yes, and then when it doesn't work, you change it.
Yeah, that's where I draw the line, because it wasn't working, right? And that's why I didn't like the way he played football.
You're condoning,
and that's why I wanted him out.
That watched for 2 years as his tactics didn't work, didn't change it.
No, they didn't always not work. Sometimes
yes, they did.
Work.
We lost 34 in 66. That's appalling.
Yeah, I get that, Savva.
Well, you don't.
You have to have balance. You have to have balance. He had some very good results as well. And he finished 5th the first season, right? And he took a team that would finish 8th with no European football.
Hang on.
He finished 5th and got us European football, and then went on to win that European trophy.
Okay, why did we finish
I want to have some
the year
balance
before?
Here. Sorry,
why did we finish 8th the year before?
There was lots of reasons why we finished 8th. It wasn't
right. Were we an 8th place team, or did we just have a shambolic end because of Mason, Stellini?
You can blame it on that.
Not wanting to be here.
Many reasons we finished 8th.
Okay, cool.
Many reasons.
But
he said when he came in, I've taken over quite a mess, he said.
Sure. So let me give you some stats.
He got fifth, so you've got to give him credit for that.
I'm not giving him.
He's not all. You can't. Like you give Frank credit for doing all the good things that he's done at Brentford, which I agree with. He has, right? Yeah. You've got to give Postecoglou credit for getting us fifth and getting us into Europe, and that has led us to the Champions League now.
Ellie,
so that's year, because of him.
Ellie, that year he absolutely flopped. We should have finished in the top 4.
Yeah, that's your opinion. We flopped.
No.
He still finished fifth.
Ellie, hang on. Hang on. Let me talk.
You always say this, Savva. You say that we have got a hell's chance of getting into that top 6 usually. Like that, this season, you're saying we're not going to finish top 6. We're not going to beat Aston Villa. We're not going to beat Newcastle. So you're already saying that Frankie's not good enough to finish in the top 6.
No, Ellie. I'm not doing this disingenuous bullshit. Bollocks. Fuck me. Let me. Hang on.
The top 4,
Ellie.
So we're not going to finish that high.
Ellie, you can't compare 2 years ago to this upcoming season. The teams are all very different. The teams have all bought different players, different managers. That's not how football works. You can't compare this year to 2 years ago, right? You are saying he's a good coach, right?
I didn't say he's a good coach. I said he's got his coaching badges.
So has Stell. Doesn't mean fuck all. So have I. Doesn't mean fuck all, right? Anyone can have their coaching badges. Ryan Mason has his coaching badges. Do you want him at Spurs?
I've got a coaching badge.
No,
there you go. So has Chris.
What level badges are you not at? Don't give me this level 1.
Hang on. Right,
I've got my first stage level 1.
I'm sorry. What I'm not doing is you judging what I've said about this upcoming season and basing. Let me talk. Let me finish my point.
Down a lot, though, Stad.
Let me finish my point. You are judging something I've said for the 25-26 season, right? And comparing it to the 23-24 season. Ellie, that's bollocks. You know it.
Yeah, maybe it is bollocks, but what I'm saying now, right? Frank has got a lot of work to do to get us up there. So what are we?
Hang on, let's go back to what you said. No, don't change it. You've just said. I'm
saying it now. He's got a lot of work to get us into that top 6.
Sure.
Top 6 is European football.
Sure. No one's disputing that Frank has got a massive job to do because the guy that you said is a coach has left us in a shambolic state. The guy that you are praising, the guy that still wanted to have another year.
He's given us Champions League football, for God's sake. That's not shambolic.
Ellie, I don't want to be. I don't want to be the voice.
Balance here.
Oh my God, let me finish.
There's balance.
Ellie,
he won us the European trophy, and he got us Champions League football. That is not shambolic.
Ellie. Now let me tell you something, right? Let me open your eyes up to what should be fucking obvious to an adult. Let me be brutally honest. There is a huge difference between winning a trophy and having a cup run and leaving the club in an absolute shit show. This squad has not been coached for 2 years.
So
this squad.
Let me talk.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
So you're discrediting all the coaches underneath. Oh my God!
Shut up. Let me finish my point.
There, don't go on. Finish your point.
Winning a cup doesn't mean that everything that's happened has not happened. Winning the cup doesn't mean he's left the squad well coached, well drilled, in a good position. What he's actually done is left the defence that can't stop conceding goals. What he's done is left the midfield that can't stop being wide open. What he's done is left a group of players that lose nearly every single week, right? So when you're saying he's left us in a great position, he's left the club in a great position for money-wise for the Champions League. The team that he's meant to be coaching, that he's meant to be drilling, that he's meant to be tactically working with, he's left in an utter shambles. Can you not see that?
I get that point about the league, yeah, but you're saying that every week we lost.
Nearly every week we did.
32 matches he won, 6 he drew. So that's 38 weeks we didn't lose. We actually got points.
That's made up completely.
No, it isn't, because we won 20 when the first season and we won 12 this season. That's 32 wins. And we drew 6. So that's 38 times that we got points. You're saying that he's totally
No, you don't play one game a week. Like, this is just made up.
No, we won 20 games his first season. We won 20 games.
I'm talking about this season, Ellie.
Yeah, I know you're talking about this season. But
we've just lost 26
He left us in a shambles
games.
in the league, but he won a trophy and he got us Champions League. So I'm bringing balance to this conversation.
You're not bringing any balance.
Yes, I am, because he's got us Champions League football.
So he's beaten
He's getting us millions of pounds into our club. We've lost.
Okay, so
we lost
now let's take it to the football. Now let's take it to the football. Has he left the football team in good shape?
It depends how you look at it. Because
no, it doesn't.
Has he left the football team in good shape? I'll tell you why. Because
this is fucking ridiculous.
Who was the coach underneath Postecoglou? Who's coaching?
What's this got to do with anything?
Matthew something, wasn't it? Matt
Wells.
What's this got to do with it?
Because he had other people. The manager is not the only responsible one.
Yes, he is.
Coaches. He wasn't allowed to bring his own whole coaching staff.
He didn't want to.
He didn't want to.
No, some of them he wanted, but he couldn't.
No, he didn't. Right. No, he didn't, Ellie. See, you're lying again. You're not telling the truth.
Please let me answer.
Celtic wouldn't let them come.
Lubo, Ellie's waffling now. She's not telling the truth.
Let me answer. Ellie, Ange doesn't take coaches with him from one club to another.
Exactly.
But I'm sure I read.
No, Ellie, trust me on this. And Ellie, Ange actually quoted and actually came out and said, when he first joined, he was asked this question because he had a good team at Celtic, and he said that he wants new people to learn the way he wants to play. He freshens it up. Yeah, that's what he does. And let me tell you, Ellie, word I was hearing was the coaches were telling him 18 months ago, change and adapt. And he didn't listen to anybody. He just told them, this is how I want the team coached. Go out and coach them. He is intransigent. He didn't listen to his coaches. When the medical team told him he was putting the players through the red zone in training, he didn't listen to them. No. He is completely intransigent.
This is all hearsay.
Lubo, that's nonsense. That's nonsense. Who told you that? Lubo, who told you that?
I spoke to a sports therapist before the Wolves game who knows people in the club.
I know people in the club, and I heard something different.
They were being pushed through the
very
red
different
zone.
to that.
The players on the pitch were being put through the red zone still.
Still, didn't take coaches where every club goes to.
Why did the medical?
Can I give the alternative version from what I heard in the club? I heard Ryan Mason was forced on him. It was non-negotiable. It was take him or not. Like you ain't got a choice. And as for Jedinak wasn't at his request. The club brought him in. Right. So there was two others that he did accept. It was the change of goalie coach, and there was I can't remember the other guy's name.
No, that's a different subject.
But what I'm saying is he was forced to have certain coaches that he didn't want.
That's not the point I was making.
He'd worked with Jedinak before in Australia, hadn't he?
He didn't want Jedinak. That was Scott Munn brought Jedinak in. He didn't want him, and that doesn't excuse it though. Because it doesn't excuse it though. Because if he was tough, he'd say no. That's not how I roll. Yeah. But he wasn't, and that's why I called him a yes man.
Spurs set up every week. What's that got to do with how tactically shit we are every week?
No, because
this is what I don't understand what this debate is even about.
No,
Ellie's brought in coaches.
Lose every week.
Still, Ellie's brought in coaches into this conversation, right? My point is, Spurs lined up. You know it, I know it, Chris knows it, Lubo. Everyone knows it. Spurs lined up every week for 2 years in the Premier League, exactly the same. At no point did he change it in the Premier League. At no point did he go, this doesn't work. I don't care about I don't care what you heard. I don't care what I heard. I don't care what Lubo heard. I don't care what Ellie read. I don't care what Chris knows. I don't care. What I care about is every time I watch Spurs play football under Ange, it was fucking horrific.
Yes, I don't disagree with you that though. I don't disagree with that.
So let me finish. Horrific all the time.
But Ellie, Tottenham Hotspur.
Ellie, when someone says, "Oh, we lose all the time," they don't mean literally every single game, right? It's just a
it's not every single game, though, Chris.
No one thinks that. We all know that that's not true.
I know Ellie's being pedantic.
4-0.
We lost. Ellie, we lost 22 league games. 22.
Every single week, you've got to bring balance to it.
Ellie, but you're being facetious.
All the time.
Ellie, no one's saying we lost every week. It's a saying.
I like his football half the time. Half the other time, I thought brilliant.
Not when it wasn't half.
Man City 4-0. That was incredible.
Ellie, it wasn't half though, was it?
November, wasn't it?
Yeah, because you said, well, how many games did we play? 60. You played 66 in the league.
No.
We got points out of 38 of them.
Ellie, last season.
Can we talk about why Tottenham Hotspur?
Every week we were losing. That's not a fact.
Hold on. Hang on.
Ellie,
we won 11.
I'm sorry, you're grown up.
I'm right here. You can't say that we lost every single week.
Oh my God. How do you not have any sense of common sense?
We didn't lose every week.
No one's saying we did.
Very good performances.
No one's saying we did.
We had shit performances, yeah.
Ellie,
we had some good ones as well.
Ellie, we won 11. Ellie, we won 11 and we lost 22. So we lost double the amount of games we won. Do you think that's acceptable for this club?
Of course it's not.
But you're justifying
What are you arguing about?
2 seasons.
Ellie.
If you put the whole 2 seasons together, right? He finished 5th. He got us the trophy. He got us Champions League. That is good.
And he lost 34 league games
that's the bad
in 2
side.
seasons.
I'm trying to bring balance. I'm trying to say he done good and he done bad. And when he was bad, he was very bad.
Right. And Ellie, we start this season without the Europa League, right? We're in the Champions League.
Yes.
Without the Europa League to fall back on, how do you think Ange would have done this season? Tell me.
Probably the same as Frank.
No. That's not the question.
Sorry. Why? Why probably the same as Frank?
Because we've got the same players.
Frank's a coach.
He's not going to create. He's not going to create miracles.
Is he for real right now?
Let's give him 1 season and then the next season. Remember, he's fighting a losing battle.
You don't think
we haven't even given him any new players?
You don't think that Thomas Frank is a better coach and will get us higher up the league than Ange Postecoglou?
No, I didn't say that. I said about the Champions League.
You just said that. You just said that.
No, I said about the Champions League.
I'm not talking about the Champions League.
It's not what you were asked.
He can get us high. Let's see if he can go one better than
Ellie. No. Ellie, how do you?
If he gets higher than 5th, I'll give him a lot of
shut up if he gets higher than 5th.
Right,
look at what he's been left.
What's Postecoglou achieved?
Ellie,
2 years ago. 2 years ago, this isn't the same year.
But you're judging Postecoglou over 2 years, aren't you?
Oh my gosh. Am I going mad here? Is Ellie not understanding that every year is different?
I'm bringing balance to the argument.
You bring fuck all balance.
No balance. You're just saying he's shit. When he's
because I watched us lose nearly every week. Yes.
We didn't lose nearly every week.
Well, 22 out of 38.
Seasons, and then you count all the European victories as well. He lost twice in the
yes, because we played absolutely nobodies in Europe. Yes.
Yeah,
when he played good teams,
in the bloody Premier League as well. They're rubbish, most of the teams. It's only 5 good teams in the Premier League.
And we finished 17th in all that rubbish.
We finished 17th.
All the rest of them are useless.
So you've just answered your question. You're
saying the Europa League. We were.
You know what I love? I love it.
In the Premier League as well.
I love it, guys. I love it when somebody.
Shit teams there as
I love it. Can you stop? I love it when somebody unwillingly destroys their own argument.
No, I didn't destroy my own argument. Thank you very much.
Let me finish. Ellie has said, "Oh my God, she
didn't destroy my argument. God. I'm saying there's shit teams in that league and there's shit teams in our league."
We finished 17th.
We finished 17th.
He got us over the line and won us a trophy in the shit league.
But we
either way, he was going to get us over the line.
Stop, does she?
He was never going to get us over the line and win us a trophy. A championship trophy, the title, was he?
And what's that got to do with anything?
Nobody's ever done it.
What? Can I ask a question? What? You know when you say things.
Like Stell said,
can I ask a question?
Do you want to win trophies? Or do you want to finish high up in the league? What do you want?
Can I ask a question? When you say things like that, do you realise that you've gone on a massive tangent and said something that is completely irrelevant to the debate? Who's talking about winning league titles?
But what do you want then? Do you want to finish 5th, 4th, 6th, or win trophies?
I don't want to finish 17th and lose 22 league games, Ellie.
Yeah, but if we finish 17th, right, and we won a trophy, and we've got Champions League, can't you praise that?
No, I can't. Because we lost 22 league games.
Yeah, criticise him. But he won us the trophy and got us the Champions League.
Yes, because he lost 22. Good. Oh, my God. You've asked a question. Let me answer it. Ellie, when you are manager of Tottenham Hotspur, you don't get to lose 22 league games and then be told he did good. 22 league games. This manager,
Birkinshaw was
in the 60s, 70s. I don't care. This has got to
stop.
In
the 70s. Yeah, it was in the 70s, sorry. But he brought us up.
Sure,
it's a stupid point, though.
Ellie, you've asked a question and then don't let me finish. You don't let anyone answer.
What is it about that?
It is a stupid point because if we're going to say that we can't judge anybody because Keith Birkinshaw took us down, so we just have to stick with managers that get us relegated.
They gave him a chance.
And never got us relegated. Why are you saying that? Why was it about relegation? We never got relegated.
If they didn't give Birkinshaw a chance, we might not have won those trophies.
So we have to give every manager, if they get us relegated, a chance, do we?
It can change.
Well, we never sack anyone.
Who can change?
It could have changed.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then.
Say he couldn't have changed.
Okay, all right. So,
not 100%.
Okay, all right. Oh my gosh.
That's he what I'm here to antagonise.
Oh my gosh.
I'm here to antagonise.
Stop laughing. It ain't funny, right? You've said.
I always laugh. I'm a funny character. I like to have a laugh. Look, what I was saying about Birkinshaw, right? If we didn't give him a chance, he wouldn't have been able to do what he did.
Ellie?
Yeah, but that doesn't excuse every manager ever for the rest
of the season. Is she ever going to stop?
Didn't win anything for 2 seasons, and then he started winning.
Please tell me when you finished.
Yeah, stop. You can talk. Go on then, talk.
I'm fucking embarrassed by this right now, right?
Why?
Everyone's saying he could change. I've asked this before then. So in those 66 league games, why did the man not change? He saw for 2 years that what he was doing was not working. He is a Premier League coach paid £5 million a year. When people are telling me he could have changed, why did he not change then?
Because the first season, right, he lost some games, but he won more, right? And he probably thought in his own head, because I finished 5th and got us European football, it started to work and he wanted to give it a chance.
Okay, so let me refute that then. So let me
working.
Let me tell you how that's not factually correct. So let me tell you how that's not correct, right? So again, if we're going to say things, please can we have the facts and evidence the right way round? What he actually saw was, after those first 10 games, it wasn't working. It went like that. It was horrible after the first 10 games. So I'll ask this question then. For the last 28 games of the season, he saw that his tactics didn't work. I will give you 28 games for your argument. For 28 games, he didn't change it. Why didn't he change it for season 2 then?
Because the players hadn't told him how to change it. The players told him how to adapt to the game.
Hang on.
I think in his own head, because he's a stubborn old man. Most Greek people are stubborn. Look at you instead.
Don't care about nationality. Answer the football question.
You're both stubborn.
How do I get dragged into that?
You're both stubborn Greek men.
Hang on. Hang on. Get back to the football point. Yeah, why didn't he change it after year 1?
He probably thought in his head, I'll give it another whirl and see if we can finish 5th again. And as soon as he saw that it wasn't working, then he should have changed it. He should have thought, right, had the big balls and said, this is.
Why didn't he?
But he didn't.
Yeah. Because he's stubborn.
But
okay,
now
which means he's not a good coach. Okay, let's get this correct. Let's get this correct. Ellie on the right hand.
There's a cracking point, isn't there?
Let's get this correct. Ellie on the right hand. Oh my God, I'm going to have to mute her in a second. Ellie on the right hand says he could change. Oh my God, please stop. Ellie on the right hand says he can change. Ellie on the left hand says he didn't change because he's stubborn. Which one is it?
Well, in his head, right, he's so stubborn that he probably thought it would work. So he could have changed it, but he didn't.
But she's not answering the question, is she? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not getting an answer.
In his head, right, he thought that he could work because he finished 5th the first season. He thought, look, 8 games I won, 2 games I drew.
Can you answer my question now? Can you answer the question I asked you?
Right, in his head, he probably thought it's going to work again, and I'll finish 5th.
But it didn't work for 28 games in the first season. So again, I ask you this. You've got a manager that for 28 games in season 1 didn't change. For 38 games in season 2 didn't change. You're telling me now he could have changed after telling me he was a stubborn Greek man. So why is he changing for season 3?
I'm not saying
you've got no answer.
I said
you've got no answer.
He could have changed. He could have changed.
We could all play a could have game, though, couldn't he?
Sure, but I'm asking you, why would he have?
And I could have won the lottery tonight. I ain't checked up yet.
I'm asking you why Ellie?
Europa Cup and it won him a trophy. He
might
have had an epiphany.
So Tottenham would have got into next season with 10 men behind the ball in every game because that's what won in the Europa League.
Yeah, but you know what, right? He got 5th with all that shit you're telling me that he did, right? He got 5th, right? So, and then he finished 17th. So you've got to bring balance to it. You've got to bring balance. You can't say...
But you're not answering the question.
You're playing the shit side of Ange.
No, I've asked a question. See, Ellie, what I love is because you're not able to give an answer, you're now changing it.
I'm saying I didn't give an answer. I said he could have changed, but he's so stubborn.
Hang on a sec, Ellie. Ellie, something you said. Mad. Something you just said. Hang on, something she just said.
Crazy.
Ellie, you just said that word that we did not have last season. Balance. There's got to be balance in it. And 17th in a cup ain't balance. If that's balance, then We're all
No, I'm not.
trouble.
I'm saying.
If he would have
I'm
got,
saying the
you
first
said there
season
needs to
was
be
bad.
balance. You said
Yeah,
there
I'm
needs to
saying
be
the first
balance.
season
So
we've
if
got-
there needs to be balance, we at least need to be in the top 8 and win a cup, being the club that
Yeah,
we are. If
agreed,
it would have been
agreed,
top
but I'm
8
saying-
or
I'm
10,
saying-
I can go with that, Ellie. But 17th and a cup ain't balance.
Right, Dan, I'll get your point, right?
What you want
I'm
never
saying-
happened, Dan.
I'm
What
saying
you want's
balance
never happened.
over his whole tenure, not just this season. I'm
Okay.
saying the balance over the whole tenure. He took over.
Sure.
He took over
28 games, Ellie.
Regardless of how many games he lost, yeah, he still got us 5th. And that got us European football. Without that European football,
okay. Can I show everyone how Ellie's just chatting nonsense? I'm going to show everyone. I'm going to show something factually now, which shows that Ellie has not got any basis for her argument. This was Ange Postecoglou. Are you ready? This is Ange Postecoglou from the first half of season to the second half of season to his third half of season to his fourth half of season. So Ellie, you can clearly see here.
Fifth, guys.
Let me talk. Factually.
Oh
my god! Oh my gosh!
Yes. I don't like his football. I don't like his football, right?
Oh my gosh!
I'm not him with a hammer.
Stop!
I'm not going to bash him with a hammer.
Stop!
No, I'm not going to stop because
I'm making a point to my. Okay. So here's. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Stop! Please, for the love of God, stop! Please, I'm trying to make a point to all of my 800 viewers, not just you, Ellie.
Yeah, but you're feeding them facts. But you finished at the end of the season, you're saying we finished 17th the second season, and you care about that. We'll care about.
Trying. Oh my God! Please, somebody help! Please, somebody give me strength.
You're not bringing any balance to the argument.
I am trying to show it, but you won't shut up.
You are. You have shown it. That's facts.
Guys and girls of my viewers.
That many matches.
Guys and girls of my viewers, right? If we're going to talk about balance, I am bringing you balance here because this isn't me saying, oh my God, half a season was bad. This isn't me saying one season was bad. This is me showing you all every 19 games, which is half a season. This shows you what this manager did. This is balance. He started magnificently. Game 1 to 19, that's a fabulous points per game ratio. Yeah. Here's the balance that Ellie is asking for. Games 20 to...
I don't agree.
Oh my God, let me talk. I'm trying to talk to my viewers. I'm trying to talk to my viewers. I've muted her. Sorry. I'm trying to talk to my viewers. Ellie, I'm trying to talk to my viewers. Ellie, I'm going to break some news to you. As a YouTuber, I like to clip up my content. When you just stop me every 5 seconds, I can't clip up my content.
Okay.
Please let me talk.
Okay.
I've never felt this frustrated. This shows you, this is undisputable, people, that it got worse and worse and worse and worse. How can anybody, let me bring in Lubo or Dan or somebody so I can calm down. How can anybody, Lubo, refute this? This is not me looking at half a season. This is 4 quarters.
Right, Ellie.
It's got worse and worse and worse and worse.
Let me put the points against the figures here. Well, we know we got 26 points from the first 10. Right, from the first 19, we got 36 points. From the next 19, we got 30. This season, first 19, we got 24. And the last 19, we got 14. So from his really good start, after that really good start, he went down and down and down. He never actually looked at the way he was playing. And it's funny, I used to watch Stell on Big Up. He used to do a show on the Monday, Stell, lunchtime. I used to watch that, and you would rip his team selection, the positions, you'd show where everybody was. In terms of he may have got his coaching badges, but he didn't put any of his knowledge into work on the pitch. It was like he had one specific way of working, which is great, and it worked at a lower level, and he was very successful at that lower level. But when you looked at his record here in the league, it was going down and down and down. Now, as far when Ange won the Europa, someone said to me, one or two of the boys on the podcast said to me, "What do you think about Ange for next season? Keep him or sack him?" And I said, "Sack him." And they said, "Why?" And the reason I gave was that the level of the teams in the Europa, hardly any of them would get into the top 10 of the Premier League. So Ange raised his bar from being winners of trophies in Scotland to winning a Europa League, and well done. But the level of club in last season's Europa, that is Ange's ceiling. And that was my metric, that was my reasoning behind getting rid of Ange. Because Ange played against the top 8 at home this season, just gone. He lost 7 out of that 8 at home. This is at home at White Hart Lane. I've been going since '65. I've never seen a season, not even in the relegation year in '77, did we lose 7 home games against the top 8. It just didn't happen. The other thing also is that if you work on the fact that maybe Frankfurt will get into the top 10, let's say Frankfurt, Rangers wouldn't, Bilbao, we didn't play Bilbao, or we didn't play Lazio. United, as we know, finished 16th. Bodo Glimt wouldn't. I don't think Bodo would even get in the Premier League. They'd be a championship team. Mm-hmm. So when you look at our results against the top 10 clubs last season, we won 4, we drew 2, and we lost 14. That's the top 10 teams that are of a different level, in my opinion, to any team we played in the Europa League. So for me, the domestic clubs, for me, it was harder to win the League Cup. And you've got to take your hats off to Newcastle. They beat Chelsea. They went to Arsenal, beat them over 2 legs, and then they smashed the league champions at Wembley. It's harder to win the Carabao Cup than it is the Europa. Now, I don't care about that. You can only play the teams that you play in. And in 1981, when we won the FA Cup, nobody said, "Oh, we didn't beat anybody," because we beat, who was it? It was QPR, Hull, Exeter, Coventry, Wolves, and then Man City. Nobody said that, so I won't accept that. We were in a competition. We can only play against the teams that are in that competition.
That's right.
And we were the best, and full marks to Ange for winning us the Europa. But people said to me, why don't you want to take? Can you see Ange taking us forward? And my answer is, without the safety net of the Europa, and with those figures that I've just shown, where we've gone from 36 to 30 to 24 to 14, based on facts, based on his record from day one, each half season he's got worse and worse and worse. And he's played against lower level clubs in the Europa, and full marks. I'm not diminishing that trophy at all. It was so important for Tottenham. It was a massive trophy for Spurs to win, because winning trophies under Levy and this ownership is not sustainable. The way the top 5 clubs win every year or every other year or every
exactly Stell's point.
No, but Ellie, you've got to look forward, and you say, great.
How can you look forward with this ownership?
Yeah,
Listen,
that's what we're saying.
All right, then. Put it on another way. Yeah. Okay. We go to the fact that he won us a cup, no one else has, and he deserved his chance. Right. I'll ask you first, Ellie. How many games would you have given him last season to judge him as such? How many games did he deserve next season?
For next season.
Yeah, if we'd have kept him because he kept the cup, because he deserved a chance next season, how many games would you have given?
Well, generally, what our club does is 10 games.
Right. So is that what you would have given him? Is that what you would have given him? 10 games? That's what I'm asking. Yeah?
I would have given him half a season.
Okay, so you would have given him about,
18.
let's say,
19.
18 games. Okay. Stel, how many games would you have given him?
Until we're out of both domestic cups.
Okay. Well,
had to say that.
Well, how many games would anyone else give him?
What shall I say to make you happy? I don't know.
No. That's your answer. That's your opinion. Fair enough. You're entitled to it. But I can't take you or any serious because you're just sitting here saying, well, I'd give him this many games until he basically screws the season up. If he deserved a chance and you thought he could do something and back him up, you two should be sitting there saying, I'll give him next season because he deserves it. Not just being sentimental and emotional that, he won us a cup.
It's not sentimental or emotional. You're getting emotional because I gave you an answer you didn't like.
It's no, I didn't care about the answer.
You answer the question, you give an answer, you hate the answer. Don't ask the question.
No, I gave you a question, you gave me an answer, and I gave you my opinion to your answer, which is
because you didn't like the answer.
What is the point? I don't care about the answer.
Because I think
that's your opinion.
Okay,
I think if you're going to back him, you need to back him for next season if he's good enough.
Why? Because no. Because you haven't listened to the show.
Then
I don't believe I have. No, you clearly haven't because I said we're not winning the
good enough.
You haven't listened because I said we're not winning the league. So the league ends in May. I'm not going to give him till May because for me, what's the point? We're not winning it.
Right, then what's the point on screwing the season when you know he ain't going to do nothing in it?
I just said I think he can win a cup. You're not listening. You're not listening. I said I think he can win a cup. What? So if you listened, if you listen, then why are you saying he's not going to do anything when I've said I think he can win a cup? That is something.
Yeah.
Okay, if you think he can win a cup, then fine. But if you're going to be so sentimental on the fella,
it's not sentimental. It's not sentimental.
I'll give him next season.
Why do you play the emotional card to try and win over the crowd?
Because
it's got nothing to do with emotion.
I don't care.
It's got nothing to do with emotion.
You sit here,
get that out your head.
And others say deserved. When you say deserved, for me,
deserves, yes.
Because I was brought up like that, Dan. I think you reap what you sow.
Well, I wasn't. I was brought up in a dog world.
Guys, 1 second here. 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 If someone, in my opinion, deserves something, it doesn't have to be because of emotional. I think he deserves it because he's proven he can get a result of winning a trophy. That's not sentimental. That's fact.
Fair enough. When the players showed him how to play and he did step down a bit.
There's an excuse for everything he does. Oh, it's because of the players. Oh, it's because he got lucky. Oh, it's because you don't give him no credit for what he's done.
He said it himself, but he said it himself.
It doesn't matter.
He never once said the players won that cup.
The players say
he said we did it.
He blatantly sat there. What was it? Was it the Eintracht Frankfurt game and said, I didn't even tell them to play like that. They ended up doing it themselves. And it also got said in quite a few things. And at the end of the day, we all believe what we want to believe, yeah?
Okay, do you know what, Dan?
When it comes out on the type, it came out that, well, he had said that the players showed him how to do it.
All right, no. All right, fair play. All right, let's go with that. I'm going to go with it.
We can only go with what we read and we take our choice, do we not?
Okay, and we can only go by the fact that he's won a trophy everywhere he's been. But we dismiss that bit. Because it's too easy.
I could win it at Celtic.
There you go. There's the excuse. There's always an excuse.
No, there's a reason.
That's a reason. Okay. But the players won it. But there's no credit for the guy. At the end of the day, right? Let's say the players did it their way. Fair enough. Why didn't he sub them then? Why didn't he say no? How dare you? Get off.
The one thing I'll give him big credit for, is one thing that
credit.
Hang on, if you remember still. I was actually the one who gave him credit for certain things he'd done last season. I was about the only one on here, bar two others, that said at the start of the season he could win a cup, and you've not called me fucking crazy. So how about we get our facts right on that one, yeah? You only decided he could win a cup when he won a fucking cup, yeah?
No.
So don't sit here and preach about that you had fucking...
No, this is what you... You, Savva, and many other YouTubers have spun this bullshit. Don't lie.
I said the whole time that he can win this. I said he could win this the whole time.
You did. You did, Dan. You did.
So I can speak for myself here.
So
there
you
was
did.
2 others that said it.
I said he wouldn't.
Said
I said he wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying that he proved me wrong because I never agreed with you.
Yeah, he did prove you wrong. Yeah, and the bit I give him big credit for, because there were certain parts in the season where he proved me wrong. When I gave him credit, like against the game in Man City, when I said no, I think he did that on purpose. And then he just went back to the Antwerp and we got cooked. And basically what happened there, he got pushed so far back he couldn't even use the inverted stuff. And you and everyone else totally slammed him. And I think it was me and Mari who actually sat there and said, me and Iggy who sat there and said, no, do you know what? I reckon he done that. And yeah, he proved me wrong as well.
Right. Can I ask you one question on this panel? Because there's a lot of
one more thing to finish still. The bit I'll give him credit for, and it took him some front to do it as well, and he deserves credit for it. One, he got the cup whatever way he did it. The bit I respect him for is the bit where Potts failed epically, and Potts should not have put Harry Kane on that pitch, not until 20 minutes. He took Son off, which I don't think many managers would have had the bottle to do. So again, credit where credit is
That's
due.
what winners do. That's what winners do.
The rest of the season,
that's what winners do.
He was absolutely shocking. His
It's
tactics was a bit, but that's me giving him credit where it's due. Same as I give Levy credit where it's due, and you don't, and others don't. So if you're gonna say give Levy
credit
where it's due, then how about you fucking practice what you preach, mate?
How's about you fucking stop comparing a manager here for 2 years to a chairman here for 25?
But he's done things right.
How's about you use a fair comparison, not one that has had 3 decades to prove us wrong, not 2 minutes.
But he's done things right. He got us to 7 finals, and it wasn't his fault he lost the finals.
That's like comparing. See, what you're doing is you're saying, let's compare Harry Kane to Vinicius Jr. Look, Harry Kane scored more goals for Spurs. Harry Kane was here for 9 years. The guy was here for half a season.
If you're going to slam someone 24/7, you've got to.
If you're going to compare, use a fair comparison. If you're going to compare, use a fair comparison. No, it's not fair comparing someone 25 years in the job to 2 years in the job, Dan. That's not fair.
But he's done. But Levy has done.
You compare your YouTube channel to mine. Would you compare yours to mine? Because I've got 34,000 subscribers doing this for 6 years. You've been doing it for 1 year. It's not fair to compare.
I'll give you a
not fair to
compare if you want for it, mate. Of course it's
no. I don't want a badge. I want you to acknowledge it's not fair to compare. That's the argument.
You can
it's not fair to compare.
It wouldn't rattle me. I don't care about.
I'm not trying to rattle you.
In that aspect.
I'm not trying to rattle you.
It doesn't rattle me. I didn't say you were trying to.
Okay, I'm not talking about rattling. I'm talking about comparisons being fair. You're changing it.
Right.
Do you think it's fair?
You've got to give credit where it's due at the end of the day.
No,
I just gave Ange big credit.
No, he doesn't get credit because I'm not comparing a manager in the job for 2 years to a chairman in the job for 25 years. That's not a fair comparison.
So Levy's done nothing right at this club.
Levy's done some good things.
Right.
Have I come back to
credit where credit is due. So, okay, I'll judge him over 2 years. Take Levy out of it. I'll judge him over 2 years. Over 2 years, at least, let's say 20 months of that, by your words and practically everyone else, he has been fucking abysmal. And then he had a solid 90 minutes, which, sorry, I'll take that back. He had a solid 98 minutes and won something.
Well, actually, it's 15 games. 15 games, but let's go with 90 minutes.
No.
No, it's 15 games to win the Europa. Not
Me and you
minutes.
could have took that team on there and beat bloody Carrier Bag, for God's sake.
Why didn't Conte do it? Why didn't Poch do it? Why didn't Redknapp do it?
Because they didn't play Carrier Bag. Because they didn't play Carrier Bag.
They lost to Colchester, Norwich, Sheffield United, Nottingham Forest, all championship sides.
And they still have been working. And Mourinho got the sack before the final.
They all winners.
25 years. I can still get what he's.
So one manager has a good cup run or a good cup run,
right?
And it elevates them to let's keep them even though they lose nearly every week in the league. It's fucking
manager who can win under Daniel Levy, Savva, because no one else can do it.
Okay, so did you want to keep Juan de Ramos?
Yeah, we did. We did keep him.
Can I ask?
And then he got sacked.
Can I tell you where I get frustrated with this Daniel Levy argument?
I don't know, because he sacked him.
When you're
He
saying
sacked him. He sacks everyone. He fucking sacks everyone.
When you're saying
sacked everybody inside.
Right. Okay. Stel, when you're saying,
Slav, can I ask Stel and Ellie? We mentioned Ramos, who got sacked hang on, Sam. Hang on. There's one thing I've been dying to ask these two guys.
Go on.
Ange joins. Okay, both of you gave your answer as to how long you would give him. If we're in the relegation zone after 6 games, 10 games, 12 games, and we're in trouble, Ellie, do you say give him the season because he won the Europa League? Still, are you going to say? Still, are you going to say, well, we're still in the domestic?
We won't. In my opinion, we won't be in that position.
Why not?
That's not what he asked.
No, it's not what I asked. But if
you're pushing me into a corner based on something that I don't believe can happen.
That's exactly what you do when you say, "Are you happy with 17th and trophy next season?" It's exactly the same.
No, that's the question I get asked, and I say yes.
You have as well.
Stop. What? One of you.
Yeah, but I said at the start of the season, I'll take mid-table and a trophy. I'll take 12th and a trophy. I said that at the start of the season.
But when you're saying that to other people again for next season, you're pushing them into a scenario they might not think is happening either. So
okay, then say I don't think that will happen.
I've seen people do that, but then you go no, but that's not. You got to choose. I've seen it happen on streams.
I've asked people if you had to prioritise a trophy or the league, what would you take? I've done that.
It's been loads of conversations about where you'd finish in the league. But anyway, let's go back to what Lubo's point was.
But
if he's in the relegation after 12, he'll get sacked.
Yeah.
But would you sack him if you were leaving?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, 100%.
But why?
Why?
Because if you're 12, if you're in the relegation after 12, you've completely gone. You've completely lost it.
So still, give Levy credit where it's due then, because he's finally done something what is right for Tottenham Hotspur, because it was obvious the very high chance that Ange would have had us in a relegation battle. You might not agree with that. I think so. I think if you do a vote, there'd be a lot who agree with it. So give Levy credit where it's due for doing what was right for football. Sacking a shit manager.
No. He's brought in someone that's not a winner. That's not credit.
Still, if we're in the relegation zone after 12
wanted him
games,
in January.
After 12
because
games,
I thought Ange weren't a winner, but he is.
The league
tables in January. You said we needed coaching.
Because I believed Ange wasn't a winner, Savva. I keep repeating myself.
But that doesn't change his coaching. That's what you can't answer.
No, but it changes the fact he can win as a manager.
But does it change the fact that he can coach?
I wanted to see this season, but it's too late. He's gone.
You wanted to see. You said the complete opposite for 2 years.
Then I changed my mind. I keep answering the same thing. You just don't like the answer. You can't believe that I'm giving you that answer. It's not ridiculous. What's ridiculous is no other manager wins at this club.
The problem is, I think the biggest mistake here.
Hang on. Can everyone stop? Like everyone's talking at once. Like
it's hard not to.
We just.
It's hard not to.
Not when you say no other managers won at this club, right?
Other than Ramos. Sorry.
Sure, but then I'm going to point to the fact and go, well, why didn't we beat Man United on penalties? That's not on Daniel Levy.
It is in a way.
Okay, so whose fault is it then? No, whose fault is it then? Whose fault is it?
It is in a way because it doesn't strengthen our squad enough.
No, is there any way I can talk on my own channel without anyone cutting me off?
Ellie, 1 second. Ellie. So, Savva, whose fault is it?
Fuck's sake, can I talk?
Whose fault is it we didn't win on penalties?
These things happen still. It's a penalty shootout.
So it's not the manager's fault? No?
Still, it's a penalty shootout, right?
So who do you blame? The players then? The players not being good enough?
I don't blame anyone. It's a penalty shootout. When you get to a penalty shootout, somebody's got to lose, unfortunately.
So why do the Germans always win on penalties?
Because they're fucking good at it.
Exactly. It's the quality of the coach and the penalties.
Penalty shootout. I'll say that's down to the players solely.
Okay, hang on. So now
I blame Gareth Southgate for England losing a final on penalties.
A penalty shootout is a lottery. You can blame everybody, but it's the 5 players who take the penalty, right? And then if they all score, then the 6th player comes up.
Okay. So can I go back to what I was saying? Can I go back to what I was saying? So we're now going to blame Daniel Levy for penalty shootouts, which is fine.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
No, I'm not blaming him, Savva. I'm not blaming Levy.
Okay, so if we're not blaming Daniel Levy for penalty shootouts, right?
Yeah.
Right, are we going to blame Daniel Levy for what Pochettino did in the final against Liverpool? Are we going to blame...
Partly, yes.
Hang on. Okay, so I'll say what I said yesterday. So we were good enough in a 15, 16 game Champions League run, playing against the champions of Spain, the champions of Holland, the champions of Germany.
No.
Right?
No. Barcelona smashed us. They smashed us. They then played a reserve. They smashed us at Wembley.
I haven't finished my point. Lubo, why are you doing that?
No, because you keep mentioning about Barcelona. They absolutely killed us at Wembley, and they played a reserve team at home. They did.
Yeah. I didn't say they didn't.
Beat us 4-2.
Hang on. I didn't say they didn't. I didn't say they didn't. I said we have played in that route the champions of Spain, the champions of Germany, the champions of Holland, right? The champions of England. And then we get to the final and suddenly we're not good enough to win it. When you go 15 games or 14 games, whatever that run is, right? When you go that many games deep, you're in a 90-minute one-off game. I can't blame the chairman for not winning that. I can't blame him. You've beaten the champions of England over 2 legs, right? You've beaten the champions of Holland over 2 legs, right? You've beaten Dortmund over 2 legs. I think they finished second that year, if I'm not wrong. You've come out of a group with Inter and Barca, right? Over 6 games. I can't turn around in a final and say, Daniel Levy, you are exactly why we lost, right? So this whole thing that he's done what no other manager could do in this club. What if we'd won that penalty shootout? What if Poch, for me, hadn't have been so shit in that final? I thought Poch got it terribly, terribly wrong. Everything he did in that final, I thought was dreadful. I thought he got it all wrong, right? What if we'd won those games? What if we'd won those games?
But we didn't.
Right? No, sure we didn't. We didn't. But are we just going to say, are we just going to turn around and say that, so what Poch did, because he didn't get us over the line in a Champions League run where he's playing the best teams in the world, is less of an achievement than what Ange did by beating teams like Bodo Glimt, the worst Man U we've ever seen, Frankfurt and Alkmaar. Like, for me, when we're turning around and saying he's done what no other manager could do, sure, but we can also say he also did what no other manager could do, which was lose 22 games in a season, have our lowest ever points tally. Yeah, concede the most goals we can. I think there was only one other season in the 33 or 34 years of the Premier League that we've conceded more goals, which was, if I'm not wrong, which was the first ever Premier League season. It was the least number of wins we've ever had, the most number of defeats, the most number of goals conceded, right? So when we're going to praise, look what he did in this cup run. Sure, but look what he did over here. So surely if we're going to talk about balance, don't you weigh all that up and go, all right, on balance, you beat some crappy teams to win a trophy. Fair play. Good. You can only beat who's in front of you. But over here, you've given us our worst ever Premier League season. So when we're going to talk about this guy did what no one else could do, then let's talk about what else he did that no other manager ever did. Yo didn't do this. Yeah? Let's have a look at Christian Gross, the worst ever Spurs manager. He didn't do that. Yeah? Santini, he didn't do that. None of these managers did as bad as Ange in the league. Yes, he won a cup. No one's disputing that. That doesn't change that he was a terrible coach. The stats, the facts, the data all showed that he was a horrible coach. They all showed he was a horrible coach. We all made videos about why he was a horrible coach. Him getting over the line against Man United doesn't change that he was a horrible coach. It meant that he put 10 men behind the ball and shithoused himself to a final. There's context that goes with all of this. So if we're asking for this manager that he should have had this season, and we're saying that league position doesn't matter, what we're saying is, you were asked the question still, at what point do you sack the manager then? When we're out of both cups? Okay, well, we can't be out of both cups until January. Physically, we can't be out of both cups till January. So what you're saying is every league game between August and January doesn't matter.
I never said
that. But your answer was, when would you sack him? You said when we're out of both cups, which means the league games don't matter. Otherwise,
well, he'd be sacked. He'd be sacked. He also said he'd be sacked if we're in the relegation.
Oh, but that wasn't your answer. Anyway. Your answer was, when would you sack him? Not when would leave him.
But what I want doesn't matter, because what I want is in the minority of fans.
Sure, but then half our debate doesn't mean anything. Then the point is,
because what you think's in the majority of people.
I don't think I'm in the majority of people. I think it's very split in this fan base.
I think most fans are just, he's gone, good, Frank's in, let him coach, and let's do better in the league. I think most fans are that opinion.
But can I just ask, do football fans not see that how well you do in the league is a judgment of how well the team is actually being coached and progressed? Do we all not acknowledge that?
I think in a normal world, Savva, I think in a normal world where finishing top 6 and top 4 puts you in a position of strength, and then the ambition of the owners, they take that and they build on it and go for it. In a normal world, yes. But unfortunately, at Tottenham Hotspur, and I know, the Levy subject is one that divides fans. At Tottenham Hotspur, it doesn't fucking matter where we finish, because this board never attack from a position of strength. We've had...
I'm not talking about the
10. No, but I'm pointing out why the league position for me doesn't matter, Savva. Because with this ownership, see, Liverpool, Arsenal, City, Chelsea, these clubs, when they finish top 5, 4th, 3rd, they push again. They push again.
That we're not
the big 6 clubs, right? We financially
that we're not.
All right, okay. The big clubs that we're not, fine. I'll take that. But the reason we're never going to be one of those big clubs is because this ownership, when it's in a position to strike when the iron's hot, when it's in a position to take what it's now got and go for it, every single time, they don't. And what we're witnessing right now is our club's got top 4 in the Champions League. Yes, okay, we finished 17th, I agree. But we're in a better position to maybe attack the market with something to offer. We can say, look, we've got a new manager. He's a really good coach. We've got Champions League football. And look at the players we're bringing in. Look at what we're doing, right? Do you guys not all think here, for the £35 million we spent on Tel, we can't do better than that? Of course we can. But unfortunately, our board will never push on Savva. So league position means nothing at Tottenham.
You've dragged my question to your safe place, which is league.
No. I'm answering your question, and you don't like the answer. This is what Dan did earlier. It doesn't matter where we finish, because Levy won't embrace it.
I would like an answer where you're able to answer without using the name Daniel Levy, right?
No, because it's linked to Levy. You just don't want to talk about him. You don't want to talk about him.
The fact that we won a cup is linked to Levy.
Hang on. I talk about him every day. Don't do the you don't want to talk about. I talk about Daniel Levy.
You're the one that told me not to talk about Levy just now. You just told me not to do it.
No, I'm not. My question was this, right?
Yeah.
As a team, I'm not talking about Daniel Levy. Right? Josh, I'm not a big Levy apologist. I'm not. It's just I'm asking a question that isn't about Daniel Levy for 1 minute. So I've got a massive echo somewhere. Sorry, I've got a massive echo. Right? I'm saying this. As a football fan, if my team is doing better in the league, let me flip this away from Levy for 1 minute. If my football team is doing better in the league and going higher up the league, it means that I'm enjoying it more as a football fan every week, because it means my team aren't losing most weeks. So before we push this narrative to, well, what does the league matter because Levy doesn't kick us on? If I'm seeing my team 4th, 5th, 6th, whatever, it means I'm not seeing my team do what Andrew's just done to me for 2 years. It means I'm not seeing us every week being opened up like a can of worms.
Savva, we finished 5th in Andrew's first season, and all we did was bash him when we finished 5th.
Hang on. Right? He finished 5th, but as I just pointed out there, take away that first 10 games, it's gone like that. And you said this for 2 years. You've said the same
league position means nothing, Savva. I've just answered your question. We finished 5th, and all we did was bash him. Conte finished 4th, and all you did was bash him. Where you finish doesn't matter. That doesn't add up with what you actually do.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. But it does matter still. It does matter because it means as a football fan, I'm not seeing my team lose every week. It means
but you bashed the managers that came fourth and fifth, Savva. But you're contradicting yourself, man. Can't you see what you're saying? You bashed Conte, you bashed and when they finished fourth and fifth.
On the internet right now, you can't talk about contradicting, mate. You're the biggest contradictory person.
I've just pointed out how you just contradicted your own argument. You bashed the managers that finished fourth and fifth, and you're sitting here preaching, but it's much better when we finish fourth and fifth.
Okay, why? So what did I say about Conte? You know what I said about Conte. What did I say about Conte?
You bashed him, and we finished fourth. That's what I know.
No. Answer the question.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Tell us.
No, still. See, this is the thing. No, see, this is the thing still. I've asked you a direct question, and you've turned into a child. What did I say about
Don't talk to me like I'm a kid, right? Because I'll call you a kid back. Don't do that with me. Other guests you do it with, not me, all right? I'm not that person.
What did I say about Conte?
You said his football's turgid and he's a dinosaur, but he got us fourth.
Why didn't I want Conte at this club from day one?
Because he didn't want to be here.
You said he's stubborn. He doesn't change his back three. The football's turgid. You slammed him and slammed him and slammed him. And now you're sitting here telling the world, but it's much better when we get top six. Because look at the football.
So I'm going to ask again. Let's see if we can get an adult answer out of you.
I gave you an adult answer. These are the facts. I'm calling you out on what you said. It's all good and well when you call me out on what I say, but when I call you out on what you say, you don't like it.
Question, you're just shouting.
And I'm answering it, and you don't like it. I'm calling you out on what you just said.
Flippy floppy Stelios. Let me ask you a question.
Savva doesn't like it when the tables are spun back on him.
I'm trying to ask you a question.
No, I answered it. I answered it.
Okay.
You've contradicted yourself massively.
If you don't answer it properly, I'll ask somebody who'll give you an honest answer.
I gave you an honest answer, and you can't handle it. You don't know where to go with it because you've contradicted yourself.
I'm trying. Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to answer a question. See you later then. Flip flop. All talk still. You've lied for 2 years.
Learn to be respectful and don't be rude to your guests, right?
Chill out a bit.
What's happened here is I'm not the one swearing and being abusive. You calm it. I'm calm. I'm not losing my emotional rag.
You won't.
Savva,
you won't let me talk. You're doing it now.
Because you were rude to me, mate. You were bloody rude to me. Apologise. Do you know what I mean? Why should I take that from you? Don't be rude then.
You've cut me
Have
off
a debate without being rude. Have a debate without being rude. I stay calm.
I'm trying to... Oh, my God. I'm trying to ask a question. I'm going to ask somebody else who will answer it honestly.
I answered your question.
No, but not the full truth. Why did I not want Conte from day one? Can anyone answer me why I didn't?
Oh, when you did.
Because you didn't think it would work with Levy.
No. If I remember right, it was because you said he didn't want to be here.
I said from day one, Antonio Conte signed an 18-month contract out of convenience, that he didn't want to be here, that it wouldn't work with Levy, and that there was no point in being here because he's an out-and-out winner that won't be given what he wants. Now, me not liking his football is a completely different subject. I can't stand watching Antonio Conte's style of football. I'll admit that. I said from day one, and this is the bit where Stel misses this bit out when he says that I slammed him. I didn't want Conte because what I said would happen on day one happened. What I said would happen happened. Conte didn't want to be here. Conte made it very clear. Conte made it very clear for about 6 months that he did not want to be at Tottenham Hotspur. Every single press conference was a dig at Levy, a dig at the club, a dig at the players. It was like, mate, you don't want to be here, just go. Right?
No,
so this was my problem with Conte all along. You're bringing in a guy that doesn't want to be here, that has signed an 18-month contract. I said at the time, Conte didn't have a job, right? Levy needed to win the fans over because he just made an error with Nuno. You put those two together and everyone's going, oh, we've got a winner. What did I say from the beginning? What does it matter? What does that matter? Right? So for me, when you add all those factors together, everything I said would happen still happened. Right? It was
Why
never
is it you're allowed to bring in Levy and I'm not? You just said that Daniel Levy wasn't going to back Conte, but when I use Levy, I'm not allowed to use it.
No.
Okay.
I said from the first moment, Stel, Yeah, I said from the first moment.
Yeah, but I'm just saying when you say Levy, it's okay. But when I say I'm not allowed.
No, it's because it's not my answer to everything still. Right?
It wasn't my answer to everything either. Right? Savva, 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 you know what? You've just changed what you were saying, right? You started off by saying, all right, can I explain what I heard then, right? What I heard was you'd much rather us being top 6 because the football's better and it's, you know, you prefer that. But yet when Ange finished 5th, you didn't like it. When Conte finished 4th, you didn't like it. So I'm just trying to point out that league position and the arguments you have for it don't always stack up.
It's not just league position. This is the thing. I know YouTubers are incapable of the decompartmentalization. I get it. I understand it. But when we finished 5th under Ange, it wasn't that 5th was terrible. I predicted 5th. If everyone remembers, I predicted we would finish 5th under Ange. My problem was how bad it got from game 10 to game 38. You could see it still going like that. You saw it going like that because you made a video about it every single day. Every single game. You did the same as me. You called it out. Dan did the same, right? Lubo did the same. We saw it doing that. My problem wasn't the 5th in isolation. It was the fact that I saw most teams get better over time with a manager, right? That wasn't the case with Ange. We were getting worse and worse and worse as the weeks went by still. That was my problem.
All right, Savva, we were getting better and better under Poch, but you wanted him out as well.
We weren't getting better and better under Poch.
We got to a Champions League final and got top 4. Wasn't that getting better?
And where were we when he was sacked?
Yeah, because he wasn't backed and we turned on him instead of turning on Levy.
But the funny thing is, if I remember rightly, when we're saying he wasn't backed, in that summer, fans were losing their mind at Ndombele and Lo Celso. Fans were telling me, hang on, still, maybe not you, but this is the problem with the fan base, right?
No, but you wanted Poch out, Savva. You wanted him out. Instead of saying, Levy, what have you done in the transfer window? That's not acceptable.
Hang on. Because again, time changes everything. If you look at the last year under Poch, everything started to go like that. And what's more than anything under Poch, he started to go like that. His press conferences changed. His demeanor changed. He didn't seem vibrant anymore. And the results were matching what we saw from him. Right? So at the time when Poch went, he needed to go. Everyone could see.
There's an underlying problem then. Why was he going like that?
Okay. Yeah, but that's not the debate. I understand that it's Levy. I understand that. But unfortunately, I can't change Daniel Levy being the owner.
Savva, can I ask you a question then? Do you think under Thomas Frank, as long as Levy's chairman, anything's going to change at this club? Honest question. I'm not trying to dig you out or call you out.
Sure. And first of all, I apologise for my little outburst. It was wrong.
It's cool. We're over it. We're past it.
Fair play.
Right.
Good men.
Ben Spurs. Don't do that, mate. I'll just block you off my channel. I do not. I want as a fan.
Guys, just so you know, Savva and I, we're mates. We're both passionate lunatics on YouTube. Just get used to it.
It's old school. It goes back many years.
I want to see progression. I want to see that the team is being coached. I want to see that there's something the manager's doing where you go, yeah, we're working on that. Now, do I think the grand scheme of things, anything's going to change from we're going to challenge for titles? No, because I don't think many teams do. The same teams win the league every year. I don't think that's going to change. Whoever we support, that's not going to change. But what I want to see is, I want to see that Thomas Frank can do that. Chip away at it. Build a team. Put something together where when I watch at the weekend, I'm not embarrassed of watching it. Yeah? I want to see that Thomas Frank doesn't embarrass me I say me as a fan, doesn't embarrass us in press conferences still. I want to see that when we're out there at the weekend and we're losing 2-1, that you don't go out the second half and we're still playing gung-ho wide open football, but the manager's gone, I need to change something. And if I can see that that progression is happening, as a football fan, I can't ask for any more. I understand that you despise Levy. I get it. Yeah? I don't want Levy here. I think he's taken us as far as he can take us. But I also understand only one team can win the league. I understand that there are much bigger football clubs than us. But I also understand that that doesn't stop managers from doing their job well. And for me personally, I didn't enjoy any of Angie's 2 years because it was so soul-destroying watching this football team play. It was awful.
Do you not think that Europa Cup final win was worth it in the end?
Not worth the 2 years we watched of it. And no, it was.
All right. And Savva, that's where we're different. This is where you and I disagree, and we're never going to meet eye to eye on this. I will take that for what we got in the end, whereas for you, you won't tolerate it. That's the difference. That's the massive difference between, I think, this whole show tonight. I think
that's just why people have different feelings
in the background, dictating a lot of the things that go on at our club. Right? It diminishes, in a way, everything that we're trying to do to try and be better, to try and win leagues. Because he's come out and said he wants to win the league, he wants to win the Champions League. He hasn't put a date on it, but it diminishes it. And when he comes out and he goes, "We've got our Tottenham back," what did that bloody mean?
All right then.
What the bloody hell did that mean?
If we go the next 3 years and win an FA Cup, yeah, finish 15th and win an FA Cup, and a League Cup, yeah. Again, it's each their own, whatever turns you on at the end of the day, and we're all allowed our own opinion and we're all allowed our own views on that. Some like blonde hair, some like ginger hair, some like bloody black hair. Whatever turns you on at the end of the day. But right, so we finish 15th, 3 seasons on the trot and win an FA Cup. It's the cups that matter for some people, yeah? But then Levy's obviously doing something right. Are you going to get off his case then if he done that?
But he hasn't, come on, Dan.
No, that's not what I asked.
Well,
fine, but if it's cups that matter, he got it right last season.
If we continually, Dan, I'll answer this. If we continually win trophies, yeah, no, I'll give you a fair answer. If we continually win trophies, and we actually start putting trophies in that cabinet. Over a good 4 or 5 year period, over 10 years, we do that.
Yeah.
Then for me, he's done his job.
But then if we just keep buying bang average players, because if we keep getting down to 15th, even if we win FA Cups, they're going to be irrelevant to a lot of the players, sadly. Shouldn't work like that, but it does work like that. You're more likely to get decent players in there because you finished top 4 for 3 years than 15th and won 3 FA Cups.
But we didn't.
We've never signed good players when we finished top 4, though. It's an illusion. We're not a normal club.
That's not what I'm saying. I know that.
No, but Dan, we don't behave like normal clubs. We don't do that when we're top 4.
But the further we keep finishing down, the worse and worse the players are going to get. And then we need to shut up about the Archie Grays and the Odeberts and the.
We were signing the Archie Grays and Odeberts when Conte got top 4. Look at the shit we signed with Conte.
I agree with that. But if we finish 15th every year, it'd get even worse, and we probably wouldn't even be able to attract an Archie Gray.
Dan, we haven't had a good transfer window from the day Paul Mitchell left this club. We simply haven't. And it doesn't matter whether we finish 2nd, 17th, 8th, 5th, wherever we finished, the window has always been mediocre. It doesn't matter. What you say makes 100% sense for any other club that finished it, whether it's Villa, Newcastle, any of these clubs finish in that top bit, they go and buy a Tonali, a Guimarães, the players Aston Villa off the top of my head, I can't remember, they've signed some good players. We finished top 4, we finished 6th. Who have we signed? We signed that Patty McFadden today. Who the fuck? Who is he? He's 21. You know,
still, I'll make you right on that one. I'll back off on that one.
I just don't get this.
No, you're right. No, on that one, you're right.
That isn't. Yeah, but I feel when we use that to beat the drum, this is what takes away from the argument. We know that him and Oliver boast are kids. Man City this week have signed 2 kids. Villa have signed 2 kids.
McFadden's 21. He's 21.
But he's not going to be. He's not going to be anywhere near our first team. We know this.
Okay, Savva, why have we signed Tell? What a waste of our budget.
He's 19 for a start, not 21.
35 million.
You know I agree with you still on Tell. You know I agree with you on this. You know I'm not championing the way Daniel Levy works in the transfer market. Just for me as a fan, I am somebody who understands we're not going to win trophies every year. Like, I'm seeing Spurs fans now say things like, if Thomas Frank doesn't win a trophy this year, he's failed. And I'm like, Thomas Frank's picking up a team that have just finished 17th, and we're talking about him winning trophies. He's in the Champions League. Like, fans are now going, he has to win a trophy. What trophy do we truly expect this man should win in his first year when he's got to pick up and actually implement a philosophy, a strategy, a pattern of play, a defence, a midfield?
It's because the chairman has come out and said, we want more.
Well, yeah, but we've got to take those things with, surely we take those things with the kind of pinch of salt they were dealt with, right? We know it was a PR video. Aren't we all old enough to know that was a PR video?
He's going to be held. He's going to be held to account for that, though. He's going to be held to account for that.
He covered his arse because he turned around and didn't give a date. The mistake that Ange made, the biggest mistake he made, is next season I want to be up for that. I want to be up for that title. That is the mistake where he shot himself in the back of the head. Levy, being the sly, manipulative businessman he is, turned around and said, I want to win Champions Leagues. I want to win Premier Leagues. I believe he's telling the truth. He does want to, but it doesn't mean he's going to put it in for it. And he didn't put a bloody date down to it. Whereas Ange made the mistake of saying, next season, I want to be up there for that title.
And you know, guys, and you know why he said it? You know why he said it?
Vinay.
Because he doesn't give a shit about the fans, and he's not accountable to anybody.
Yeah.
He hasn't been accountable for 25 years. He doesn't care. He can say what he wants and get away with it. He does not care. When are people going to realise this?
I think we've all realised it, Lubo. I just feel like this all goes back to people like me, Chris, and let me use me, Chris, and Dan, for example, because I think these boys are old and ugly enough that they'll tell me if I'm wrong here, right? You're both beautiful, by the way, right?
I'm not ugly.
When
you're not, Ellie.
when we want Ange sacked as the manager, we've got to stop bringing that into, but now Levy's got what he wants. That's nothing to do with it. Me not wanting Ange here would have been under any owner. Yeah, I don't want Ange here, whether or not we've got Sheikh Mansour. I don't care if we were going to spend £500 million. I don't want Ange, with his tactics, having those signings and that much money. This is the thing that gets my goat. Is everything I'm told is you guys have got what you deserve. You guys don't understand Levy. No, we understand Levy fine. But my point has always been this. If we know how we act in a transfer market, right? We all know. We've all just said it. We know how we act. If that's the case, I want a coach. If that's how we're going to act, I want a coach that can do the best with these players that he can. I want a coach that says, you know what, I'll upskill that player. You know what? I will make this team into a team. I don't want a kamikaze manager like Ange, no matter who my chairman is. No. So that's what I want to stop being told. Levy's got one over on you. No, he hasn't.
Okay.
Levy's going to do what Levy's going to do. I just want a coach.
Okay, we've heard that you want a coach, but do you want to win trophies with this coach then?
Ellie, can I answer that? Ellie, we've won, since Gary Mabbutt lifted the FA Cup, why are we talking trophies? We've won 3 trophies in 34 years. All of a sudden, we're entitled to be talking about trophies? Come on.
Fair point.
Can I say what I want?
It doesn't mean you shouldn't talk about them.
Can I say how I got to my...
We all dream that we're going to win trophies. That's our hope, isn't it?
So why did you ask me the question then? If we all dream about winning trophies, why have you asked me if I want to win trophies?
Yeah, because I'm asking you, what do you want? Do you want to see lovely football coached, players that are coached well?
Why do people keep saying lovely football?
Do you want it to lead to something? Do you want it to lead to success?
Okay, Ellie, I'm gonna give you some facts here, and then I'll bring you in, Chris. Sorry. I'm gonna give you some facts here, right? And this is where nobody seems to actually care about facts and data, of the last 120 tournaments won in the Champions League, Premier League, FA Cup and League Cup, 10 of those 120 teams have been in the bottom half of their domestic tables. That tells you, yeah, I don't even know what the odds are on that. I mean, I'm too tired. That tells you, right, that if 10 in 120 are in the bottom half, the odds are that to win trophies, you've got to be higher up the table than not, and that being in the bottom half is the anomaly. So when we're saying, what do you want? First of all, it's silly because it's an either-or question, which I hate these either-ors. Would you rather finish 15th and win a cup? Hate all that. I want a manager that progresses the club. I want a manager that makes me proud to watch the team at the weekends. I want a manager that when I get to the game on a Saturday or Sunday, I think, I can see what you've been working on during training. The cups will come sporadically because we are not City. We are not Arsenal. We are not Liverpool, and we are not Chelsea. So I can't sit here and say every manager that comes here is going to win a trophy. Of course I can't. Do I want trophies? Yes. But more importantly than trophies, get the team in a position where they're in the best chance of winning trophies first. Because what happened last season, Ellie, is an anomaly. And everyone's praising it. Oh, I don't care where we finish because that was an anomaly. It doesn't normally happen. Teams who finish bottom half don't often win trophies. So, yes, I want to be high up the league because those teams have the best chance of winning trophies factually.
But Savva, yes, but not with us. We're the anomaly. We finish high up and we win nothing. And this is when we get called Spursy and bottled up. See, this is what I was saying to Dan earlier. In any normal scenario, you guys are right. But Tottenham are so different to the norm because of the way our owners... Huh?
So what's the answer then? Is me not... So the answer is me saying, this is what cracks me up. Me saying I want a coach to coach my football team, right, leads to, but any other club, it doesn't work like that. So what should I want? I should want my club not to be coached?
No. No, you're right. We need a coach that can coach the player. We do need that. But what the way we're run and the way we're the anomaly, in my view, we've only got two options. Either bring in a winner and let him try and win trophies, because that's the like domestic cups or a Europa or whatever, because that's the best we could ever hope for. Or we've got to get this chairman out. Because we're going to... 25 years we've been through this bullshit, Savva. 25 years. Yeah, and nothing's going to change under Frank either, or the guy after Frank, or the guy after that guy. It just won't change.
Sure, but I might see a football team that's coached. And that's the best I can ask for right now.
Yeah, see, I'd rather... See, and I would rather a trophy. I would rather a trophy.
But you're doing that thing again. Nowhere have I said I don't want to win a trophy. But no, what you are saying...
Still didn't say that. Still was giving his opinion for himself. He wasn't inferring that you thought differently.
Yeah.
But he said, no, but I'd rather win a trophy.
That's his opinion for what he wants.
Me saying...
If you gave me the choice of a team that's been coached well, pushing high up in the league, knocking on the door, or a trophy, I would always take the trophy. In an ideal world, both. But no manager's ever done both under Levy. No one's ever done it.
No. Sure, because managers have messed up in finals. This is the problem.
Yeah, but they've never really had the resources as well. Like, we sold Moussa Dembele, and we went into the Champions League final with Harry Winks and Sissoko in midfield because Wanyama was injured. We had no cover.
Okay,
that midfield was awful. Savva, a Champions League final, and we're fielding Winks and Sissoko.
Sure,
Champions League.
How are we able to knock out Man City, Ajax, and Dortmund?
Yeah, look, Man City, I think we'll all agree a bit of VAR introduction helped us, right? Let's be honest. We caught a bit of life, but you need luck.
But we went toe-to-toe with the champions of England and knocked them out.
Right. Okay. Look, I just think...
They battered us that game.
Yeah, I just think we had a bit of... Don't forget, Aguero, Lloris saved the penalty as well in the first leg. Luck was on our side in that game, right? In my view. Against Ajax... The second half we just went for it and it landed for us. The last kick of the game, we made it. Otherwise, we were out. It's one of those magic nights.
No, I understand that, but how are we just dismissing?
But when we came up against a team that was 27 points ahead of us in the league that season, Liverpool, we just
okay. How many points were Man City above us?
Savva, we're their bogey team as well, man. We've got this weird thing.
There's an excuse for everything when it.
We are. Nuno beat City at Tottenham. Ange beat Man City. Ange battered them 4-0. 4-0.
Okay, so let me get this
straight. It's not normal. It's not.
So let me get this straight. So let me get this straight. If we go through an entire Champions League run, which starts in August, September, and goes right the way through to May, right?
Yeah.
We're saying throughout all of that time, our squad was good enough. But then in the final, Daniel Levy, what a wanker. You've not given... Well, what you're doing that? We got to the final, Lubo.
I'll tell you why, Sav. I'll tell you why. The team of 20.
You guys hate Levy so much.
This
is just mad.
Savva, Liverpool were the hot favourites to win it, Savva. They were the hot favourites.
City were the hot favourites to beat us over 2 legs in the.
We always beat City though, man. Everyone
we were the favourites to win the Europa League last season as well.
You know what? It's funny.
We were the favourites to win Europa because Ange finished 5th the year before.
That's right. It's the funny thing. Just a few things to add. Listen, it was.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Hang on, still. It was a fantastic run for me personally. That run was fantastic. Did we smash it like PSG did this year? No, we didn't. Did we get to the final playing like PSG did, smashing everybody, Liverpool, Villa, Arsenal? No, we didn't. We got away. Llorente's goal at City would never have been allowed today because it came off his arm.
No, it didn't. It came off his knee.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
We got his knee.
Right, hang on. We got lucky. Ellie, it was right in front of me. It came off his arm, believe me.
No, it didn't, because I've seen it 50,000 times.
It doesn't matter. The refereeing judgment on the night was that it didn't hit his hand, right? Otherwise, it would have been disallowed.
That's why it didn't hit his hand.
But the team that we had in 2019 that reached the Champions League final was not a patch on the team that finished second 2 years earlier in 2017.
But Lubo, we were there at the final, right?
Yeah,
we're there. This is the problem, and this is why, you know, when like you're debating with Sean and he says you can't give any credit, right? Spurs, by hook or crook, managed to negotiate that run of playing all those teams and get to the final, right?
Yeah.
We get to the final.
They took advantage. They rode their luck and they took advantage. They got to the final. When it got to the final, all three were to blame. Levy, Poch and the team.
Oh, I'm not blaming Levy for the Champions League final. I'm sorry. In the lead up to that final, right? Let me ask you a question. In the lead up to that Champions League final, I don't remember anyone going, Levy's left us a shit squad for this final. Everyone was on cloud 9. We're going to the Champions League final. We're going to beat Liverpool. Poch is magic.
Yeah.
Spurs messed up.
Until I saw Winks was in the midfield.
But you knew our squad.
Then I lost all hope.
No, that's not true. You knew our squad.
Winks and Sissoko in a double pivot.
That was just... about that?
Didn't Winks absolutely cook Juventus though?
I thought, no way.
And at Real Madrid.
Yeah, and at Real Madrid.
Man City as well.
He had one good game against Barca, I think.
So
the thing is, Savva, I got offered tickets for that final, and they were expensive. I said no, and people, it was quite expensive. But I was thinking about it, and I thought, I never believed we were going to win that final, never. Whereas Bilbao, when we got to Bilbao,
anyone saying this at the time? I didn't
listen. I wasn't on YouTube then. It was 2019. I joined YouTube in 2021, right? But in Bilbao,
okay, so now all the people I didn't know at the time were all saying in the lead up to the final that we're losing to Liverpool, right? Just so I've got it clear.
I never believed we were going to beat Liverpool.
This is a coincidence.
I swear on my kid's life, I thought we were going to lose to Liverpool.
Sure.
I never thought.
Savva, I tried to talk Lubo out of going to Anfield many a time, saying stop going, not winning. For me, when we got to Bilbao, though, I thought, you know what, maybe we can do this one. But, you know, this is a bit more even. Man United 6 right, but yeah, we had a better chance.
It was a more stable game, basically, wasn't it? It was more level, wasn't it?
Liverpool finished 27 points ahead of us that season, and they were just. And do you know what, Savva? They were a brilliant Liverpool team. The way they played, it was like
they weren't good in the final.
No, were we though? We were awful.
I'm not saying we were, but my point is this: you three. I'm looking at you three now, not Dan and Chris. Every point I make about we've had a 9-month Champions League run. Every win you guys have just dismissed, and Lubo's the master at this. I'll call it.
No. I thought against Dortmund we were brilliant, Savva. Against Dortmund we were brilliant. Against Dortmund we were brilliant
to get to the final.
Yeah, not every game, Savva. Some games.
Okay, but everything I say about that Champions League run is dismissed. Everything. It doesn't matter.
No.
It doesn't matter.
I thought we were brilliant, especially against Ajax and Man City.
My life. My fucking life.
Yeah, but Savva, we said some games, not all, some games.
When we didn't.
Most of what I bring up about the Champions League is dismissed. Oh, but this, but that. No. We knew going into those games we had Winks and Sissoko as on. We knew who our midfield was.
No,
Winks didn't play in those games, Savva. He didn't play.
He didn't play.
Savva, Winks didn't play in those games.
And the game was cropped, so we started with 10 men.
Guys, I'm going to win the show. I'm bored of this now. I've tried to talk for about 4 times, and I'm just cut off at every moment. It's too
when Yama got injured second leg against Man City, that's when we lost him. Winks wasn't playing.
Wanyama was playing in the first half against. I'm sure he started against Ajax, and then he got injured. He did, didn't he? He started against Ajax, Wanyama, and then he got injured, didn't he? He went off.
Not in the second leg, you didn't, but in the first one.
Winks didn't play against Ajax.
No, I'm on about Wanyama, what Ellie said.
I know Wanyama played one of the games because he got injured, didn't he?
I mean,
he got injured against City.
We won that game with City with a bit of luck, yeah? You agree with that?
I think so. I think we got lucky.
Right.
Yeah, we got a bit lucky.
That game with Man U, in my opinion, we definitely won that with luck. Not the manager changing stuff, not the skill. I mean, the way Van der Ven got to that at the end was just excellent. But does people agree we definitely won that with a bit of luck?
No, we didn't. No, we put everyone behind the ball and defended for our lives. That was the tactic.
I think we had a fair bit of luck in that game, but again, we're called that opinion.
But what the one off the line, that ain't luck because that's brilliant. The 2 saves by Vicario, fantastic. We defended like doggedly. Bissouma decided to play like he can. Bentancur doubled up and played really, really well. Romero had a fantastic game. Sarr didn't play too badly. Johnson done what he did, tap in. I don't think it was luck. I just think we played really well on the day defensively. Which
I think there was definitely luck involved in it, though, that they couldn't finish come love nor money. There was definitely luck on our side as well. But I agree with what you say as well. It weren't all down to luck. So
yeah, because Casemiro hit it into the side.
No, fair points, Ellie. Fair points. I've said I'll step back on that one.
Yeah,
it wasn't total luck. Fair enough. I'll go with that one.
Ajax versus Spurs.
I've stopped even trying to talk. I've stopped even trying to talk. Someone else can say that.
Well, you have plenty of time now.
Fucking pointless. I can't do this whole thing where we're going to blame. There's plenty to blame Levy for, but when you get to the final of a competition over and over and over again, and the blame still goes on that man.
Yeah, I was right. Wanyama did start against Ajax.
He did
in the first leg, wasn't it?
Both games.
Oh,
in both games he started.
Fair enough.
He was just crocked and he had to go off, didn't he? Because he wasn't really fit to play, really.
Listen, the only game we played Sissoko and Winks in midfield was in the fucking final. The most important game of the lot.
That's it.
It's a disaster.
Yeah.
It's a fucking shit show, man. That final was awful.
Crocked Kane, so he couldn't do nothing for us.
He should never have fucking started.
No.
No, he shouldn't have. Go on, Savva, go for it. Everyone will be quiet.
I'm bored. I'm going to end the show now. I'm bored. I've tried to talk, and every time Ellie cuts me off, it's pointless.
You should be quiet. Elliot, be quiet now.
It is fair, Ellie. It is. Every fucking time I start talking, it is unbelievable. Right? Let me try my point one more time. We're at the point where we want to blame Levy for so much that we blame him for finals. No praise that we got to the finals. Every time we got to the final, it's luck. This goal was lucky. This penalty save, blah, blah, blah. Penalty shootouts, and now the manager's faults. But we're in the final. You're in the final of the Champions League. That is the moment when the manager has to get the best out of these players. That is the moment where the manager has to give you that speech. That is the moment where the manager has to turn around and be like, this is it. This is what we've worked hard for 4 or 5 years that Poch had been there. This is what we're aiming towards. But we didn't. He got it wrong. He got it very, very wrong tactically. We didn't lose the game because Winks and Sissoko played. I didn't think Liverpool were better than us in the final. It's easy to point at Winks and Sissoko and blame them because you don't like them as a midfield. I don't remember watching that game and thinking, we've lost this because our midfield. I remember watching this and thinking, Poch has got this horribly wrong going forward. But it's easy to blame Winks and Sissoko because it's easy. Right? It's easy to say he didn't give us anyone. Poch turned down Yuri Tielemans. Could have had Yuri Tielemans going into that cup final. Turned him down. Levy's blamed for selling Dembele. Moussa Dembele's come out and said, I wanted to leave. I wanted to go. But we're blaming Levy for that in the January as well. I'm all for blaming Levy for things. I don't blame him for us losing Champions League finals. You're in the final. Hang on. I don't blame him for that.
We blame Levy for not bringing in a replacement.
He offered Yuri Tielemans to Pochettino.
What, right? In 2019?
In 2019. Where did Yuri Tielemans end up at the end of for that half a season? Because we said no to him.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, I do know about that, right? I do know about that, right?
Well, he's not,
Yuri Tielemans ended up at Leicester City, played there on loan, and then got the permanent move in the summer. Poch didn't want a big squad. He didn't want a big squad. But I'm not going to blame a Champions League final on Winks and Sissoko playing. There were games where Winks played in Champions League games and he looked brilliant. I'm not saying I rate him, by the way, for anyone to go at me. But we can't pick and choose when we want to blame and when we don't want to give credit to.
All right, so if you blame the manager, then who hired the manager?
Are we?
But then who hired Ange? You got to give him credit for that, right?
So
do you know what I give Levy credit for? Not sacking him in January and actually letting him have the final, because he should have done that with Mourinho and he didn't. I give Levy credit for that. I'll give him credit for keeping Ange when everyone wanted him out, including me.
So every club that loses a final, we're blaming chairman now because they hired the manager that lost the final.
No, at Tottenham, when you go through 18 managers, in 25 years, having spent the fourth most in the transfer windows, yeah, I've got a fucking issue with the chairman. Big issue.
I understand that in its entirety, but I can't blame Daniel Levy when you're in a one-off game in a Champions League final, right? You've got to go out and perform. You've gone out and performed against Man City, against Dortmund, against Ajax. You've now got to go and perform in the final. But
Savva, I don't blame Daniel Levy for the players that are chosen to step onto that pitch in the final. I blame Daniel Levy for the players brought into the club that the manager has to pick from. That's what I blame him for. We didn't have
They were
more
good
than
enough
what
to get
Liverpool.
through.
Yeah, but they weren't good enough against Liverpool. Not that game. We weren't good enough. We just weren't.
Sure, but hadn't they? So
got 97 points that season.
He's making a valid point.
Listen, guys, just imagine the whole world watching the Champions League final. Was it 700 million people watch the final? They tune in and they see Musa, Sissoko and Winks.
They weren't the reason we lost the game.
Oh, but Savva, it sums it up. But they weren't the reason they weren't the reason that we didn't win it though as well. They weren't the reason that we did win it.
It's easy to blame Levy all the time, though. But those two transfer windows, David Pleat came out and said that there were players there, right? And Poch deliberately said he didn't want anyone in.
And that's exactly what I heard as well, Chris. That my mate works at Southampton, and he said Poch did this all the time. Didn't want people. Didn't want people.
Listen, no manager says, yeah, I want Dembele out with no similar replacement. No manager. I don't buy that. For me, I'd like Tielemans. Savva, see, this is all gossip and talk and speculation.
No. He was offered Yuri Tielemans, and Spurs ended up rejecting him. Poch didn't want him. Yuri Tielemans was one of the most sought-after midfielders.
Show me the evidence. I want to see the evidence for this. I want to see the evidence for that. Where's the evidence?
How can I show you evidence 6 years later?
Where did you get that from? Where did you get that from? The evidence?
Because my mate works for Southampton as a coach, and he knows Poch's people.
So he spoke to Poch and found out that he said no to Tielemans.
Poch's people. Listen, the same way that Lubo will tell you things he knows, and Johnny will tell you things he knows.
Yeah, but I don't believe them. I've told Lubo I don't believe it. Lubo told me Levy was gone this summer. He's not gone.
Sure,
he's not gone. He's still here.
But I don't believe we lost that final. Sissoko and Winks aren't why we lost that final.
But they contributed to us not winning it.
No, actually, still, Winks was our best player on the night, as it happens.
Yeah.
Lubo. Okay. How many chances did he create? How many chances did he create?
He passed sideways and backwards.
We had 8 shots to Liverpool's 4, by the way.
25 times.
Yeah. How many chances did Winks create? How many shots did he have?
Emerson didn't play well, but he's done a really good pass to Delhi.
Now you're rewriting history. This is not Winks' game, isn't
okay.
The assist.
97 points.
All right, Savva. Okay, fine. So it's Poch's fault we lost that final. Okay, fair enough.
I think the players and Poch. I think
the players and Poch. Whose fault is it that Mourinho never got to manage in the cup final against Man City?
And this is where the balance comes in. Absolutely, that one is on Levy.
What about the game where Pochettino came in mid-season, no transfers, and within 4 months he's in the cup final against Chelsea? Whose fault is that? Bringing in a manager mid-season with no transfers, and suddenly we've got to beat Chelsea.
Hang on, sorry. What year are we talking about now?
Poch's first season, within 4 or 5 months of being in the job, he had a cup final, Carabao Cup final against Chelsea.
He didn't join halfway through a season. He started in the summer.
He did. Villa-Spurs kicked in. We lost 5-0 to Liverpool on December the 17th, and Villa-Spurs went and Poch came in.
He came in.
I hate to break this to you. That's not what happened at all. No, it was Sherwood. So let's get this right. Villa-Spurs was sacked. Tim Sherwood took over. Then in the summer, Sherwood went and Poch came in.
Right, Poch's first season, he didn't get to clear out the squad, change nothing, right? He inherited a shit team, and he went into a cup final against Chelsea. Who do you blame for that then?
Chelsea was... But listen, I'm not saying you're going to win every final. Chelsea...
No, but I'm saying who do you blame? Who do you blame for that?
I don't blame anyone. I don't blame... Why is there always got to be blame? We played a phenomenal Chelsea side. Yeah. But the Liverpool team we played on the day wasn't phenomenal.
They finished 27 points ahead of us in the league.
Sure.
Hold on, Liverpool always phenomenal. What are you on about?
Yeah, but we've never beaten that game. I know, but they was not up to their standards that they had been all season and season before.
Okay, can I ask you this then?
If there was a chance, that was the chance to do it.
All right, guys, let me ask you this. Let me reframe the question. have you ever in your heart of heart have looked at a Spurs squad going into a cup final saying, do you know what? Levy, the board, the football director, they've really done the best they could have to give our manager the best chance he's got with the squad built to beat that team in the final. Have you ever truly felt that?
But still, the difference is, I think, with most other people other than you and maybe Lubo, is when my team gets to a cup final, my first thought isn't to ask what the chairman's done, right? I'm in a final. My team is in a final. My thought is go and win the final, right? The problem is every time we don't win a final, you guys manage to get the conversation back to Levy's fault.
Yeah, but that's not my question. So that's not my question. My question is, do you hand on your heart, look at a team that we've had and said the club really did the best it could to give our manager the best chance he has with that squad assembled? That's my question.
But no,
because when I look at Man City, I say
I'm going to give a still answer. I've answered it. You didn't like what I said. When I look at, what fan gets to a final and their thought is, has the owner put a good enough squad together to win it? I'm like, we're in a final.
No, Savva, that's not my question. I never said to win it. I said, no. My question is, as a Big Six club, as one of the top six, which is what we're called, we're in the Big Six. We are. There's a show on YouTube called The Big Six, and Tottenham are in that. Villa aren't, Newcastle aren't, we're in it. So, as one of the Big Six, can you honestly say that the chairman of our club has done his best to assemble a team that you say, do you know what? They've given this a real fucking go, they have, to give our manager the best opportunity he has to get this over the line. Have they supported the manager to the best of what they could have? Have you ever felt that, ever, under this ownership?
I think it's such a... I'm sorry, this is such a double-edged question because, as I said, the fact that we're in the final, then yes, is the answer. Surely. We got to the final this year. I didn't at any point go, oh, my God, has Daniel Levy given Ange enough? I'm like, we're in a final, go and win it. I did the same in the Champions League. I did the same in the League Cup.
Savva, any team that gets to a final, as a fan, you're always going to say, go and win it, right? You're not going to say, go and lose it. You're going to say, go and win it. But have you ever felt confident in the squad assembled with what has been given to the manager? Have you ever felt, do you know what? We've really backed this guy. We've given him a strong chance.
I don't look at it like that when I'm in a final still. That's the
problem. I'm not asking if you looked at it that way. Have you ever felt that? Because I've never felt that. Never.
I've never felt that.
Same here.
I agree with you, but that doesn't mean losing a final then is solely Levy's fault, right?
No.
But when you lose so many under Levy, it begins to add up, though, doesn't it? With so many.
But then we've got so many. We've got to a lot of finals.
We've got to a lot of semi-finals. I think we've got to about 4 finals.
Seven finals. Levy is not the one.
Oh, yeah, 1, 2. Sorry, yeah.
Levy sits there and says, right, I want this manager and I want you to play attacking football. That's why I've got you. Levy does not sit there on that pitch and say, Ange, I want you to play 2 inverted wing backs with 2 defenders sitting on the halfway line and maybe 1 sitting at the back. Levy don't do the tactics. Levy don't do that shit. The fact that managers don't get it right on that day, or the players don't get it right, for me, I don't blame Levy for that one. That one is down to the players and the manager. No, I didn't say he was. I'm just giving my opinion on Levy.
The chairman doesn't give the manager a fighting chance.
So he hasn't given the manager a fighting chance, but yet we got to the finals.
Yeah,
no, not a fighting. No, I never said that. I never said fighting chance. I said, has he given the manager the best chance? Has he really? Have we done our best? Do you think signing tells?
Have we sent managers into the finals with better squads than the likes of Liverpool, Man United, Arsenal, and Chelsea? No, they're bigger. They're bigger clubs with bigger budgets. There you go.
But we've spent more than Liverpool. We've spent more than Liverpool over the last 10 years.
We've bought dross.
We've spent more. We outspent when Poch was here. We outspent Liverpool.
Hang on,
but look what we signed: and Kudu, and Dudu, and Poo Poo, and he, and she, and D.
What are we doing? I don't need a history lesson. I understand Tottenham as well as you, right? The difference is Liverpool first of all, will attract better players than us. They are Liverpool. I feel like this gets so lost on our fan base, right? Our fan base seem baffled when a Chelsea or Liverpool or Arsenal get a better player over us. I don't understand what's baffling about it. They're bigger clubs.
No, but we can do better than what we signed, Savva, though. That's the point.
Give ourselves a better chance.
I didn't say, I didn't say that we couldn't. That wasn't your question.
No, but that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm raising. Not that Liverpool signed better. We can do better.
I didn't say that we couldn't. Even if we got better than what we have, we still wouldn't have the squads that Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea and City have. So we would still be, by your theory, still be going into those finals with lesser teams than those clubs.
No, but we've done the best we can, though, is my point. We would have done the best we can for our manager.
And I agree with you, but we'd still be going in as the second favourites, and we'd still find a way, if we lost those finals, to blame Daniel Levy.
No, Savva, no. Do you know what? No, I disagree. If we actually had... No, I disagree here. No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't, because I've always... I've done shows where I've said, if this board signed proper players, where we said... And I've always said, I don't expect us to sign De Bruyne, Mbappe, all that shit, because we're never going to get that. But there's no reason why we can't find Mitomas or Embuemos. There's no reason why we can't do that caliber of player. If we, in the transfer window, signed players like that and we did it consistently, I would fully point the finger at the manager and say, yo, manager, you're being properly looked after here. I expect you to deliver. But the problem is, I never really... beg your pardon. I never really have that opportunity. Because I look at the transfer windows, like, look at last summer. Lubo, please don't lose your shit. Archie Gray and all the others, right? Odeberts, Tells. We were like,
I agree with you on all this. You know I agree with you on this. But again,
but that's on Levy though, Savva. This is let me ask you.
Okay, cool. So that's on Levy.
Yeah.
Those players, those signings you've just made have just won a European trophy. All you care about is trophies. So Levy has given a manager enough to go and win, right?
In this competition, you'd have to say yes. In this competition, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. And you know I agree with you on the signings. I also don't think we should be signing the best players. I'd love to, but we're not that attractive to them. I also think there is a level above what we buy that we should be buying.
Yeah, I agree.
But what will happen in the Champions League this year is whenever we get knocked out, we're going to blame Daniel Levy. When we shouldn't be winning any, we will blame Daniel Levy. That is what we will do.
I don't think any of us expect to have a good Champions League campaign, if we're honest. None of us
You'll
do.
get blamed whatever happens.
Savva, for me, this squad isn't capable. As it is, it's not. And I think every Spurs fan, if they're honest, will say this squad ain't fucking capable.
It's not capable. I agree with that, and Savva agrees with that.
We all agree there. We all agree on that. I'm not going to blame Levy.
Is it capable? Because we haven't got enough good players to go and win it.
Yeah, but do you know what?
We're never going to have enough good players to go and win it, right?
We were a top club. We were a top club, and we let our standards go down drastic.
When?
Come on. We've never been a top club. Tottenham have never been a top club.
Ellie, you're doing that thing again where you're asked a question and you go somewhere else. I just said when.
We've been a top club under Bill Nicholson. We were a top
club
under
the 60s.
We were 70s. Very good players.
80s Birkinshaw.
Pedantic.
Whatever. With him.
We have a little... Listen, those 2 league seasons under Poch, we've amassed more league points than any other team. So you could say we were a top team under Poch for a couple of years.
Okay, so for a couple of seasons, but again, we're missing the point here. We're talking like we've been a serial title-winning team, and we never have been.
We're not serial title.
No, but we're not. No, but you are making out like we've never been a top club. We have been a top club.
No.
We're a top 6 club. We're the 6th most successful club in England.
Sure, but the point is, this is what I love. When people do the history lessons and people talk to me about Birkinshaw and Nicholson, I love this. Birkinshaw and Nicholson in this debate have got absolutely nothing to do with the state of football in 2025. This is why when people keep going to me, oh, well, Bill Nick did this. Sure. Keith Birkinshaw did this. Sure. We're in 2025. For the last 30, 40 years, When have Spurs been a top club?
We finished high up in the league. That's what you're saying. We've been up there.
Sure. We've had a couple of league finishes
it.
that have been high up, but that doesn't make you a top club because you have a couple of high league finishes, right? Leicester City are not a top club. They've won it.
No, they haven't
So
got a
I'm asking the
history
question, when you're saying we are a top club, we are nowhere near City.
How did Man City become a top club?
Because they've got a sovereign state who own them.
Yeah, yeah. So why don't we do the same?
We've never been a top club.
And let somebody else come and make us a top club again.
Ellie, we've been a good club at times, yeah? But in my opinion, we have never been
Why did they do it and we can't?
A top club is consistent, like a world-class player.
So we want Levy and Enoch to do what Sheikh Mansour did.
Just want him to sell to somebody who's ambitious.
Oh, right. So, okay, so now we're in a difference, right? This is the problem. When people come out with things like, we want what City have got. Right, first and foremost, no one will be able to do what City done again. No one's going to be able to do what City done again because all of the rules and the laws of football have changed, right? Chelsea were the first team to do it, right? If we all agree, guys, right? In the Premier League era, I mean, I can go back to Jack Walker out in Blackburn, but if we're going to go to mega money, do we all agree Chelsea's owners were the first who came in and really blew the rest out the water, right? Chelsea did what no one else was doing. Man City's owners came along, what, a decade after that? Maybe, I don't know, roughly a decade after Abramovich.
5 years after Abramovich, Mansour came in.
Okay, so Mansour comes in after that and goes, you know what, I'll have a bit of this, and whatever Chelsea are doing, I'm going to blow them out the water. The problem is, since then, the rules of football have become more stringent. So a new owner that comes into Tottenham right now will be able to absolutely do better than Levy if he wants to, but won't be able to do what City did, Ellie. So it's easy for football fans to sit there and go, do what City did. No one can do that now. Look at Newcastle. Newcastle have the richest owners in the world, right? We all agree with that, right? Newcastle have the richest owners in football.
Yeah.
Right? Why aren't Newcastle doing what Man City did, Ellie?
The difference to it, though, Savva, is Newcastle
ambition as well,
because they cannot make that money that we can. Newcastle can't do that unless they win cups and get in the Champions League year after year after year. We'll never be able to do it like Chelsea or City. But if we had big owners come in now who was willing to spend, we'd be able to do leap bounds over Newcastle.
It's about ambition.
They can't even touch Fulham on tickets. I think there's a bit of a level to this one.
Our owners don't have ambition.
Sure, but again, it doesn't matter whether we say we think there's levels to ambition. No one will be. Ellie's point was we want to do what Man City did.
Well,
we can't do exactly what they did or Chelsea did.
No one's going
successful. Not exactly like what they did. They're like an anomaly. If you
I don't know. Mind you, Chelsea are still finding loopholes in the law.
Guys, I don't expect us to be Chelsea, Man City. For me, I just expect our owners, whatever the budget is to spend on transfers, they start focusing on good players. They stop this Project Youth. They stop this Project Kid. They stop this random scattergun approach. Oh, we can get Sissoko on the cheap. Oh, we can get Werner on a 6-month contract. Oh, we can sign Kinski. He's available. Stop it. Just stop it.
I agree.
That's all I've asked for. They've never done it. They've never done it. Whether we finish second, 17th, 5th.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
but we've also
this is why I always bring it back to Levy, though. This is why I always bring it back to him.
But this is why when I'm arguing people, like when I'm debating like people like Ellie right now that say things like we're a top club, we are not what some fans think we can attract. We are not that. Yes, still, I agree with you. We should be looking, for me still, I look at it like this. We buy here, right? Let's say we buy at this level.
I didn't say we're going to attract the best.
Hang on. I'm trying to make a point to Stell. Hang on.
Okay.
We're at this level. We buy here. We buy the Tells, we buy the Werners, we buy the Archie Grays, we buy all these underwhelming footballers, right? there's a level there where Liverpool, City, Chelsea, Arsenal go, right? For me, still, I think we should be in there.
I agree.
That's my frustration. But the problem is, a lot of our fan base, still, and you know this, think that we should be buying there. And they say things like, just go and put the money down. And why can't we compete with Chelsea for that player? Well, there has to be a level of understanding here that that's not possible. That takes years and years and years of competing, of doing better to get to that level. But our fan base still think that we can do that right now. Our fan base seem confused still when we go, Mohamed Kudus, right? He's the one in the news right now. Still, you and I both know, if no one else goes in for Mohamed Kudus, we can get Kudus over the line. We also know, let's be brutally honest, mate, we also know that Chelsea enter negotiations. We're done. We know if Chelsea, if Bayern Munich, if these big clubs enter negotiations, we're done. I don't like it when fans have a pop up, oh, Levy couldn't get it done. If he can't get it done and he stays at West Ham, I've got a problem with it. If he can't get it done but he joins Chelsea, I get it.
My problem is this with the way our fans think. Not all fans, but quite a few of them. Like you said, we buy here, we can't buy there, so we should be buying there. What I hate is when we spend £50 million on a player and our fans think we've bought here when we've actually bought there.
I agree.
Yeah.
That, like Richarlison,
Hotel transforms our attack.
And then they wonder why. Oh my lord! Do you know what, guys? I'm telling you now. Frank is being set up to fail. I'm telling you.
I want to reply to Lynn Simpson. She says, "Ellie, how silly you sound because Pep went to his own." I just said that he cheated. Man City cheated to get where they are. That's why they've got the 115 charges against them that they're going to get off because they got super lawyers.
Apparently, Chelsea and Villa got fined today, I think.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, 29.5 million and 9.5 million.
Something along them lines, yeah, it was.
It's nothing
really. That's pocket change to Chelsea.
Yeah.
Of course.
Pocket money to Chelsea.
But what do you do? What do you do? Like, we can't... We complain a lot about the likes of Chelsea, etc., etc. What do we do? Like, what do you do about it?
Like,
we need to be better in the transfer window. Stop signing Tells. Stop signing Odebert. Stop signing all these players that don't even start regularly, that don't impact results. Start signing players that sign more Madisons, sign more Van der Ven, sign more.
Agreed.
Who else have we got that's half decent?
Stop buying crap like Archie Gray when we could have gone and bought bloody Locatelli because he was blatantly on the market and made it quite clear he come to the Premier League. We've just finished fifth.
But we all agree on this.
But we don't.
But we all agree on it, which is why we shouldn't be using Thomas Frank as a way to then divide us again, because we actually all agree on that we should be doing all of this.
I agree, Chris.
Discussion.
But Chris, when I first came on the show, that's exactly what I was saying. By bringing in Thomas Frank, it's given Levy the time. It's given him the green light to not back Frank, and we're gonna have to wait a year. And this is the cycle.
It would have been the same if Andrew was still here, wouldn't it? It doesn't matter who the manager is for that, does it?
I now think the main reason he got rid of Ange is because Ange came out and said that we now need experienced players, and I think the board weren't prepared to do it. And the reason I say it is when Conte said that he needed 50, 60 million pound players, otherwise we can't win nothing. That's when it began to go wrong for him. When Mourinho started throwing players under the bus, saying they're not good enough, that it was the end of the road. It just seems no matter what the manager says at this club, if they question the squad or the players, or that they need better than what they've got, that's it. Their time's up.
See, the majority of the time, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that.
He couldn't win games of football. Let's be brutally honest about it.
On that one, I'm with Savva on that one, yeah. On the others, I agree with Stell, yeah. At the end of the day, I think the way a few people got to look at this one is Levy ain't changing. He might have changed his way last season, but that was because he had to. So Levy was part of the reason we won that cup as well, because he adapted to the situation. But because he had to. He had no option. Right, we know what Levy's like. We know what situation the club's in. We know jack shit ain't changing at the club. Right, so what do? Do you keep a crap manager like Ange, who's got a good chance of getting us relegated, in my opinion? You think he wouldn't? Fair enough, each their own. Or we go and get a manager who can definitely play better with the cards he's got, who can definitely adapt and progress players better, not regress every player in the bloody team, bar two of them, and play under Levy's way and get the best of what he can out of Levy's way, because we know Levy ain't changing or going nowhere. I know what I'm going to do. Do I want to be in this situation? No. But then I don't like being in traffic jams for 6 hours, sitting in a bloody car with my wife either. It's just shit happens. That's life. We ain't changing it. So what we've got to do is get the best manager who can adapt to this situation, and obviously the best players who can play to the situation. We haven't really got an option otherwise.
Yeah, I get that. But also what Sean said is very poignant as well, because he said the people we should really be going after is the Football League for allowing all this to happen, all the cheating and the underhand stuff that goes on, right? And they're not clamping down on it. So
haven't they just fined 4 or 5 clubs today?
Yeah, but I mean, 29.5 million. Yeah, it was UEFA. It's not our English Football League, is it?
So what more do we want to happen? They've been fined. What more do we want now to happen to them?
I mean, our league. That's in UEFA who fined them, not our league.
Yeah, listen. I think we can go after the FA and UEFA, whoever we want to go after. This is where I agree with Stel, and I mean Stel the point. None of this would really matter if we actually acted bigger. None of this would matter if every one of our signings was in that middle bracket that we talked about. The problem is we're buying nobodies. Look at the transfer window last year.
I know.
Abysmal. Abysmal.
Can I say what I wanted to say ages ago about Ange, which is I don't think Stel will disagree with this. It would be interesting because 17th and that 22 defeats, not really that bothered. But, you know, ultimately what drives me about Ange, why I wanted him gone and why I'm more hopeful about Frank going forward is just I don't want a manager that makes me not want to go to games. And I was going home and away a lot last season, as I know Lubo was, and most of the people who were doing that, I think, resented the football they watch. And irrespective of trophies or anything else, I don't want to go through 95% of a season resenting going to the team that I want to watch. And Stel, I know for a fact that you stopped going, right? And there's a reason you stopped going last season because of how bad it was, right? Unless there were other things that I don't know about in your life. But I think Lubo was the same. I've heard him say the same stuff. I know Johnny Ham is the same. And I think most people, especially those who went away, Lubo talks about getting in from Liverpool at 4 a.m. I got in at 3:30 that morning, having watched the most spineless performance. And then 3 days later, I'm driving to Villa, literally questioning my own sanity, going, what is the point? I've got no enjoyment out of watching this football team anymore. And that's what I want. I want to enjoy what I see. I don't want to hate the season. If you can hate the season and it's okay at the end to win a trophy, I can accept that. It just means that we're never going to agree, right?
It was Chris, I'll make you 100% right, because by the time it came to the final, I should have been over the moon and happy that we won. I wasn't. I was more relieved than anything. Why? Because this manager had played such crap, depressing football for 18 months. It made me cut off any feelings that I had towards the game after round about January. I can only speak for myself there. But when we won it, yes, I had that happiness. But for a long time, it was more, I was just relieved that we'd won a cup and actually got there because we got in the Champions League after such an abysmal season and some of the worst football I have ever seen Spurs play. So I'm 100% with you on that one.
Right, agreed. I hated the football too. I wanted Ange out. I was always Ange out. But what I would say is that you're all saying, all of you are saying that we should buy players at this level, but we're not buying players at that level. So Andrew's on to a loser from the beginning.
We haven't for any other manager before, and I've never felt that bad ever watching Christian
it.
Gross.
It's about the football. It's about the football that you saw, and I get that.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat as you.
I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, but when it is that abysmal and that bloody bad, the football, it does have that effect. No, we're not going to get it perfect at Spurs. Yes, we're going to need luck. Yes, I want us to win games dirty at times as well, where we have to scrimp and scrape to do it. But I don't want to do it every bloody game we play, where we just look like a total embarrassment. Even 9 times out of 10, if we win a game, we look embarrassing. I can't deal with that. I can't do another season of 17th with the most embarrassing football in possibly Europe, with one of the worst, if not the worst manager I've ever seen in the Premier League. I can't dig that shit again. I can't do that again. If other people can, good luck to you. Fair play.
I must say, and the sad thing is, sort of summing up for me, by the way, just to people in the comments, I haven't fallen asleep at all tonight. If I put my head in my hands a couple of times because I couldn't believe what I was listening to. and I sort of sat back and just let Savva and Stell get on with it because, well, I didn't have a choice, did I? But anyway, the sad thing is, guys, that at the end of the day, we're all scrapping for second-rate results, aren't we? Because these owners are never going to let us challenge, and they're never going to give it a go like the other top clubs do. We're not a top club. And that's no, Ryan. I didn't fall asleep. We are a big club. We're not an elite club. The elite clubs are the ones that win the trophies, and unfortunately, we're not at that level.
We're in the top 6, though, Lubo. Top 6 trophy winners.
But the problem is we don't have the ambition to be at that level, and we all agree on that. That's not good enough. And the board need to have that ambition, and that's why we
need the change.
Do you know what, Chris?
Yes, I agree. But within that, we still want a manager who can actually give us some decent football to enjoy. Right?
Exactly, Chris. 2 separate conversations, right? Not wanting the owners doesn't mean that I still want a crap manager like Ange. And that's what I've resented for the last month or so. Is, oh, you've got what you want. Well, yeah, I've got the manager that I want. Doesn't mean I have to like Levy and Enoch. Like, do you know what I mean? It's kind of like there was just nothing about me that wanted Ange Postecoglou at this football club.
Okay, what about this scenario then, Savva? What if Frank starts losing a lot of games like Ange did?
I'll give him a season. Like
he needs.
Ange. I wasn't Ange out until the following season.
For me, it depends. If you can see any idea, pattern of play, you can see any hope of progress.
Exactly.
I'm on board.
Yeah, but he's still losing. That's what I'm saying. You can see
no. So Ellie, no. See, this is the thing. This was my answer earlier. I don't expect Frank to come in and everything to be plain sailing from game 1 of the season. He has left, and this was my point earlier before you shouted me down and said we're in the Champions League. This guy is picking up a fucking mess. This guy is picking up a team with no coaching. This guy is picking up a team that were losing most games in the Premier League. This guy is picking up a team that have had no defensive solidity, no midfield balance, and no attacking cohesion. This is a team that can't transition. This was a team that either flew forward and left gaps or put 10 men behind the ball. So this guy's got to come in, and for the first season, he needs to make us a team. That doesn't happen overnight, but our fans are going to expect that because of the Europa League win. This guy needs to come in, and I think Lubo said this right the other day. I think the first half of the season, you're probably going to see a lot of up and down. You're probably going to see a lot of up and down, and I can take that if I can see that kinks are being ironed out and that he's trying things and that he's implementing something. Then, in the second half of the season, I expect us to get better and better and better. If I can see a plan, if I can see that the players are progressing, if I can see that the defence is being worked on, I'm cool with that. But we can't just say if in his first 3 months he loses a number of games, we go, oh, he's shit, like Ange, get rid of him. He is now coming in to undo all of Ange's mess that you just fought tooth and nail for. This guy has got to undo all of that mess. He has got to come in and remind Romero, Van der Ven, Dogi, Porro how to defend. He has got to remind Bentancur, Bergvall, whoever is in midfield, how to be a midfield that aren't gung-ho. This is what everyone's missing. So this is why when we look at things binary and say, but Champions League, look at the state of the team. Look at the state of what we were watching week in, week out. This manager has got to rectify that. And our fans won't give him the time to do that. They will, after 2 months, go, oh, see, we're not in the top 4. We're not in the top 6. This is the problem. There's a mess.
This is where...
By the way, sorry, can I just say, sorry. This is where, Eugene, you don't get it, mate. Frank will do something even without decent transfers coming in. He will make it a team. He will make it hard to beat. He will make it a unit. Our players aren't the greatest. They're also not the worst. And I said this all last year. The teams immediately above us, the 12 teams immediately above us, don't have better squads than us, Eugene. They have better managers than what we had. Yeah? Marco Silva made Fulham a unit. Iriola made Brentford a unit, Bournemouth a unit.
Yeah.
Right? Frank made Brentford a unit. Glasner made Palace a unit. That's what you're going to see, Eugene.
So what's a good season? What's a good season for Frank then, league table wise?
I'll let you know when I've seen the transfer window.
If the squad stays as it is, let's just go by what we've got now.
If the squad stays as it is, 8th. If the squad stays as it is, 8th.
So worse than 8th, then.
Well, it's not worse.
But it's not worse than
that. Ange got fifth in his first season, didn't he?
It is worse. What are you on about?
How the other teams have already improved.
Hold on, 8th is worse than 5th in my mathematics.
But hang on, and again, Ellie, not understanding how years and numbers work. We're not 2 years ago. It's 20.
You said the first season.
Yeah, but Ellie, the other teams were not as good as they are now.
What are you talking about? You said the first season he's going to finish 8th. So I said worse than Ange then, which is factually right.
Ellie, if you want to go by position, Ellie, then yeah. But Arsenal are significantly better. Liverpool are a lot better.
Yeah, they finished above us. They finished above us. They finished above us in the first season anyway, though. They finished above us in the first season.
Can I give Ellie, Sav, can I give Ellie a fair comparison?
Please do. It's mind-numbing. It's mind-numbing how silly this is.
Why is it mind-numbing?
Mind-numbing, Ellie. Ellie, because
so that means next season we're going to be in the Conference League.
So we're going to play better football under Frank, yeah? You're
because you've asked the
question. We're going to see progression. And you finished
you've asked the question.
First season.
You've asked the question.
And finished 5th in his first season.
Okay, so now let's have the proper adult conversation about this.
It is an adult conversation. Don't make me out like I'm a little child.
Well, it sounds silly.
No, it isn't silly. Your
asked the question.
Is silly. Sorry.
You asked the question. I'll try and answer it.
Your theory is silly. Sorry, because
you haven't heard my theory because you ain't shut up. You haven't heard my theory. You haven't heard my theory because you asked the question and then kept talking. Right? This is not 23-24. When we are saying, but Ange did this, that was 23-24. Since that time, yeah, Chelsea have improved. Villa have improved. Newcastle have improved. Arsenal, City, Liverpool.
You just said about, and still ask you, where do you think Frank's going to finish? And you said 8th.
Right.
So I said, how can that be better than Ange?
And I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain it, but you don't stop. You haven't stopped again. You've cut me off again.
I'm just
Ellie, let him explain.
I'm trying to explain it, and you don't let anyone explain anything.
Yes, I'm listening.
Well, you're not because you've cut me off.
No, I'm listening now.
Oh my. This is just mind-numbingly painful.
Just explain what you want to explain, and I'll listen.
I'm trying to, for fuck's sake.
Go on, then.
Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool and Arsenal have gone. They are so far ahead as a top 4. It's unreal right now for Spurs. gone. Right? Newcastle, Villa, right? Forest have now worked their way up there. Brighton are a good team, right? Brentford are a decent team. I expect them to drop off a bit. This isn't 2 years ago. This isn't 2 seasons ago. So when you're comparing, oh, but in his first season, Ange did 5th. Playing against different squads, different football clubs with different players. We're now 2 years down the line. Ange has left this club in 17th. This manager is you said earlier, right?
Yeah.
Use this for a theory. You said earlier that Ange did a good job because he picked up a team in 8th and dropped them in 5th, right? This guy's picking up a team in 17th.
Yeah, I get
right?
that. I get that. But remember, there is context as well. There's context because the other clubs have strengthened significantly more than they gave to Ange.
But
they did.
That's my point.
They significantly improved because they strengthened their squads, whereas we bought Werner.
Sure, but Ellie, no excuse. That's no excuse for finishing 17th.
All right? Can I ask you, Savva? Can I ask you another question? No, listen. We get your point. The other team just strengthened more, so the gap's bigger to close. So here's another question then. If we finish, let's say you said 8th is good. So let's say we finish 9th or 10th. Right now. So if we finish 8th, 9th, or 10th, does Levy keep the manager?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Do you think he keeps the manager finish 8th, 9th, or 10th?
Yes, because I think Levy has realised what a mess he has left this club in. Now, whether we want to blame Levy or Ange or a mixture of the two, guys, we are being picked up in 17th place, right? And we're suddenly just going to, are we going to turn around and go, right, 17th, you must now finish 5th? Right?
I don't think we're a 17th place team, though. I don't think we actually are a 17th place.
I understand that.
That's half the problem.
Neither do we.
The manager got us there. That is the problem.
Because he prioritised the cup, whereas Frank's not going to prioritise the cup.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
He did. He prioritised the cup.
We're not doing that. It's a complete lie.
Why don't you want to do that?
I think he prioritised the cup. I just don't think
that he sacked off the league, and he said it himself.
I never said it.
And you didn't say that until the end. At the time, Ange said we have to go back up the league, and the league's just as important. It's only at the very end we've rewritten history.
I think if Frank finishes 8th or lower, I think he's gone. I think he can get away with the first season. You're going to tolerate that.
What I think happened with Ange was they made the deal, and Levy said, focus on that Europa Cup because that gets in the Champions League. And what I'm just saying, what I reckon, and what I reckon. Why did he sack him to? What I reckon is, if you let me finish, He didn't tell him to blow the league out, but you don't have to blow the league out to just focus on the cup. A good manager can do a bit of both. I don't reckon Levy realised how shit Ange was and would get us into 17th. And that's why he got the sack with it.
So can we now bring this back to sensible town? There is no way Daniel Levy has sanctioned with a manager, don't worry about the league, just go for the cup. What are we doing here?
I didn't say he said that, though. I said prioritise on the cup because we all know Daniel Levy wants the Champions League. We all know he desperately needs it at the moment to get buyers in there. He said focus on that cup and win it, but obviously do what you can in the league. And I don't think he realised that.
Levy put out a statement saying that. He actually said, let's get behind the club. Let's focus on the Europa Cup. Let's help the team win it. Levy actually put a statement out for that, didn't he?
Oh, so now we're believing everything.
I'm saying the club put a statement out for that. They put a statement out. I'm not saying believe it. I don't believe anything Levy says. I don't believe a word.
Just put it that way.
No, I didn't believe him when he said we've got our Tottenham back. I didn't believe.
I didn't think. Why do you think he sacked him, guys?
Because he's done terribly and he didn't sanction anything of the sort.
Because he knows he can get away with a shit window in the transfer again with a new manager.
No, still.
He could get away with that with that manager. Well, that doesn't make sense.
I don't think Andrew's going to do that again.
Still, Levy does whatever he wants. It doesn't matter who the manager is.
This is hilarious. We just make things up to hate Levy. It's madness.
Oh, I'll tell you what I think.
My one ain't to hate Levy. My one's actually saying that he wanted that Europa Cup for Champions League. So he said, definitely put your major thing on that when it comes to it. Concentrate. Do what you got to do in the league. I'm not saying he condoned 17, and I just don't think he realised.
No, Dan, this is not how it works. This is mental again.
Yeah, but this is Tottenham, Savva, and this is Daniel Levy, and all he wants is that bloody Champions League, and he needed it to get people in there as well. There is logic to it.
Dan,
I don't think he sanctioned 17.
I know I do an ex-player, and Lubo and Savva know who this is, but I spoke to an ex-player. I'm not saying he's right, but he's got connections in the club, used to play for us, very successful player. Mm-hmm. And he told me that Levy was absolutely furious, and by the end of January, had already told Ange that he was gone. Yeah, so I could understand at that point why Ange himself might have gone, fuck it. I could understand that.
His whole demeanour.
The idea that Levy thought this was okay or sanctioned it in any way.
Why didn't he sack him?
Why didn't he sack him?
We talked about why he didn't sack him. If you remember, Dan, I came on a show with you, Lubo, you were on the show as well. And I said, when Vinay arrived, Lubo, you'll back me up on this, right? When Vinay was announced, I turned around and said, this now makes sense why he's not sacked Ange. Right? I said he is having a clean sweep of everybody in the summer window, right? The only one I've got wrong is that Lang still remains. The only one. All the coaches have gone. The manager's gone. Donna Cullen has retired and moved on. Mason and them lot have gone. The manager's gone, right? He's done. They've done it all, didn't it? He came back from holiday, and then that next week it was like ins and outs.
I agree with that bit.
Right?
I agree with that bit.
There is not a chance. I'm sorry, guys. Daniel Levy is a ruthless businessman. Whether we like him or not, he's ruthless. There is not a chance he's had any form of conversation with Ange that has said, prioritise this, do that.
Okay.
He even in the statement as to why he was sacked, they've mentioned it. In 66 games, he got this many points from this many games. That's not good enough for Spurs. See you later.
Right. So if he was going to get Ange out no matter what then, and didn't, what is Levy, being Levy that we all know, going to have more on his mind? Right. I'm going to get rid of this manager no matter what. Why? Because he's a shit manager. He didn't think he'd get him 17th. But right, he's going no matter what. Baked potato, mate. See you later. You're going to go. But the best I think this manager can do is get us 10th in that league, considering how piss poor we are. That ain't getting me my Champions League. I want my Champions League. Right. Only chance of Champions was that Europa Cup.
Now let's use business sense against. Let's use the business sense in what you're saying. Let's use the business sense of Daniel Levy, right?
That is business sense.
Hang on. The business sense of Daniel Levy. For every single position this manager finished down the league, we lost £3.1 million. There is not a chance Daniel Levy in any way, whatever we're saying, would have sanctioned any way. Don't worry about that. Right?
Not 17.
None of it. Every single £1 million, Daniel Levy is ruthless. There is not a chance.
I know that.
We've got to get
this out of our head. So if he was going to get rid of it, no, we ain't got to get it out of our head, yeah? Maybe we just got different opinions on it, because you can't tell me nothing for a fact, same as I can't for you. No, to you they might be, but not to other people they ain't.
Sure, okay,
I don't think he's sanctioned 17.
Sure,
I'm
Daniel
not saying
said,
that.
don't worry about the league, lose me league
No,
revenue.
I didn't say, I never said he said don't worry about the league. Just because someone has prioritised on a cup, it don't mean they've totally blown out the league. Not everyone is as shit as Ang.
Okay, Dan. At which stage?
Not everyone is that bad.
Hang on. All right, Dan. So tell me, at which stage did he say prioritise the cup? At which stage? When?
I reckon around about February when he didn't sack him and he realised that we weren't going to get higher than 10th or 8th. And he needed that Champions League desperately. But he did not sanction 17th. I've never said that.
So February. So February, the month where we won. So February, the month where we won the most games.
Well, actually, he didn't sack him in January, and that was the prime time to do it. But February, yeah.
Okay, so February. So February, the month where we were winning more games than any of the other months, is apparently the month where we decided to deprioritize the league.
Yeah,
let me bring that back to you then. Let me bring that back to you then. So February, when we won a couple of games, you actually thought our season was changing and Ange was going to get us in the top 6.
No.
Exactly. What? So why would Levy even think that?
No.
No, you've not listened to a word I've asked you.
Well,
maybe I just misunderstood you. Repeat yourself.
Let me ask you.
We didn't climb the league in February very much. I think
we did.
We won 2 places. Then we did.
We won 3 games in a row.
Yeah, but we didn't climb the league because other teams were winning above us.
No.
And we didn't climb the league significantly.
That's not true. That's not how it works.
We won those 3 games, and I didn't think the season was going to change for it. I must admit.
Okay, so let me get this straight, right? So
Lubo, why are you bending over in front of the camera?
So we're saying, right? We're saying that in January stroke February, he said deprioritize the league, right?
No.
Okay. Right?
February.
We then win 3 league games in a row, if I'm not wrong, Lubo, in February.
We went from 16th to 12th between Leicester and playing Man City when we beat Brentford, Man United and Ipswich. We went from 16th to 12th.
That ain't much difference.
And we were
not in Daniel Levy's head.
But Elliot, again, that's a massive. This is, but guys, how are we not understanding how this works? Right? You're going 16th to 12th isn't a massive difference. That's 12.4 million to Daniel Levy. It's
what is the Champions League money?
Yeah, but one doesn't offset the other. One doesn't offset the other.
Levy's thinking, I've got no chance of bloody getting up into that top bracket.
I agree with that bit, but I'm not saying he sanctioned lose every game and that.
No,
what I mean by prioritise on a cup,
what
I mean by prioritise on a cup is that when you've got that important semi-final or whatever coming up, your league game before it is a bit irrelevant because it won't even take you up a place. Focus on that game particular. I'm not saying he said blow the entire league out or whatever. You can. But a good manager can focus on a cup and still get higher up in that league than 17.
He would have had the conversation with Ange at the beginning of the season and they would have talked about targets and he would have said the target is Champions League football. That would have been the conversation, the only conversation. He is not. If he is paying Ange 100 grand a week wages, he is not going to countenance Ange just giving up and not bothering with the league.
Then Ian, let me counter you there. They had their conversation at the start of the season, like you say, let's imagine that. And he said to him, I want Champions League. Yeah? Yeah. Right. When it gets to February, he realises, or probably before then, I ain't fucking getting in that Champions League come love nor money. The only way I'm getting that Champions League is Europa Cup.
Yeah.
It matches what you just said.
Can I just ask the obvious question?
Levy wouldn't have spoken to him in February and said, don't worry about the league, just win the Europa.
I didn't say he said, don't worry about the league.
But he wouldn't have said
he said, make sure you win that Europa Cup come love nor money. And if
Can I ask the obvious question? Right? All of this nonsense about focus on this, do that. He's had a chat with Levy. First of all, this is pie in the sky. People clearly don't know. Hang on.
Everyone's got their own idea to it.
No. I'm not talking. No. I'm putting down your idea. I'm not saying. Don't exactly me. I'm disagreeing with you adamantly because that's not how football chairmen work. For a start, right? Okay. That's not how greedy buggers like Daniel Levy work. Second of all, the question I want to ask is this: why all of a sudden are we making out that we had to throw all these league games to beat crap like AZ Alkmaar and Bodo Glimt?
I didn't say you had to throw all the games.
Hang on. What on earth did we need to prioritise those games? Look at the teams we were playing. And we're saying that we couldn't have won a game the weekend before.
Exactly. I believe I believe we could have. When I say prioritise on the cup, I'm not saying blow the bloody league out completely. I don't think that happened in the slightest. I just don't think Levy realised how shit Ange was and would get a 17th.
Daniel Levy likes money.
Right. So what's going to get him more money? Okay, he finishes 10th in the league. And that's that.
10th and winning the Europa League gets him more money.
Right.
It's not, again, we love doing this either or nonsense. It's
okay,
nonsense.
then both of it. Okay, both of it. It would have got him a couple of quid extra. I get the point. But he gets in that Champions League. It's a figure of speech, Savva, yeah? It would have got him. He gets in that Champions League. Right. Now everything that comes with it, now it also makes, even though the club is up shit street, it makes more people want to put money into the club because they are in that Champions League. And it works out on everything with the revenue and everything else and the sponsorship and everything else. I bet he had that decision to make because the most important thing for Levy is always that Champions League. Of course, he wants to finish as high in the league as he can as well. I just don't believe that he thought Ange was that bad that he'd finish 17th. I thought he'd look at it, the way I'm seeing it, is say, right, do what you can in the league, win me that Europa because it's the only way we're getting Champions League. And I reckon he would have thought Ange would have got us 10th.
By the way,
Dan, let me give you some figures.
Can I just say, Savva, you've got loads of super chats that have built up, by the way.
I know.
Sorry, let me give you some. Hang on, Ellie. Let me give you some figures. The difference between finishing 5th in Ange's first season and finishing 17th in Ange's second season in prize money, Spurs lost 37.2 million, which is 7.5 million more than they won for winning the Europa. So all of the winnings for the Europa were wiped out completely, and we lost another 7.5 million on top.
How much do we get for qualifying for Champions League, Lubo?
But do you know what, Stel?
Here we go, but.
How much do we get for it, Ian?
It depends how far you go.
29.75 million.
Right. How much more better sponsorship will that get us?
It's minimum 80 million we're going to get, up to 150 if we get to the final, which we won't.
What are we going to? I know that, but what are we going to get? What are we going to get sponsorship for? And should have had the quality to get us 10th place at least and get us that Europa. I think Ryan Mason could have won that bloody Europa Cup. It was that bloody simple. I just don't think he honestly realised how poor Ange was as a manager.
I don't know how we claim we know Levy after 25 years and think that this was ever a conversation.
It's just trying to work things out.
I think we got our answer. We got our answer in the fact that he was sacked. We got our answer that it was crap. We got our answer. Now let's look at the other things. We all said it for about a month before the final, maybe 6 weeks. Look at Ange's demeanor in press conferences, interviews. He was talking in past tense, right? Everything about him screamed, I'm going. Everything about him screamed, I'm going. If I'm sacked, if I go, if I think he knew. And I think he won that trophy was one more for him than it was for Tottenham Hotspur in his mind, right? I just can't have it. Look, we were just crap in the league. Right? Everyone uses this excuse of throwing the league or deprioritizing, but this wasn't just because of the Europa League. This had been going on for 18 months. We were just crap in the league, and no one can seem to just accept we were crap.
And no, I can accept that. I can accept we were that bad. Why did he sack Mourinho?
Well, depending on the story, depending on the story.
None of us know the story, but the story goes he sacked Mourinho because Mourinho wanted to play a full team in that cup final, but Levy didn't want him to do it because he was focusing that he wanted that Champions League more than the cup. Champions League is what means the world to Levy because of everything that comes with it, the sponsorship, everything. That's why I'm just looking on the other side that he said, right, you ain't going to get higher than 10th. Maybe he didn't even say it to Ange. Maybe he just sat back and let him do it. I know it's a lot of money.
This is a lot of money. I don't understand how we don't understand how Levy works.
Right.
This is a lot of money.
But Ange being that much of a piss-poor manager, He goes as hard as he can on the league and finishes 10th. He'd have blown that Europa Cup. That is how bad he is.
I can't believe that we take what Ange has said and hook, line, and sinker. He's got to the end. He's never mentioned this until the end of the season, and when he's now won the league, he's got to justify how shit his team was for the second half of the season.
I agree.
Do you really think he's going to come out and go, "Oh well, we did our best in the league, but we only finished 17th"? Of course he's not. He's got to come up with some explanation for it. It's the only thing he could say. He had no option but to say and make out, "Oh, we weren't really trying anyway," because then he's self-preservation, trying to restrict the damage to his own reputation. That's what it was.
If he knew that he was going to be sacked, why would he bother?
Because that's his own reputation on the line.
It's his reputation.
That's his reputation on the line.
Sorry, guys, I need to shoot. I wanted to come on, just have my say. I've been on it for 3.5 hours, but I just want to look. Everyone in the chat, big up, even all the haters. Lubo, Savva, Chris, Dan, Queen Ellie, Brian Daigle, Alex at Ron, love you all. Savva, great work with the channel. Keep it going. Awesome stuff.
Big up. Big up.
Have a good weekend, people. And Frank, I'll give him 18 months.
That's the average life of a Premier League manager, mate. So.
Chris.
maybe.
Big up. Thanks, Stel. Appreciate it.
Please, Stel.
Like, Chris, to your point, Chris, this is what makes me laugh more than anything is Anne just come out and said this. And look how many of our fans have gone all googly-eyed and believed it. Now, these are the same fans that all season were going, "This guy's shit. Look how bad the tactics are. Can't believe this." Then all of a sudden, because the manager comes out and says, "Oh, well, we prioritise this," they all go, "Oh, well, he prioritised the league."
And also, it's the same manager who said that finishing 10th and winning a cup wouldn't be success. And the same manager who, during the second half of the season, kept saying, "We have to address our league position and go up the league." But we're going to ignore all of that, and we're going to take what he says at the very end and go,
"Well,
by
Chris,
the way, all those shit results,
if you listen to some of the stuff I said during the season, I was the one turning round over most people and saying, "I think he's going to win this Europa Cup. I think he can do it." And then as it went further, I said it looks like he don't give a shit about the league and he's focusing on the cup. So I turned around and said that before Ange even said it himself.
But can I ask the question?
So no, I didn't go.
This notion of
what he said. I just had my opinion. That's all it was.
But the problem with this is these performances that we were seeing in the league, because he was prioritising, were exactly the same performances we'd seen for 18 months in the best part. What had changed? Nothing had changed. All that had changed was we reached the final. So it was a very convenient excuse.
It was a good excuse, but I was saying it before it happened.
No.
What changed?
I'm
we
sure.
lost more matches, isn't it?
But we've been losing matches for 18 months at a
rate
at
the end of the season, Ellie. We was already doing that.
We
were doing it worse.
If I'm shit at my job and my manager says, "Well, why are you shit?" I've got a choice. I can either just go, "Look, I'm just not very good," or I can try and come up with some reason as to why actually I am good, but there is a reason why I didn't do very well.
I can believe that side as well. I'm not being narrow-minded on this one. I'm saying I can believe that side as well. I think you're just missing the point. When I say focus on the cup, I'm not saying he said blow the entire league out. I just don't think people realised he was that bad that even if he wouldn't have focused on the cup, we'd have still ended up in 17th.
See, I'm the sort of person, I don't understand what this narrative focus on the cup means. I don't understand. I thought that most of the games we played in the Europa League, we looked absolutely shit as well.
I agree.
So
we looked shit all the time.
We looked good sometimes.
Well, no, we looked good defending against Frankfurt in the second leg.
Played well in the first leg.
We scored a fabulous goal against Madders. Scored a fabulous goal against.
We looked good when we didn't play Angie's style, basically.
Sure, Dan, completely agree with you. Whenever we didn't play Angie's style, I thought we looked defensively better. But
competent.
The actual,
100%.
The actual route from start to finish, I didn't watch any of those Europa League games and go, "Oh, that was good." Not one of them was I'm well impressed. Yeah. At the end of the day, this guy was doing shit for 18 months. And the Europa League run allowed him to have a ready-made excuse for why it was shit.
Yeah.
But nobody ever questions, well, why was it shit for the 18 months before that, Ange? No one ever puts the stats in front of him and says, you've lost 34 of 66 Premier League games, mate. Right? What was the excuse the second half of his first season when he was losing and losing and losing and losing and losing? Right? What was the excuse? We were playing once a week and everyone was fit and he couldn't stop losing games. The beginning of this season, right? No one was injured for the first 12 games of the Premier League season, right? We lost 5 of the first 12, and it was our worst start to a Premier League season for 17 years, right? So why was no one saying it then? It was only when we got to the final that suddenly we start excusing these crap results. And I get it.
The majority
That's
did
a
it.
weird
That's the majority. I mean, if you actually remember, I was actually the first one who called this bloody manager out after 6 or 7 games and said, if he keeps playing this way, he's going to get destroyed in this Premier League. But I think he's obviously got a side where he can adapt. How wrong could one man be? But I called him after 7 games and said, these tactics ain't working in this league. But he will adapt. He didn't adapt. I could see it a mile off that his style of football was going to get destroyed in a Premier League or a Serie A or a La Liga.
The implication of saying that we sat the league off is that, does anyone actually think if we'd have lost to AZ Alkmaar, that all of a sudden we'd have been brilliant in the league for the rest of the season? I just don't think it's true.
Exactly.
I don't think he blew the league out totally. I'm not saying he said just fuck it off, basically. But when I say prioritise on a cup, like he did when I said the 2 games before the cup, was it the cup final, was irrelevant because we weren't going to finish higher than bloody 15th, even if we did bloody win them, yeah? That is what I call by prioritising a cup game, basically. Stuff it. Then 1 or 2 league games that really ain't going to matter that much. This game is the one that is going to make or break our season hands down. That is what I call prioritising a cup.
But even
I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he did it for the whole season. He was just that piss poor that he couldn't bloody get his act together.
That's what Ange claims he did, right? That's what Ange claims he did. But even
and now some of the fan base, Chris.
Even if it's true, even if he did that, it still doesn't excuse the performances that follow.
No, it doesn't excuse it, not at all, and I don't excuse it. He had to go, come love nor money. The only way you justify a season like that and give it leeway in any means or manner is if it was the Champions League we had won at the end of it. And then I think everyone could turn a bloody blind eye to it. But apart from that, there was no justifying it. There was no making it right or whatever. But I think it is believable that the only way of getting Champions League was that Europa Cup, and it was obvious. I think we all knew from December even, if not before, that we weren't even getting top 6. I just don't believe that people realised he was that bad where it gets 17th.
I've never, ever, ever, ever seen a manager have to do that to win that competition. This is
how bad he was, Savva. He was terrible.
I agree, but my point is, he won 1 of his last 12 Premier League games. This is a manager that when Ruud van Nistelrooy was rocking up and getting slapped by everyone as Leicester City manager, turned up at White Hart Lane and beat them 2-1, right? He turned up at White Hart Lane. We're 1-0 up. We're 1-0 up, and he still manages to lose that game, right? Everybody comes to our ground and beat us. This is our worst ever home wins in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Right? This is whatever excuse people want to give him. There's so many. Look at Eugene in the chat, the excuses, but look at the players he played.
Oh,
sorry, are we saying that these footballers weren't capable of playing? I'm just making this up. They weren't capable of playing Nottingham Forest on the Saturday and AZ Alkmaar on a Wednesday. Are we truly saying
no?
That these players
I'm saying that he was that much of a bad manager that even though he probably tried to win half of those games, and okay, maybe put 1 or 2 of them aside, for the fact that he had a cup game coming up, yeah. But I'm not saying he did that with the whole league. He was just that much of a bad manager that the only way he lost those league games anyway, and would have won and lost them anyway, even if he blew the bloody cup out. and that the only way he was winning anything was winning a cup that was probably the easiest cup in the world to win at the time, because it was easier than the League Cup.
His style of football.
That is how bad he was.
Yeah, his style of football, right? High press, high reward, high line, right? If you've got the players to play it, you can probably pull off a better results, much better results than he got. But the thing is, our players, right, for some reason, they got so knackered. When you're knackered, right, from running 60 yards, your passing becomes erratic. And we saw it, because our passing's never been so bad. Under Ange, it was the worst. Our passing was atrocious. Like 5-yard passes going off the field so often, right? So this high press, high line football, if you've got players of calibre of Man City, they play high line, they play high press, but they've got the players to do it.
But Ellie, why did you want to give him the year?
He adapts as well.
Why did you want to give him the
adapts, whereas Ange didn't. He just kept on playing that style, and he knew. Couldn't he see that it weren't working, for God's sake?
So why did you say give him the season, Ellie? Ellie, why did you say give him the season after what you've just said? Because
I'm with Stell. I've been brought up, right? I've been brought up that if you do something good and you get something good up for your club or anything in life, then you should deserve to take that team into that Champions League.
So 17th means nothing. You've just ignored it.
No, I don't ignore it. I'm just saying that's how I was brought up.
What? Just to see one good thing and ignore the bad things?
So we're just dismissing what's best for the club because he won a trophy. Is that what we're saying?
No, not only that, he got Champions League, and I think he deserved to take us into that Champions League.
Can you imagine him playing in the Champions League with the tactics you just said he didn't learn and change?
I know, but the thing, I know that.
Do you know? I don't think you do know.
He deserved to take us into it.
This is the serial winner who's never won 1 out of his 8 Champions League games so far.
So let me get this straight.
Doesn't matter. That doesn't mean he couldn't have won matches in the Champions League.
So let me get this straight. We've seen the manager. You're acknowledging that the manager, his tactics were horrible. He didn't adapt. He was too stubborn. But we wanted to see that very same manager with all those traits take us into Europe's elite competition and play that style of football
again. You missed a very important thing, what I said. I said he didn't have the players to play that style.
And he's not going to have the players to play it next season.
They're not good enough to play that style.
Yeah, but Ellie, he could have. What I said about
him, again, different opinion.
Ellie, you could have given that man the best defence on this fucking planet. And for me, one of the best I've ever seen was AC Milan when it was Cafu, Maldini, Nesta, and
just the defence. You got.
Hang on a second. Yeah, but Ellie, that was our biggest problem for me, the defence, yeah? If this manager manages to sort out the defence and we concede 20, 25 less goals, like there's a possibility of doing, because we're meant to have a world-class defender, so some people say, we've got a significantly better defence than conceding bloody 65 goals in the season, only 1 goal less than Conte's bloody defence conceded. I think that's another 20, 25 points for us, just like that. And you could give him the best defence you can ever think of. Think of the best. Stick Lothar Matthäus and Matthias Sammer in there for all I care. He's still conceding 55, 60 goals a season. So then he has to play every game. You score 3, we score 4. And in a big league, you cannot do it. You can't play that way in a big league.
If you've got who plays Man City approved it.
Man City don't play like this.
Even Barcelona push forward and still have a defence.
High press, high line football.
Hang on, Ellie, hang on. You see what we're doing here, right? What we're doing here is we're reinventing tactics. We're reinventing the truth. Man City play high press, high line. Man City also don't invert both fullbacks at the same time.
Yeah,
and they also have.
I agree with you on that one, of course.
And they also have the world's best number 6 that sits in and plugs the gap.
Yeah,
right.
Which I said they've got a really good players.
Hang on. Right, but after everything you've said about how Ange Postecoglou plays, how you said he doesn't adapt, hasn't plugged those gaps, hasn't changed, hasn't adapted, you still
You're
wanted
right,
him to. You still.
And I'll
You
explain
still.
why.
You still wanted. You still
Because
wanted
I
him.
feel that he deserved to take us into the Champions League.
But you've just acknowledged
in the Europa Cup. Nothing wrong with that.
You've just acknowledged how shit the tactics are and that he won't change, but you wanted him to take those tactics into Europe.
He changed in the Europa Cup, so why? He showed that he could adapt.
Okay, Ellie. Again, I'm going to teach you something coaching-wise here. Putting 10 men behind the ball isn't adapting. Putting 10 men behind the ball means you can't adapt.
10 men behind the ball.
Yeah. Yes, he bloody did.
No, he didn't. He put Basuma and Bentancur to do the dirty work.
Are you kidding me?
Defense, and he had his normal defense.
Ellie, second half in Bilbao, we had 10 men behind the ball.
Yeah, they were attacking us, but not most teams, right? When they're defending, they defend with 10 men.
No, they don't.
No, Ellie, on this one, Ellie, you know I'll back you up all the way, but on this one, they're right. We changed from 10 men. The players spoke for him, and we changed. Ellie, I'm sorry,
most of it.
10 men behind the ball.
10 men in front of the ball to 10 men behind the ball from day one. The second. Did we even have a shot on target in that game?
Yes.
I think we had one shot. Did
no.
We? Yeah.
I don't think we did, Ellie. Through and he muffed it.
The goal was the only shot.
Yeah.
But was that even a shot? You know, was that just
So Ellie, for a team that didn't put 10 men behind the ball, Man United had
Man United maybe 75% of the game. Yeah.
It is hard work. 75% possession tells you we did not have the football in that game, right? They had
75% possession. I know that. I think it was 69 or 71.
No, they had 75% possession, 16 shots, and Tottenham had 1 shot on target, which is still questionable as to whether or not Brennan Johnson touched it, right? So when we're saying we didn't put 10 men behind the ball, okay, whether he did or not, I don't care, right? The point is, that's not adapting. You couldn't go into the Champions League this year and go, right, guys, every Champions League game, we're going to put 10 men behind the ball. The better teams will batter you. So you wanted the manager with the awful tactics that you've acknowledged.
I wanted him. I didn't say about the awful tactics. I said because I was brought up, if you do something good, you reap the rewards.
Sure, but either way, that's still saying you want the guy with the awful tactics to take us into.
So Frank's going to go into the Champions League with the same players.
Yeah, but not the tactics.
He's still going to find it tough.
Of course, yeah, but we're now going to a different subject. Thomas Frank will set us up so that we look like a team, Ellie.
And we didn't understand. Didn't look like a team any tenure of Angie's tenure. We didn't look
Ellie,
like
just
a
accept this one. Just accept this one, mate. He was a shit manager and he had to go.
Good games under him as well.
Which game?
Yeah, when we didn't play his bloody tactics, we looked better.
Ellie, hang on, let's do this.
Well, that's adapting,
Ellie,
isn't it?
Ellie, which game?
Ian's face.
Ellie, which games did we look good under Ange?
Everton, Aston Villa, both games.
Everton,
away, beat them at home. Man City away. Man City in the League Cup.
When the team pushed us that hard that we couldn't play.
Hang on, Dan, hang on. I want to hear Ellie's answer.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm thinking of all the games that I went to because I didn't go to many matches. I went. Let me think. Right. So Everton, Aston Villa at home, Aston Villa away, Man City away, Brentford away. We got a 2-0. Brentford at home, we beat them 3-1. There was games. Newcastle, we battered them 4-1. There was games where we played quite well. Not I'm saying
Newcastle we battered 4-1.
I'm not saying we didn't.
First season.
Early on in the first season.
Oh, we're going back.
Most of them.
We're going back 18 months.
We lost 2-0. 2-1. We lost 2-1 to Newcastle, Eddie.
Yeah, she's talking about the year before.
The first season, we beat Newcastle 4-1 at home.
So let's have a look at the games you just said. Everton at home, this was a god-awful Everton team, right? That I would expect to batter, right? This was a god-awful Everton team that we battered at home on the second game of the season. First game, whichever one it was, second, I don't know.
First home game.
Second, right? Man City, the 2 games against Man City and Villa are the games where we literally didn't play Ange ball. Brentford away is where we didn't play Ange ball. So basically, well, no, he didn't adapt. What happened was those
What
teams
did he do
pummeled
then?
us.
He didn't play Ange ball.
So those teams pummeled us, and we ended up having, again, everyone behind the ball and counter-attacking because that's...
Don't give any credit.
You don't get to choose how you play against Man City.
Not one iota of credit for winning a match.
No, because it would be all so...
But you don't want to give him any credit.
Yeah, but if we was going to give him credit for it, Ellie, I get your point, because I gave him credit, Ellie, when we done Man City, and then he kept going. Every time it happened, it seemed to be always against a team that pushed us back so hard we couldn't even use the inverted wing backs, and we looked double as good for it because we're blatantly a counter-attacking, direct, fast football team in that aspect. And then we go to the next game against someone like bloody Fulham, Ipswich, Crystal Palace, or name them. And then we get the space to play Ange ball, and then we get fucking destroyed again.
That's how you know you don't give him credit. And I'm going to steal what Savva said a million times. Exactly what Dan just said. If it's credit for adapting, let me talk, Ellie, let me talk. If you give him credit for adapting and you can see this has worked really well, then you go to the next game. You don't abandon all of that and go back to the thing that's never worked previously. It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
No,
exactly.
Credit where credit is due, regardless.
Do you know what? We all sat here. Big up, Brian, by the way. I was going to end the show, but now you're here. We'll stay for a few more minutes.
4 hours.
After the Man City game, we all sat here, didn't we? I remember we did a show. Lubo, you were on it. Danny, you were on it. We sat here and said, you know what? If Ange Postecoglou adapts and uses some of the things he implemented in today's game, which was transition, flat back four, but if he implements some of that into his normal style of play, there's hope for him at this football club. And then what happened? We didn't win a game for about another 9, and he went straight back to gung-ho, and we conceded loads of goals, right? Let's be fair. The game that sums all of this up, Liverpool at White Hart Lane, right? You're 3-1 down at half-time, if I'm not wrong. 3-1 down, half-time. And they absolutely tore us a new one. Like, it should have been 7. They tore us a new one. And I'm thinking to myself, this is where you make your money as a manager. Come out second half, shut up shop, yeah? Drop the line. Put 2 midfielders in there, 3 midfielders. We come out second half. What does he do? High line, no midfield again. Fullbacks high up. And I'm sitting there going, have you not learned? And this was the problem, Ellie. Every game, he didn't learn from the game before. We beat Brentford 2-0, defended really well. The next game, we're wide open again.
I'm saying that he was shit most of the time. I'm not arguing with you over that.
But this is what I don't think people understand. If you know he was shit most of the time, why on earth would anyone want that to go into Champions League? That's mad.
Like I said, I'm not going to repeat myself again. I've said it.
I know, we understand what you said. It just doesn't make any logical sense.
So, Ellie, if you
believe that growing up and being told that you reap what you sow, right? You sow what you reap, whatever you want to say. I believe if you do something good, you deserve to take that team into that competition.
Very simplistic.
I believe we do the best for our football club, Ellie. I'm a Spurs fan.
So you're happy, Ellie? You would be happy.
I've got morals. I was brought up.
Nothing to do with morals. It's not to do with morals, Ellie.
It is to do with morals because my parents taught me this.
Oh.
That's not morals.
Maybe you weren't taught like that, guys.
This is business. This is business. This isn't about being nice to people.
You change it.
It's not about being nice.
So
I just feel like you deserve the chance.
Ellie, would you be happy?
And there's a lot of people like me. It's not just you. You guys are.
Hear me out.
There's a lot of people like me who think that way.
Can I talk? Would you be happy if we'd have lost all 8 games in the Champions League? But that's okay because Ange deserved his chance. But you're happy with that?
Yes, because I think he deserved the chance to take us into the Champions League.
Even if he's no good?
Well,
even if he's shit?
What manager's been good for us? What manager's won us a cup?
Oh, God.
I'm just going to take this opportunity to I just want to take this opportunity to applaud everyone on the panel and in the chat right now because I left 3.5 hours ago. 3.5 hours ago, I left the show that I came on to discuss transfers, and you were talking Ange Postecoglou. And I dipped in and out occasionally, and you were talking Ange Postecoglou. Then I've just come on, and you're still talking Ange Postecoglou. Whether you like him or not, he has gone.
Yeah.
Game over. Ta-da. Goodbye. Whether he do well, whether he do bad, it's done. It's done. 3 hours, and I must admit, I have been pissing myself every time I've ducked in and out. Savva's been having a breakdown. Ellie is talking over everyone. Ian has been going nuts. Chris has been standing like a statue. Chris has just been like this. It's like Madame Tussauds. It's been brilliant.
It's not only me who's been talking over people. Other people have been doing it as well.
I think you are the queen of it, Ellie, to be fair.
It's been phenomenal viewing.
Listen. I'm gonna wrap up the show. I've got to do 10 super chats. I'm gonna wrap up the show, but for me, I'm not going to talk about morals or how anyone was brought up. It's just in life. No other walk of life does anyone turn around and go, I know it's going to be fucking shit, but let him do it anyway because he deserves it. Like I'm baffled why we wouldn't want the best for our team. I'm genuinely gobsmacked at this. I'm genuinely gobsmacked.
Because the best for our team, he won us a cup. That's the best for our team.
This season, that was the best for our team.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you go into Europe's elite competition playing wide open gung-ho football and going, oh, he deserves it.
Do you think he's the best manager we could have had this season, Ellie?
Best manager we could have had this season? No.
Going into this season, was he the best manager we could have?
No, he finished 5th, so he did deserve. No, he did deserve to take.
It was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. That wasn't the question. Is Ange the best manager that Tottenham Hotspur could possibly have got going into this season?
No.
Then it's not the best for the football club, is it?
But that wasn't my reasoning, though, was it?
Yeah, but that should be the reasoning as a Spurs fan, right?
No, because I want to win trophies, and he just won us a trophy.
But that's past tense versus the future.
No other manager's done it apart from Juan Ramos.
That's past tense versus the future.
Surely getting the best manager possible gives you the best chance.
Regardless of what I think should happen, because it's not, I don't run the club, right? But the thing is, he's gone, and the club have made their decisions, so I'm not going to change that. So, but if it was my decision, I would have kept him on, because he's brought success to the club.
Can I just say, if that's the case, are you Levy out?
Yeah.
Yeah. So where I find this whole thing hypocritical, and you know where I'm about to go with this, Lubo, I think you can see it in your eyes, is you cannot sit there in any way, shape and form and tell me that you would have kept a manager who you know has shit tactics and would have been awful in the Champions League, but then you want to have a go at Daniel Levy for not doing what's best for the football club. Just doesn't make sense. if you want to hold Daniel Levy to standards, but if you want to hold Daniel Levy to these standards, why haven't we got these standards ourselves?
I have got standards. I've got standards. I thought Ange might do something. That's why.
Based on what evidence?
Opinion. I think he could have done something.
I just feel like our fans didn't watch us play. Like I don't. I feel like
we won something, didn't we? We watched Poch play. We watched Terry Venables. Did you prefer? The FA Cup, yeah.
Did you prefer Poch's tenure or Ange's?
Lots of managers come in under Levy, and only 2 of them have ever won anything.
Did you prefer Poch's 5.5 years or Ange's 2 years?
Football-wise, Poch is easy. That goes without say. Watch him, but he didn't win anything.
No, I know. That's a really easy answer to go to. But if ever anyone says to me, which manager are you taking back in a heartbeat? There is absolutely no way the words Ange Postecoglou are ever going past my mouth.
Only if Poch wins something. If he wins something, that's different.
Yeah, but you could say that about anyone, couldn't you?
But he didn't win it. He didn't win anything.
I'd take Arsene Wenger if I knew he was going to win something.
Like Still said, he won. He's a winner. Ange is a winner. He wins everywhere he goes.
I mean, Poch has won higher.
So would I if I managed at Celtic.
Well, try and go for the job then.
I probably would.
Can't apply for it.
It's the thing, like Neil Lennon, Brendan Rodgers, they've all won at Celtic, haven't they? We'd go mental if they were appointed as our manager.
Yeah, but he done a double and a treble, so he won 5 out of 6. So
Lennon won far more. Brendan Rodgers won way more than Ange has.
I'm going to shoot.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap up the show. I've lost all faith in the fan base. I'm not going to lie. I've lost all faith in what we're doing.
You had any at the start, if I'm honest.
I know. Well, I know, but
if we don't win anything under Frank, what are you going to say?
Well, so Ellie, I don't understand when Spurs are doing this. I don't understand
such a simplistic mindset.
We want to win things, don't we?
Of course.
Yeah, but just
won 1 in 17.
We don't want to just take part.
Yes, but Ellie, just because Ange won one season doesn't Ellie doesn't mean just because he won one that's going to open Pandora's box and he's now going to win everything.
I'm not saying
that's not what it means. It literally, we've got in a manager now who will better tactically set up teams, which will hopefully add rotation, which will hopefully add less injuries because players aren't being played non-stop. And we start to build again. Where we are right now is we are right back where Martignol had us. Martignol came in, turned our fortunes round. We all built up. And then, for whichever way you want to look at it, Levy and his misrep and his neglect, Ange and his bad management, Conte's appointment, whatever, it's all come tumbling back down.
Yeah.
We're building from scratch again. We are exactly where Martignol came in. And when Martignol came in, no one said Martignol's going to win a trophy. Martignol has to win a trophy. We're building from ground zero again.
Brian,
yes.
I truly don't think
to win as well.
I truly don't think that these Ange fans. See you later, Lubo. Thanks, mate.
See you later, Lubo.
Brian, I truly don't think that these Ange inners, if you want to call them that, I don't think they understand the damage that has happened to this football team over the last 2 years, because the cup, all they can say is he won a cup. They're not looking at the better of Tottenham or the bigger picture. They're just looking at someone did that. If you actually look at the football on the football pitch, we are a fucking horrific mess, Brian. This football club is a mess. So people can say he won a cup. I tell you what, I got to the end of seasons under Redknapp and Poch where I was way happier than I was winning that trophy under Ange.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Because it was, we won the trophy, but even in the final, I was like, fucking hell, look what we've had to do to win this. We've had to put 10 men behind the ball.
No joy in that football at all.
No
joy in it.
No.
Yeah. No,
there was joy in the result.
There was joy sometimes, but not mostly atrocious.
Look, I need to. I can't believe it's 3:30. I'm going to do some super chats.
It's brilliant. I can't believe.
Big up to Patrick McCorry, who said, "Happy USA Day from all the American yids. Here's to the FHTV barbecue." Big up to you, Patrick. I really appreciate you, and happy 4th of July ones. Now the 5th for me, but it might still be the 4th for you.
It's the 4th over here.
Happy 4th of July to you. Big up, Patrick. Really appreciate you. Howie EIS said, "We fired Ange and hired Frank. Move on, blokes." That was 4 hours ago.
I was on when that super chat came in.
But the reason why we keep doing this is because it fundamentally is behind the attitudes now towards Frank. It's not solely just about Ange, but that is what is driving people's agendas going forward. That's why we keep getting drawn back to it.
Well, Chris, you look at it immediately. Look at the first thing Ellie said there. What will you say if Frank doesn't win anything? Well, at the moment, I'm not expecting this team next year to win a thing. We're in the Champions League. We're not in the Mickey Mouse Cup next year. We're in a proper competition.
I mean, in his tenure, how long is Levy going to give him?
I don't know, but do you know the thing about me, Ellie, is I support Tottenham, not managers. If Thomas Frank does a bad job over 2 years and goes, cool, we get a new manager in. I'm like, I don't, all these people who can't let players go or managers go, I don't give a shit. I genuinely don't care.
Depends about the trajectory as well, which I was going to say to Stel, when we're saying where we're going to finish, if we finish 8th, but we're top at Christmas and we flunk, that's a concern. If we start really badly and then we suddenly pick up and we win the last 10 games and we finish 8th, I'm believing in that manager for next season. So just picking out a number in a league table, it's not as simple as that.
Exactly. I agree. Big up to Howie. Thank you very much for that. Daniel Field, very generous, putting in a super sticker as well. Thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate that. Really generous, my man. Cat Funt. I always want to say the other thing. It says super chat for Ellie to stop chatting. Laugh out loud. Big up to you. Thank you, Cat Funt. Really appreciate you. Big up to you.
I've got your number.
Matty K, amazing debates, still spot on with everything. This, let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the same Matty K who over about the space of 3 weeks was Ange in, Ange out, Ange in, Ange out, Ange in, Ange out, Ange in, Ange out, Romero in, Romero out, Romero in, Romero out. I want this player, I don't want this player. Matty, you don't know what you think is spot on. You just go with a win, my man. But thank you very much for the super chat. Big up to you. Thank you, Matty K. Big up to the Don Hotspur. It says, does Stel think Kulu Porro would join us in 17th? And this is a good question, and I'm not going to go deep into this now because I'm absolutely shattered. But when people are justifying what happened last year, I don't think they realise how much footballers are looking at us and thinking that team is shit. Right, so I agree with you, Don Hotspur. Thank you very much for that. The Sanctuary of 7 has said, our fans creaming over Ange makes me cringe. Not off. I never hated Spurs as much as I did as under Ange Postecoglou. Hated it. It was embarrassing. And look at the way he talked about our fans as well. The same fans that love him. Look how he talked about them. Big up to you, 7. Really appreciate you. He's come back in again and said, Stel, it's so bad. My 12-year-old boys are feeling sorry for me. Big up to you, my man. Big up, Sanctuary. Appreciate you. Beffy, Dan's better half, has said, Savva, for the past 2 nights of streaming entertainment, I've forgiven you for letting Dan on stream tonight. Beats EastEnders so much for sleep. Big up.
No, it doesn't beat EastEnders. EastEnders is great. No EastEnders blasphemy.
Nothing on us. Big up, Beth. Really appreciate you. Thank for that. JSY, big up to Jess. Hope you're well. Please get over there and subscribe to JSY Talks Football. Great channel. Been a member for 2 months as well, so big up to you. Cat Funt has come in again and said, I love Ellie. Blind faith. Spurs need more fans like that. Listen, blind faith, yes, but I like
blind faith.
It is massively blind faith. I like the logical reasons, Cat Funt. So, hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, but we all love Ellie. Big up to you, Cat Funt. Kudos has come in and said he put it in twice, and he's actually sent me a WhatsApp saying how embarrassing I've put the same message in twice. Mate, let me know. I'll send you $5 back. Just send me your details. I'll send you $5. Said, Ellie, your parents taught you to support Tottenham. Not every lesson should be taken on board. Oof. 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 Guys, girls. Oh, Matt's here. Oh, my mate Matt. I really don't like the Ange hate. He's gone now and is our most successful manager in 25 years. I love it. I love Matt. Matt's
right.
brilliant.
It's accurate as well.
Huh?
Actually, technically, I suppose it's 41, but, you know, let's not get into that.
Guys, girls, thank you very much. Really, I enjoyed it. I was frustrated. It is what it is.
You swore.
No, it's all right, Sam. I don't think anyone noticed. I think you got away with it.
Matty, you're allowed an opinion, but you do realise if you can't make up your mind between Ange in or Ange out, that's not an opinion either way. So it's kind of like,
could I bring a swear box to your barbecue?
Yeah.
Matty, you're allowed an opinion. You're just not allowed to have two at the same time that are completely opposite. But
hang on, I love this fucking guy. You say Ange wouldn't change, Sav, but you gave Levy the benefit of the doubt to change this. What is this benefit of the doubt I've given Levy? What is it that you think I've said? What?
To be fair, I did say something similar to that, like a little bit of patience on the back of what he said about being Premier League, winning the Premier League. But I don't think
this is the guy, by the way, guys, right? This is the guy that turned around and said, if we signed Eze, yeah, but I bet the next signing after that would be bad. Like, to the point where Levy wouldn't even be able to win if he got us Eze. If Levy got Eze, already it was, yeah, but I bet the next one's shit. Like, what can you do with that? And this guy, Bottles, coming on and debating me every time. Big up to Matt, who has said, oh, Matt, hello, Andrew's gone. Leave the great man alone. Be great, the great man.
I have to say, he's spot on. He's done. He's done. It's like, literally, why is it still a conversation?
Yeah, but it's not spot on. Leave the great man alone. See, my problem with people like Matt is when he's sitting in the chat every day going to me, where's our ambition? Why aren't we signing better players? Matt, every single defeat last season, you said, don't worry about that one. This one's a bye. Don't worry about the defeat. So isn't it funny how you having standards only matters when it comes to Levy, but you didn't when it came to Ange Postecoglou? Funny that. Big up to you. Thank you very much.
Just quickly on that as well. Oh, my dog's barking. Just because I think he's shit doesn't mean I'm not grateful for the fact he got us a trophy.
I don't.
He's still shit.
Yeah, you can be grateful. I don't want to see him at White Lane again. 7 said successful or lucky. Oh, mate, for me, he had the perfect storm. Our fans allowed him to lose every week and didn't mind. He played absolute nobodies. He put 10 men behind the ball, stunk it out, and our fans going, he's the best manager we've had. Get out of here. I'm not even putting him in my top 50, and I don't even know if we've had 50 managers. Thank you very much, 7.
Probably
awful manager. Right, everybody, much love. Take care. And as always, and no, I would not consider him a legend. Take care. Levy out. And come on, you Spurs.